y'all, Dixie here. Today I'm bringing you everything you need to know to hike the Appalachian Trail. Hiking the Appalachian Trail in 2015 was the biggest accomplishment of my life. It was a very freeing experience and caused a huge perspective shift for me. So when I got done, I felt like if I could be successful, then pretty much anybody could be. And at that point, I started putting out informational videos, trying to encourage other people to get out on trail. But I wanted to create a one-stop shop type deal where somebody could just come and watch a video and then feel confident about hiking the Appalachian Trail. I am gonna go into the basics for beginners, but if some of you more seasoned folks already have some of this stuff under control, then you can check the video description and also a pinned comment in the comment section for timestamps so you can skip to another section. For those of y'all who are brand new to the AT, it's approximately 2,200 miles long. That fluctuates every year due to reroutes or trail maintenance, but it spans 14 states with the southern terminus located in Georgia at Springer Mountain and the northern terminus in Maine at Mount Katahdin. The idea for the Appalachian Trail was born in 1921 by Benton Mackay, and the AT as a continuous footpath was completed in 1937. It's visited all the time by people who enjoy day hiking, who are looking to section hike, and then those of us who are crazy enough to thru hike. A thru hike is completing every mile within a period of 12 months. So not a calendar year specifically, but from the day you start, you have a 12-month period to hike every mile in between those two endpoints. Upon completion of the AT, you can fill out the 2,000 miler application form saying that you have hiked every mile in between those 2 points, submit it to the ATC, and they will send you a patch and a 2,000 miler certificate. Now, if you're not able to complete the whole trail in an entire thru hike, you get the same certificate if you complete the trail over a period of 20 plus years. So whether you are a thru hiker who gets it all done in a 12-month period or somebody who has to chip away at it for a long time, you all end up a part of the same club, the 2,000 miler club. Let's start out covering gear because I feel like even if you didn't know anything else about the AT in particular, if you had the proper gear and somebody just tossed you out there on the trail, you could at least survive. First, I want to cover the big three, which is your pack, shelter, and sleep system. And the sleep system is actually comprised of your sleeping bag / quilt and sleeping pad, so to me it's really like the big four. Picking a pack is actually a pretty big deal because this is the one piece of gear that's going to be with you day in and day out that you will always have on, so it really needs to suit you well. Now, when I was first selecting a pack for my thru hike of the Appalachian Trail, I was also selecting a pack for the first time ever because I had never been on a backpacking trip. And unfortunately, I didn't start purchasing my gear until about a month before my start date, so I didn't have time to order something online, get it in, realize it wasn't the right thing, return it, and then try to order something else. So I just opted to go to the nearest REI to me, which is about 2 hours away, talk to somebody in person who could size me for a pack and then help me through the selection process. And they allowed me to put weighted pillows inside the pack and walk around the store. And I probably spent about 2 hours trying on everything that they had to make sure that I was getting the right thing for me. I also love that REI has a great return policy. They allow returns for up to a year, even if you've used the piece of gear. So if you were to get out on trail and decide, hey, this $300 pack that I bought isn't really working for me, then they will take it back. Unfortunately though, REI and a lot of local outfitters don't have a huge selection in more lightweight packs. Their packs tend to be on the heavier end of the spectrum. So ever since then, I have actually purchased all of my packs online, but I will just say a word of caution. Make sure that if you are going to buy a pack online, you have plenty of time to figure it all out before you go out on trail. And also that you check with the gear company what their return policy is, because if you get it in, try it on at the house, and it's the least bit uncomfortable, then you need to send it back and do something else, whether that's a different design by the same company or a larger / smaller size. But you want to know that you have those options. And a lot of time, if you get a custom pack, then the company won't take that return. So just check in with them. So now some things to consider when selecting a pack and making sure that it's right for you. First of all, it should fit comfortably. The weight of the pack should ride on your hips through the hip belt, so that force goes down through your hips, down through your legs, and you should not feel any heaviness or pulling on your shoulders. If you do, then chances are the pack is too small for you, or that design just doesn't fit you well. A lot of these gear companies will have specific videos that you can find on YouTube about how to fit the pack to you properly and all the different adjustments. But one thing you want to look out for is that you have slack in the hip belt. And by that I mean when it's cinched to you snugly and comfortably, that you would also have room to cinch it more in case you were to lose some weight or inches, because that does tend to happen on long distance hikes. And also, if down the line you were to gain a little bit of weight, then you want to make sure that you can adjust for that too. Pack capacity is something to think about also. Now, this is just the volume of your pack, and a lot of times you'll see it in liters. The pack that I used on the AT was the Osprey Aura AG50, and that just means that it's a 50-liter pack. So I have 50 liters of volume to cram all of my stuff in. Now, how did I know which volume pack I needed? From reading different blogs and journals, I knew that most people who went out on the AT carried packs that were between 50 liters and 65 liters. Now, there are certainly some people who have smaller packs that are ultralight, and they've honed in on the perfect gear that they need and what they can do without, and have likely done a lot of upgrades to make things more lightweight. And then there are people out there who have packs even bigger than 65 liters. My friend Rebel Yell carried a 100-liter pack, and he did just fine. But the rule of thumb is you don't want more volume than what you actually need, because then you'll tend to fill that space with gear that you probably don't need. If at all possible, it makes sense to have all of your other gear and then take it with you to the store if you're going in person, and try to pack all of that stuff into whatever pack you want. And if it fits, great. If not, then you size up. And you can also do the same thing with ordering a pack online and getting it to the house and trying to fill your stuff in the pack within that time frame of when you could return it if it doesn't work out. But unfortunately, I didn't have all of my gear yet, but I decided I'm going to make everything fit into a 50-liter pack, and that's the one that I went with. Another consideration as far as volume of the pack goes is not only how bulky your gear is and how much space the actual gear takes up, but how much food you plan to carry with you. Thankfully, on the Appalachian Trail, there are town stops pretty frequently, so I only carried about 3 to 5 days of food at any given time. But if you know you're somebody who's gonna be rushing down the trail more, or you really aren't interested in making town stops and you're gonna try to push it more than that, then that's something else to consider. You will need space for your food. Since the AT, I have acquired a good bit of camera equipment that I like to take with me, so I generally lean more towards 60 or so liter packs now. Something else to pay attention to is the weight of the pack itself. There are some more lightweight packs that weigh less than 2 pounds, and then you'll find packs that are in the 5, 6 plus range. It might seem like a no-brainer to just go with the most lightweight pack you can find so you're carrying less weight, but it doesn't exactly work like that. Heavier packs tend to have better suspension, more stability, and they just oftentimes carry more weight better than the more lightweight packs that are lightweight, because some of that has been sacrificed. So it'll really come down to how much your gear weighs, and again, how much food you're going to be carrying down trail. For myself and what I've honed down to, I usually aim for a pack that weighs around 2 pounds. But on the AT, my pack was in the 3 to 4 pound range, I believe. There also should be a weight capacity rating for whatever pack you're looking at. And this just means it's not recommended that you load the pack down with more weight than that number. So it's good to look at how much your gear is going to weigh, and then your heaviest food carry along with water to make sure that you're not overloading that pack so it doesn't function well or so it even fails. Durability is definitely something that you want in a pack too, so I wouldn't skimp on whatever pack you get. There are some more budget-friendly options out there, but I would look at the reviews because especially if you're through hiking with this pack, it needs to stand up to 2,000 plus miles. My friend that I was talking about earlier, Rebel Yell, who had the 100-liter pack, he had purchased it from Cabela's because it was on a really good sale, and he had to replace it 2 different times while he was out on his thru hike of the AT. So he had 3 total of the same packs. But thankfully, this company was at least easy to work with, and they happily replaced his pack for him. So customer service makes a big difference too. Unfortunately, to hone in on the features that you really appreciate from a pack, it takes some time and maybe also even trying out different packs. Some of the things that I really like to see in a pack are a wide and sturdy hip belt. I've got really bony hips, so knowing that all of the weight of my pack is going to be resting on my hips, I like for it to be wide so the weight is distributed a little bit, and also cushiony and comfortable so that it's not just killing my hip bones. Having an arc with mesh on the back panel is really nice too for areas that have a lot of humidity, like the AT, for example. Everything always stays damp out there. If you're somebody who sweats a lot, then you probably would really appreciate this feature because it just allows air to move through that back panel and your back is not directly on the pack material causing friction and more sweating. I like having wide cup holders on either side that also are adjustable, so if I don't have a lot in them at the time, I can cinch it down, but I like that they're big enough to hold more than just one water bottle. And finally, a big outer mesh pocket is very important to me because I like to have things conveniently stashed where I can quickly pull them out on trail, especially rain gear, which is something that is used quite frequently along the AT. But I definitely would not sacrifice proper fit for the bells and whistles of a certain pack. Paired with my pack, I always use a pack liner, even if my pack is made out of a waterproof material, because my comfort and safety rely on my sleeping bag and my clothing that's inside my pack being dry when I get to camp. You never know when your pack could have some abrasion or get a pinhole in it, so even if it's waterproof, water could somehow seep on the inside. You could use things like compactor bags or contractor bags. Yes, both of those things exist. You can Google them as a pack liner and then put the things that you don't want getting wet down in that pack liner in the bottom of your pack. But they actually make pack liners for packs. Gossamer Gear, for example, sells a 2-count pack of pack liners for $5. And you can use things like waterproof stuff sack or compression sacks for your sleeping bag and clothes, but for my sleeping bag or quilt personally, I prefer to have that pack liner, and then I push my sleeping bag down in the bottom of the pack so it fills out the space of the bottom of the pack, and then it takes up less space than it would if it was scrunched into a Tootsie Roll shaped stuff sack. So once I learned that there are actually companies that made lightweight disposable pack liners, I just went with those. They tend to be more lightweight than the compactor or contractor bags. Some gear companies will send a rain cover for your pack with the pack. I guess the idea of it is it's supposed to help prevent your pack from soaking in a bunch of rainwater and having that added weight to your pack, and then also to help keep things inside your pack dry. But to be honest, in a light drizzle, they might help out. But if it's raining cats and dogs, eventually your pack is going to be wet. So you definitely don't want this to be the only precaution you're taking to keep your gear on the inside of your pack dry. If your pack comes with a rain cover and you want to test it out for the few ounces that it weighs, then by all means that's up to you, but I wouldn't go out of my way to get one to cover my pack in the rain. If anything, I would make sure that what I'm doing on the inside of the pack is protecting my gear, like I mentioned, a pack liner or waterproof stuff sacks, And then you could even do something like spray your pack down with some sort of waterproof treatment like you would use on furniture, or make sure that it's okay for whatever material your pack is made out of, probably a nylon. But this, I think, would help repel water more than one of those pack covers. Let's move on to shelters. First, regardless of what type of shelter you end up taking for your trip on the AT, the rule of thumb is to not go with something that's more than 3 pounds. So 3 pounds or less should really be your target. And if it seems like I'm focusing a lot on weights, trust me, when you're lugging all of it on your back down the trail, you'll be thinking about it a little bit too. Most of the people I hiked around on the AT used backpacking tents. There are a lot of different tents on the market, so it can be a little difficult to hone in and decide which one best suits you. So there are some things to keep in mind. First, do you want a freestanding tent, a semi-freestanding tent, or a tent that uses something like trekking poles to set up? A freestanding tent is just what it sounds like. It's a tent that will stand on its own with a set of tent poles that's included in your purchase of the tent. Newer backpackers find comfort in freestanding tents because they like the idea of knowing that regardless of the surface they set up on, whether they can drive stakes into the ground or not, they're going to be able to have a fully set up tent. And of course, with peace of mind, there are always trade-offs, so this is going to be the more heavy type of tent for backpacking. A semi-freestanding tent is also going to come with tent poles, but you're still going to have to do a little bit of staking out to have it fully set up, maybe the vestibule or the back 2 corners. This is the type of tent that I had when I was through hiking, and honestly most of the people that I saw out there probably had semi-freestanding tents, and this is going to be more of the mid-weight option. And finally, a non-freestanding tent is going to use something like trekking poles to set up, and the reason I say something like trekking poles is you could use trekking poles, or if you're somebody that doesn't typically carry trekking poles, you can oftentimes get a more light vertical rod option from the company that's selling the tent. And because you don't have a full-on set of tent poles, this is going to be your most lightweight option. I kind of shied away from the idea of a non-freestanding tent because I knew that it was going to take a little bit more skill to set up a shelter with trekking poles, and I was brand new at everything backpacking, so the idea of needing to be skilled at anything just made me nervous and kind of turned me off to the idea of this tent. But once I finished my thru hike of the AT, I actually got a shelter that uses trekking poles to set up, and I really haven't looked back. That's my favorite kind of tent because I'm somebody who already carries trekking poles, so I get to shed the weight of tent poles, and having a more lightweight shelter just became a priority to me. And once you set up this type of shelter a few times, it's really kind of like riding a bike. It clicks and you can't forget it. Now, it's been a few years since I hiked the AT, so it's always possible that shelter trends will have changed by the time you watch this, but according to the Trek's past 2 Appalachian Trail surveys, which is a resource I definitely think you should check out, traditional tents are still by far the most popular type of shelter for AT thru hikers, but trekking pole tents seem to be catching up. In fact, the Z-Pex Duplex has been the most popular model for a few years now. Another option you'll see with backpacking tents is double-walled versus single-walled. A double-walled tent typically has an inner mesh wall and then an outer waterproof wall that could be made out of nylon, Dyneema, etc. A single-walled tent is going to only have that one wall of waterproof material. So what's the big difference, and why would you want one over the other? Well, double-walled tents tend to be a little warmer because they have that extra layer of insulation, if you will, to help trap in your body heat. But they also do a better job of helping you avoid condensation inside your tent because the inner mesh allows ventilation, and any water vapor that collects on that waterproof wall will just run down the wall and onto the ground. In drier climates, condensation is not really a big deal. But on the East Coast and along the AT, where it's humid and raining a lot, you do see a lot more condensation. Another benefit to most double-walled tents is you can remove the rain fly, and that way if you're sleeping in warmer temperatures, you've got a lot of air moving through, but you don't have the mosquitoes tearing you up. And you can always lie back and look at the stars through the mesh. With a single wall tent, you have a fixed wall and there's no removing anything. So of course it's going to have less ventilation, and condensation can certainly be more of an issue. But a lot of the companies that manufacture these single wall tents, they keep in mind the idea of condensation forming on the inside of the wall and running down into the floor of your tent, possibly creating a pool. So many of them have some sort of mesh area where any condensation that's running down the wall can exit out of and go out onto the ground. But you do still have to be careful with your sleeping bag, not to push your feet up against the wall so that the condensation doesn't collect on your sleeping bag and you wake up with really cold and wet feet. With that said, most of the people I hiked around in 2015 used double wall tents, and I had the Fly Creek UL2 by Big Agnes, so I also had a double wall tent. But going forward, I wouldn't be afraid of using a single wall tent on the AT, as long as I made sure that the tent was designed to mitigate the issue with moisture, which the tent I use now, the Z-Pax Duplex, does have that design. And finally, when selecting a backpacking tent, you've got to decide how much room do you want. Most people think, okay, well, I'm going backpacking by myself, so I'm one person, so I need a one-person tent. And that's true, a one-person tent will be enough for you and your sleep system, but it might not be enough for the rest of your gear. So I would say if you're gonna go with a one-person tent, then make sure you've at least got a vestibule so you can store your pack in it, or you're gonna have to do something else like put your pack in a garbage bag and set it outside. That way everything's not getting soaked while you sleep at night from dew or from rain. But then you still got to worry about critters poking around and messing with your stuff. So I just prefer to have all of my gear in my backpacking shelter with me. So when I was picking out my tent for the AT, I decided to go with the two-person shelter just to give myself more versatility in the future. That way, if I wanted to go backpacking with another person, then there would be enough room for two people, or with my dog, then I could fit my dog and my gear. And the weight difference, of course, between a one-person and two-person tent will be different. For me, it was only a difference of 4 to 5 ounces and $50, so I went with the two-person. But if you're wanting to save money and weight, then maybe the one person is the way to go for you. And a final word on tents. Of course, with a tent, it's best if you can set up on flat ground and not on a slope. That way you're not surfing across the floor of your tent all night. But on the AT, in most areas, this is not an issue. Maybe in the Whites it gets a little hairy. But for the most part, if you're camping around a shelter, which is where it seems people tend to gather because they've got the privies and water sources, then you'll find a flat spot just fine. Now let's talk about the second most popular shelter type on the AT, and that is the hammock. Of all of the Triple Crown trails, which the Triple Crown encompasses the Appalachian Trail, Pacific Crest Trail, and Continental Divide Trail, the AT makes the most sense to me for hammocks because you have the green tunnel, so there are a plethora of trees. I have limited experience with hammocks, but people say that once you get the hang of them, it really is the best night of sleep that you can have while backpacking. And there are even people who have had back issues or back surgeries that felt like they would never be able to backpack again because they could no longer sleep on the ground. But with hammocks, they've been able to get back out on the trail. It is definitely nice at the end of a long day of hiking to have something to kind of lounge in and hang out in at camp. A lot of times you'll see people sitting on the ground or on a log, but when you've got your hammock, you can swing and take that weight off your joints, and it's just relaxing. If you decide to go with a hammock, just make sure you practice a good bit before you leave home and you start a through hike. I would definitely say that a tent is more fail safe. You can't really mess that up as long as you get the tent to go up. But with a hammock, there are just different things to pay attention to, and it's not as straightforward. So it takes a little bit more practice and finesse. I started the AT with a pretty shoddy hammock setup, so that's why I learned the lesson of practice before you go the hard way. I had never slept in it a single night until actually my second night on the AT, because the first night I slept in the shelter. Let's just say at my first civilization stop, which was Neil Gap, the mountain crossing store there, I decided to purchase a tent and send my hammock home. I've tried hammocking a little bit since then, and I haven't quite given it up completely, but I definitely do prefer tenting to hammocking, and some of the reasons for that are, one, I prefer a shelter that doesn't have a lot of components. That's why I even moved away from the double-walled tent, because there are just more pieces and parts. But with a hammock, you've got the straps, you've got the body of the hammock, a bug net, a rain fly, and an underquilt. And now you can get systems where a lot of these things are included into one piece, but it's just still more to think about than throwing a piece of fabric out on a flat piece of ground, and that's my personal preference. Two, to get something that's really lightweight, like comparable to my 19-ounce Z-Pax Duplex, you've got to get different components from different companies, so a lot more research goes into that than purchasing a one-stop shop shelter and taking it out to the trail. And maybe you aren't stressing over the weight and you just want the most comfortable night's sleep, so a hammock would be better for you. I also prefer to have just an open space to spread all of my gear out onto. And this is especially true after I've had a rainy day and I want to lay everything out and just hope that it will dry a little bit overnight, but usually it doesn't. And I really like being in my own little bubble. When I get done with hiking for the day, I get in my tent and I can enjoy that false sense of security of those thin walls that separates me from everything that's outside of my tent. With a hammock, you can lay in the hammock and you've got your bug netting or your rain fly, but I mean, you just look over and you can see the ground. You're still kind of outside all of the time. You don't really escape that. And if you don't want to escape it, then hammocking might be perfect for you. I've found that it's easier for me to change my clothing in a tent, and I feel like I have more privacy than when I'm doing that laying in my hammock or standing under my rain fly. Again, none of these things may be deal breakers for you, but they're why I prefer tenting over hammocking, especially on a thru hike. Tents and hammocks aren't the only backpacking shelter options out there. There are also things like tarps and bivvies. These definitely aren't used as much on thru hikes and on the AT specifically, but they are options. Tarps take a bit more skill to set up than a tent. Depending on the type of tarp you get and the size of it, the material it's made out of, it can definitely save you weight and make things more simple in the way that you only have one component to deal with. But you have to think about when it's storming, when the wind is brutal. You've got to have some skill in knowing how to set up the tarp properly to keep yourself warm and dry. Also, if you're going to look into tarping on the AT in particular, I would say it's going to pay to have some sort of bug net bivvy to protect yourself from being feasted on by mosquitoes, because once things start warming up, it's not even just the mosquitoes, but all of the bugs start hatching. I did see a couple people with tarps on the AT, but I don't recall seeing anyone with a standalone bivvy as a shelter. It definitely is an option out there. My concern would be, because the space is so small, it's kind of like a little cocoon, that there would be a lot of moisture buildup in there and that could soak your sleeping bag. If anybody watching has used a bivvy on a long distance hike or on the East Coast, I would love to hear how that worked out for you. But a bivvy, in my opinion, is more for somebody who is not wanting to lounge around and camp as much. They're there to make the most out of the days that they're on trail and get the most miles that they can, sleep, and then wake up and do it again. I just want to say a word on having no shelter at all. Every year there are a few thru hikers that have the idea of shelter hopping. And if you're not familiar with the AT yet, there are three-sided structures all the way along the trail from Georgia to Maine, and you usually pass at least one a day. I only met one guy while I was through hiking that was attempting to shelter hop, and he was a really fast hiker, so he could make his plan ahead of time, rush to the shelter and make sure he was one of the first people in there. But if things don't go as planned, or you're not one of the fastest hikers and it starts pouring down rain, or you've hurt your ankle so you didn't go quite as many miles and you get to a shelter late and it's packed out because it's pouring down rain, now you have to ask somebody to let you wiggle in, or ask them to leave the shelter and go set up their tent or hammock so that you can now sleep in the shelter. And that's just really not fair, because for everybody else that does have a means of being self-sufficient and self-reliant, now there's this person that's in a predicament and they chose not to be self-sufficient and self-reliant. So I would definitely recommend having some sort of shelter, even again if that's just a tarp, if maybe your main idea will be to shelter hop but you've got a tarp just in case. Then that way, if you do have an emergency situation, or if you get to a shelter that's already full, you're not inconveniencing anybody else. Now that I've covered all of the typical shelter systems that you can expect to see on the AT, I want to talk about fabrics a little bit more, because when you're selecting your shelter, you'll definitely have to consider the type of fabric that it's made out of, as this will affect its function, its weight, and its price. Many shelter systems, like tents, are made out of a woven nylon or polyester, and then if they need waterproofing, they are waterproofed with either polyurethane, which you'll probably see denoted as PU, polyethylene, which would be denoted as PE, or with silicone, which you'll see as SIL. So if you've ever heard of a sil poly tent or a sil nylon tent, that's what it means. It's a polyester or nylon shelter that is waterproofed with silicone. Nylon is more lightweight and durable than polyester, so that's what you'll see most of the time in backpacking shelters. But the downside of nylon is that it's more stretchy and it will absorb water more. And that might not seem like a huge deal, but when you get to camp and you've got your tent all taut at night and you wake up in the morning and it's a little saggy like, that's because the nylon is stretchy. And to make things worse, if it rains on you at night, then the tent, even though it's not gonna soak through and have you in a swimming pool or anything, it will absorb some of that rainwater. So you'll have that added water weight when you pack up in your tent to tote down the trail until your tent dries out. Because tarps don't see as much abrasion as a tent, you're not laying on the material directly and tossing and turning, it's just protecting you from above. You may see some of those made from polyester. Another option for fabric that has become quite popular in the world of backpacking is DCF, which stands for Dyneema Composite Fabrics, and was formerly known as Cuban fiber, so you may hear all of those terms used interchangeably. The reason this fabric is all the rave is because it's more lightweight than nylon, and it doesn't do that saggy, absorb water thing. So if you set up your Dyneema tent at night and it's all taut, unless the stakes shift for some reason, you're gonna wake up in the morning and still have a taut tent. And if it happens to rain on you while you're sleeping, you're not gonna have to pack up a soggy, waterlogged tent and tote all that water weight down the trail. Something that I love about Dyneema tents, aside from the fact that they're so lightweight, is that they don't usually require a ground cloth. Most of the companies that manufacture DCF tents make the floors out of a heavier weight of Dyneema, so no extra protection is needed from abrasion and you tossing and turning and normal wear and tear of backpacking. But nylon tents, for example, most companies recommend that you have some sort of other protection under the tent, whether they sell you their own footprint made specifically for your tent or whether you use a sheet of polycryo or something like that. So if you have two backpacking tents that are made from the same exact design, except one is made from nylon and one is made from DCF, you now have an already heavier tent that now needs an additional ground cloth, which adds more weight, but the DCF tent would be already more lightweight and no additional weight needed. But that is definitely something to think about when you're selecting your backpacking shelter if you're going to go with a tent, because you should factor that additional ground cloth weight into the weight of your shelter setup. So if DCF is so awesome, then why in the world do they make tents out of anything else? Well, with all gear, there are trade-offs, and because DCF is so awesome, it comes at a price, and that's a hit to the wallet. It's definitely more expensive than other options. Regardless of which shelter type you decide to go with, you need to make sure that it's seam sealed before you head out on trail. I've kind of learned that the hard way in the past. If you're thinking seam sealed, but this material is a waterproof material, it is, but when it's sewn together, little holes are punched in it. So after a night of a torrential downpour with all those little holes leaking, it can cause quite the problem for you in your shelter. Some companies already seam seal them before they're sent to you. Some of them offer that as an additional service for a fee, and then some just tell you you have to do it yourself. But if you end up having to seam seal yourself, you want to make sure that you get the type of seam sealer for the fabric that your shelter is made out of. If you're not quite sure if your shelter is seam sealed or not, you can look at the stitching area and see if it looks like there's some sort of like silicone material or clear kind of squishy stuff painted on there or dabbed on there. Some shelters like the Z-Packs Duplex actually uses a seam tape, but you should be able to tell if the seams have been covered or treated in some way. If you're still not sure, then you can always check the specs online or even reach out to the company you purchased your shelter for and ask them directly. But if at all possible, especially if you've never seam sealed before, then I would opt for a company that seam seals before they send it to you so that it's already waterproof and good to go. I want to touch on stakes for a minute, whether that's tent stakes or stakes for your tarp. There is a whole science behind every single little piece of gear. And the world of science behind tent stakes is one I haven't really dived off into. I'm sure it's riveting, but I just have always aimed for having lightweight stakes. And over the years, I've collected a really big mixture of different kinds, whether they've come with a shelter I've purchased or I purchased them separately because I was getting kind of low. But I tend to lean towards the shepherd hook stakes just because they're typically more lightweight. But of course, the type of metal your stakes are made out of will affect their durability, the weight, and also the price. The longer and thicker your stakes are, obviously the more they're probably going to hold on to the ground and be more stable. But if I were to go hike the AT tomorrow, I would not be intimidated to take those little shepherd hook stakes. They go in the ground a little bit more easily than a bigger stake, but you do have to be kind of cautious when you're tapping those in the ground because they will bend more easily. But I don't think a certain type of stake is going to make or break your thru hike, and I haven't had an issue where I couldn't set up my shelter on the AT because of the type of stake I was using. So don't stress it. You may already have something that comes with your shelter, and those will probably work just fine for you. If you wanted to lighten things up, then those options probably do exist out there. Now let's talk about sleep systems. Are you going to go with a traditional mummy bag sleeping bag, or are you interested in backpacking quilts? Backpacking sleeping bags and quilts are pretty similar, but a quilt is designed to offer more versatility and they're usually more lightweight. Quilts have a strap system that go around your sleeping pad, so that's how you kind of cinch them down at the sides and protect yourself from any drafts. But the idea of the quilt is to eliminate extra weight and material that you really aren't getting use out of anyway, because when you're in a sleeping bag and you're lying on your back or even your stomach, that material and insulation under you is getting compressed and is probably not offering you much warmth anyway. Also, a quilt, as I've learned, is very convenient for those who toss and turn while they sleep. Because if you're in a sleeping bag, you've got to pay attention to where your zipper is. That's the place where heat will escape, so you've got to try to keep that zipper under you. And if you're like me, like a little worm flipping and flopping, then having to shimmy that zipper to the position under me every time I get cold just keeps me up a lot at night. But with the quilt being strapped to the sleeping pad, you're able to spin around and the quilt stays put. I used a sleeping bag on the AT because honestly, I had never even heard about quilts, and I probably would have been too timid to try one just because, like I mentioned before, there was so much that was already new. But after several years of using sleeping bags, I finally got brave and tried a quilt, and I haven't looked back. It's definitely a personal preference, and you won't be wrong whatever you choose. When selecting a sleeping bag or a quilt, the things that I prioritize are having something that's lightweight, compact, and warm enough to keep me comfortable when it's really cold out. Fill material, or the stuff that is used as insulation in your sleeping bag or quilt, will definitely affect how compressible it is, how lightweight it is, and the price. Your two options are down or synthetic. Down is much more lightweight and compressible than synthetics are, but down doesn't retain its insulating abilities like synthetics when it's wet, and I realize nobody aims to sleep in a wet or really damp sleeping bag, but things happen, like tents leak, or they could not be set up properly, and then you've got a pool of water in your tent, and you wake up and your down sleeping bag has pretty much melted before your eyes. A lot of companies will treat their down to help it repel water though, so this at least helps with the situations of having your sleeping bag brush against the wall of your tent that's collected a lot of condensation. When I was on the AT, the sleeping bag I took with me had the dry down version of this, and I think it definitely helped in those light dampening situations. But we pack our fears, and if you're somebody who is afraid of having a down sleeping bag in cold and possibly wet weather, then maybe synthetic is the way to go for you, just for your peace of mind. Synthetic is definitely more budget friendly. It's going to be cheaper than most of your down options for sleeping bags and quilts. Something else to consider with down versus synthetic is if you're grossed out by your own BO, then you should know that washing down takes a little bit more effort than a synthetic sleeping bag. Down bags need special down detergent. Some of them require hanging out to dry. Some of them you can tumble on low, but you'll need a front-loading washer, etc. But with a synthetic sleeping bag, things are just much simpler. So if you know for sure that it's a deal breaker for you to not be able to wash your sleeping bag while you're out there, synthetic's probably the way to go. I didn't worry about washing mine, I just embraced the stink. Something that you could do, I guess, as a middle of the way option here. For a while I carried a very thin silk liner, like the most lightweight but yet cheap liner that I could find, and I would use that to sleep in my sleeping bag with. I'm sure it added a tiny bit more warmth to it, but probably nothing notable. And then when I got to town, I would pull my liner out and wash that, so at least something was getting freshened up a little bit. But part of the way along the trail, I decided I really wanted to ditch those 3 or 4 ounces, whatever the liner was, and I mailed it home and just dealt with my sleeping bag being gross. I've been using down for years, and it's just what I prefer. I think it's cozy, and definitely the weight savings and space savings in my pack make me prefer down. But unfortunately, I found out recently that I am allergic to down, so I've switched to synthetic. But if it hadn't been for that allergy, I would have never switched. When I was planning my AT hike, something that I was really stressed out about was what temperature rating to get for my sleeping bag. To start off with, it was pretty cold, and when I got to Maine at the end, it was pretty cold. I went with a temperature rating of 23 degrees. Unfortunately, what I didn't pay attention to was that meant I would survive at 23 degrees. There's a big difference in survival rating temperatures for sleeping bags and comfort rating temperatures. So I did live, but there were some nights at the beginning and at the end that I was pretty chilly. So when deciding what temperature rating you need for yourself, I would think, first of all, what temperatures are you expecting to see? Are you going to start in that same time frame, or will you start potentially earlier, like in February, where you might have colder temperatures? Or if you're starting in Maine and coming down to Georgia, will you be in Georgia in November and December when it possibly is colder than 20 degrees at night? And then 2, how cold natured are you as a human being? I'm always cold. It can be in the summertime and I go eat at a restaurant and it's too cold in the restaurant for me and I want to go back outside in the summer heat. So in the back of your mind, if you're thinking, hey, I'm worried about being too hot at night, then that's an indication that you're probably not a cold sleeper. If you're worried about being too cold, then you might want to err on the side of safety and get one that's rated a little bit lower than what you think you will need for comfort, not for survival. I didn't know what all of this stuff meant when I was first picking out my gear for the AT, but something else that you might notice when picking out a sleeping bag, or even if you were to order from a company like Enlightened Equipment and you got a custom bag or quilt, they ask you to select this. And that is denier of the material on the outside and the inside of your quilt. Denier just has to do with the thickness of a fiber in a fabric. For example, silk is said to be 1 denier. So as the number gets bigger, that means the thicker the fibers in the fabric and likely more durable the fabric is. But with thicker fibers, you're going to have a heavier fabric. So if you're wondering kind of what the rule of thumb is, for myself on a thru hike, because I don't want any issues, I wouldn't feel comfortable going below a 10 denier fabric on the outside and the inside. 20D is sure going to be more durable, but then you're giving up a little bit more of your breathability. So to me, 10D is a happy middle, and that's what I go for. Another option you may see when selecting a sleeping bag or a quilt, if you're going to go with down insulation, is fill power. Fill power is just the volume in cubic inches that an ounce of down will fluff up and fill up. So fill power can definitely affect the weight of your sleeping bag or quilt, because if you're using less down to get the same volume of fluff, then you're going to have less weight in the sleeping bag. And higher quality down lofts up better after compression, so it helps to trap your body heat and keep you warmer. If you're worried about having a sleeping bag that has a temperature rating too low for the summertime and you're like, well, Dixie, what am I going to do when it's boiling hot at night and I don't want to sleep under this 20-degree bag? What a lot of hikers do is they will have 2 sleeping bags, 1 cold rated sleeping bag, and then when they get to Damascus, Virginia for trail days in mid-May, they'll get the warmer rated bag, use it for the summer months, and then when it starts getting cold out again, they'll switch out up north somewhere. I couldn't afford 2 sleeping bags, or at least I wanted to allot that money towards lodging and food on the trail. So I just held on to my sleeping bag until Waynesboro, Virginia, when I was sure that it was warm enough at night that I would be okay without my sleeping bag. And I found for, I think, $20 or $30 at an outfitter a fleece sleeping bag liner that zipped up, so it still felt like a little cocoon, but it was more lightweight than my sleeping bag and it took up less space. And it was much cooler at night, and I could unzip it and use it just as a blanket or zip it up if I was a little bit chilly. I know some people ditch their sleeping bags and use things like a cheap fleece blanket from Walmart. You can get them for like $3 to $5. So there are options if you don't want to purchase 2 sleeping bags and you're not wanting to hold on to the one that you used in the colder months and sweat to death in your tent at night. When I was getting ready to start the AT, I noticed that a sleeping pad was in the list of suggested gear on different blogs that I had read, and I didn't really understand why, because I had never used a sleeping pad camping before. But there is a really big difference in going to the woods for the weekend and going out there for 6 months. Not only do sleeping pads add comfort, but they also help insulate you from the ground, keeping you warmer at night. There are 2 main types of sleeping pads that you'll see. Sometimes there can be a combination of the 2, but the 2 that you're most likely to see are closed cell foam pads and inflatable pads. Closed cell foam pads are pretty much indestructible, which makes them great for not only sleeping at night, but also for adding a little bit of cushion between you and a log, or throwing down on the trail when you want to take a break for lunch or take a nap on the trail. They are a little bulky, so you'll see most people attaching them to the outside of their pack just because they'd take up too much room on the inside. But even though they're bulky, they're more on the lightweight side of things when it comes to sleeping pads. Also, you can trim them down for the exact length that you need just by cutting them with some scissors. And therefore, you can make them even more lightweight. Closed cell foam pads are definitely cheaper than inflatable pads, but I would argue 100% that they are not near as comfortable as inflatable sleeping pads. Now, if you're somebody who can sleep on your back the whole night long and you never flip to your side or your stomach, then you may do just fine with a closed cell foam pad. Inflatable sleeping pads range wildly in price. You can find budget options for less than $50 and much higher end versions for $200+. Just keep in mind that typically the cheaper inflatable sleeping pads end up being heavier than the closed cell foam pads. Some people will tell you that with an inflatable sleeping pad you have to take more care when setting up camp, and this is true in a way because you don't want to set up on some brush you didn't notice or thorns that can pop a hole in your sleeping pad. But when you have a closed cell foam pad, you're watching out for other stuff when setting up, maybe a root or a rock that's going to be jabbing into your back all night long. The biggest complaint I've heard about inflatable sleeping pads is that it can feel like you're sleeping on a bag of chips, or at least sound like it, because they tend to be more crinkly and noisy. I'm sure some inflatable sleeping pads are more noisy than others, but in general, they're going to make more noise when you're tossing and turning than a closed cell foam pad. When I selected my sleeping pad for the AT, I had read the warnings about if you're a side sleeper or a stomach sleeper, don't get a closed cell foam pad. But I mean, $10 to $15, it was kind of hard not to at least just try it out. And I really wanted to stick with it, but by the time I made it to New Jersey, I just was not sleeping well at night at all. I wanted to cry, and I may have actually cried some at night because my hips were so sore. And I'd try sleeping on one hip and flipping to the other, but it just wasn't cutting it anymore. And if you don't get good rest, then you can't expect to hike good miles during the day. So in New Jersey, I went to an REI and I decided I was going all in on a sleeping pad so that I could rest well at night. And I got the Thermarest NeoAir X-Lite sleeping pad. And pretty much for the 6 to 7 years now since then, I have stuck with a NeoAir X-Lite. I've dabbled in some different pads that were decent, but that's my go-to. It can be a little intimidating at first, worrying about your sleeping pad popping and leaving you hanging at night, but most of the sleeping pads that are inflatable come with a patch kit for field repair, and I've had to repair 2 of mine in the field, and the patch held for the rest of my thru hike, and those were NeoAir X-Lites. Certainly all inflatable sleeping pads are not created equal, and of course you want to look at the weight of the pad, the cost of the pad, how long the pad is for your height. I actually go with a shorter pad now, just from my head to my knees, and I put my pack under my legs, but that would have made me nervous to do my first thru hike. You just eventually learn what you can do without. But another thing you want to think about is how high off the ground your sleeping pad is going to be, how thick the pad is. Because if you are a side sleeper and you're going to have those hips digging into the ground, if it's a thinner pad, then you still might feel the ground somewhat with your hips. If it's a thicker pad, then you've got a better shot at being more cushioned. But make sure whatever sleeping pad you end up with, whether that's a closed cell foam pad or an inflatable pad, that you have an R value of at least a 2. That's what's recommended for 3-season backpacking, and that's what you should experience on the AT, at least if you're in the typical time frame. If you are going to be out there a little bit early or a little bit later, depending on direction or just your availability to go hike the trail, then you might want to get a warmer sleeping pad than an R value of 2. If you've never heard of R value, that's basically the pad's ability to keep you insulated and warm at night. So the higher the number, the warmer the sleeping pad. And just for a rule of thumb, if you are going to be out there in the colder winter months, then it's recommended for winter backpacking you have an R value of 5. Just as a side note, I clearly did not know all of this information about gear when I was researching for my thru hike and even after I had begun my thru hike. So if you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed by all of this information, I know it can be like drinking from a fire hose. So one method that I use that might also be helpful to you is I looked at gear lists from thru hikers of the past, and I figured if the gear they used worked for them, they didn't die, they successfully completed their thru hike, then it might also work for me, or at least it would be a good starting off point for my own research. If you think this method might work better for you, I've got 3 different gear lists in the video description. One being the gear that I actually carried with me on the AT, the second one being the gear list that if I was using a similar budget as what I did before, what I would carry now with me on the AT. And the third list is what I would carry with me now if I were to have an unlimited budget for the AT. I actually have a whole video that goes into these gear lists as far as what I actually carried with me on the trail and what I would carry now. So if you want to check that out, I'll put that link in the video description also. I've mentioned several times that through my gear selection process, I was trying to save weight, or I tried to trim off some weight, so I switched to a different gear item. But what exact pack weight should thru hikers be aiming for? It's kind of difficult to compare apples to apples when you're talking about total pack weight, because that can change from stretch to stretch on a thru hike. If you've got more days you're going to be out on trail in one stretch, then you'll likely have more food. Or if you're in a drier area of trail, you might be carrying more water. So the best way that backpackers have found to discuss weight in any kind of consistency is to refer to their base weight. Base weight is the weight of everything that has a constant weight in your pack and your pack. So anything that's variable or consumable, like water, food, fuel, toiletries like toothpaste or toilet paper, all of those things are not considered in base weight. Another thing that's not considered in base weight is the weight of the clothing that you're wearing while you're hiking, and people refer to that as worn weight. In my opinion, for a thru hike of the AT, a desired base weight is anything less than 20 pounds, because less than 20 pounds is considered lightweight backpacking. And while on a weekend trip, you might not be really worried about the weight of your pack because you're just out there for a short trip. If it's a sufferfest, it's okay. You're going to go home and recoup from that. But when you're out there for weeks at a time, months at a time, like thru hiking the AT, then it becomes a bigger deal. Now, if your base weight is under 10 pounds, you are considered an ultralight hiker. And I know a lot of people, especially beginners, will not start off as an ultralight backpacker. And a lot of others have no desire to make their packs that lightweight because they've decided there are things that they don't want to do without. But if you nail something in between that less than 20 pounds and 10-pound base weight, then I think you're doing pretty good. Now, that's not to say that if you add up all of your gear and it comes to 22 pounds that you should just throw the towel in and not hike the AT. I'm certainly not saying that, but it's good to aim as low as possible while still maintaining your comfort and being within your budget. And if that means that you're over 20 pounds, then you can still be a successful thru hiker. I just think that minimizing the weight of your pack also helps minimize the impact on your joints and your body, and therefore it can help prevent injuries. Before I go out on a thru hike, I like to fill out a lighter pack list. You can put the item and all of the weights, and this helps me make sure I'm not forgetting something so I can use it kind of as a checklist. But then I can also see how much of my base weight is included in things like the big 3 or my kitchen setup, etc. So for those of y'all who like numbers and spreadsheets, then this might be something you want to do. And for those of y'all who are forgetful, then it might help to see all of your stuff in a list. Now let's talk about footwear. And this is a tough one because no two people have the same stride or the same build of feet. So it's very difficult to pinpoint what will work exactly for you. And even if you get a pair of boots or a pair of trail runners and you go hiking with them before you hit the AT, you might find that when you get to the AT, even though that particular set of shoes worked for you out on day hikes or weekend trips, now suddenly they're not working for you on the AT, and that's very normal. So while it can be frustrating, just know that you may have to switch up several different things while you're out there to find the right thing that works for your feet. So now let's go into the whole boots versus trail runners argument. It's so silly to see people fight about this online as if there's like a one definitive answer that, you know, this type of footwear is king and all others are just stupid. I really think they both have their place, and if boots seem to work well for you, that's wonderful. If you prefer trail runners, that's great. The thing is just figuring out what works best for you. So let's talk about some of the pros and cons for each. In the way of support of your foot in general and your ankles, boots probably take the cake because they're more rigid and they're gonna offer definitely more support from rocks or other things that you could trip on. But because they offer this protection and rigidity, they are usually a lot heavier than a typical trail runner. And if you don't need that ankle support really, because your ankles will strengthen up as you go along, then why would you have extra weight on your feet that you don't need? Boots tend to be warmer than trail runners in colder temperatures, but they have less ventilation, so that could contribute to blister issues because your feet aren't drying out as quickly, and especially if it rains, your boots are gonna stay wet a lot longer than a pair of trail runners. And then in durability, boots tend to win the race on that. They'll last anywhere from 800 to 1,000 miles, and trail runners, depending on the pair, you may get 200 to 700 miles out of them. My personal experience with the boots versus trail runners thing, I started the AT in a pair of Loa hiking boots, and I thought, well, I'm going hiking, so I must need hiking boots, and I'm a clumsy person who I felt like would probably roll my ankle all the way down the trail, so it wouldn't hurt to have extra ankle support. I made sure that they were sized properly, and within about 20 miles or so, I had a pretty gnarly case of tendonitis in my Achilles. When I got to the outfitter at Neil Gap, I talked to them about my issue, and they suggested that it was likely from the boot drumming on my Achilles tendon and causing it some aggravation. So they suggested that I try switching to trail runners. So I sent the boots back. Luckily, I had purchased them from REI, got a full refund, and I purchased a pair of trail runners at Mountain Crossings, and I have never considered going back to boots. Now, again, if you know you are a person that absolutely needs that extra ankle support, then by all means, boots might be the thing that you need. But otherwise, I urge you to at least try the trail runners. Again, if you get them from REI and you decide they don't work for you, then you can always return them. But I would say 95% of people that thru hike the Appalachian Trail do it in trail runners. With it being such a wet trail, you've got water crossings, it rains all the time. I think the best thing for your foot health is to have that breathability of a trail runner. That's just my 2 cents. If you want something that's kind of like boots and trail runners had a baby, then I know different brands, for example, like Ultra makes a mid shoe where it's just like a high top trail runner, and that way you're getting a little bit more ankle support, I would assume, but then also the benefits of having a shoe that's more lightweight than a boot. Regardless of what type of shoe you decide to go with, make sure that it is properly sized for your foot. Keep in mind that your feet will swell during the day while you're hiking because you're just beating the crap out of them, stepping all day. And you'll probably end up sizing up a little bit if you make sure that they fit properly. A couple things that I recommend doing to make sure the shoe is properly fitted to your foot is lace it up comfortably, not super tight, and tap your toe on the ground. If your toe is hitting the front of your shoe, then it's not the right shoe for you, because if you're doing that going downhill and your foot keeps slamming to the front of your shoe, chances are you're gonna lose a toenail. Another way that you can make sure that they're fitted properly for you is the old thumb test. And that's just when you're standing there comfortably, if you put your thumb down in front of the tip of your big toe, you should at least have a thumb width between the tip of your toe and the end of the shoe. Some of the shoe stores you'll go to, especially if you go to an outdoor store to get boots or trail runners, they may have a little rock ramp looking thing so you can simulate like you're walking downhill. And again, just make sure that the tips of your toes do not touch the front of the shoe, because your toenails will fall off. Ask me how I know. In addition to not being too tight, your shoe also shouldn't be really loose, because if your foot is sliding around in your shoe, that's going to cause increased friction and possibly contribute to a blister problem. Some other variations in footwear that you should probably consider is stack height and drop. Stack height is just the space between the ground, or where the ground meets the bottom of the shoe, and your foot. So that can vary depending on what brand, what style trail runner or boot that you have. Some people want a very slim stack height so that they can feel what's under their feet. They like a more minimalistic type design. Some people have very tender feet, so they want more of a stack height and they don't want to feel all the little pebbles and roots of the trail. If you don't know what you prefer, then just walk to the mailbox barefooted and you'll find out. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, actually, that will be somewhat telling if you are a tender-footed person or not. But if you're really not sure, then maybe starting off somewhere midway, not super minimalist shoe, but also not something that's like platform shoe cushion under your foot. Drop in a shoe is where you'll see from your heel to your toe that it kind of slopes down, so there's a drop in the space from your heel to the ground and your toe to the ground. Most of the shoes that we wear, our heels are higher than our toe area. There are brands out there like Ultra, for example, that you'll see has 0 drop shoes. And that just means that there's no drop, so the heel and the toe are at the same level. This can be beneficial for some people, and also it can cause some hikers issues. I've heard of people saying that a 0 drop shoe helped them significantly with plantar fasciitis. I feel like it's helped prevent mine from being an issue again, but for some people it can be very problematic and cause plantar fasciitis. Basically, with a 0 drop shoe, if your heel is not high up and it's come down, then you're stretching your calf muscle more. So as long as that doesn't hurt you or cause too much strain in your body, then it can be a good thing to be stretched out. But for some people, adding that extra pull on their calf muscle can kind of irritate that whole line from the calf muscle to your Achilles tendon and into the plantar fascia. So the best thing you can do if you're going to try a 0 drop shoe is probably not do it in the middle of a thru hike. Instead, test them out before you go, walk around town, see if they cause you any issues. If you're already out hiking and going on weekend trips and stuff, then that would be a good time to try something like that out, where you know, okay, yeah, this is going to be fine, or this definitely doesn't work for me. And they can take a while to break into, but anyway, there's no shame in having a shoe that has a drop in it, but just something that you'll notice differences in between different design shoes. So basically, the recap on all of that is, if you can get your footwear from REI, go in there, try it on in person, make sure it's a proper fit, and feel good about going to the trail with it. Then at least you can also feel good knowing that if it doesn't work out, REI will honor that return of your thru hike. Chances are, whether you go with a boot or a trail runner, you'll need to replace your shoes before you get to the end of the trail. I don't remember exactly how many pairs of trail runners I went through, but it was several. I personally try to replace my trail runners at about 500 miles, no more than 500, sometimes even at 400. And I learned that lesson the hard way on the AT. I was at about 700 miles with a pair of trail runners, and they were still seeming to function properly. I had decent tread left, but what I didn't realize is most of the support was gone in the shoe, and therefore my arch was hyperextending and upsetting my plantar fascia, and I ended up with a case of plantar fasciitis. So while your shoes might look okay, make sure that you're getting enough support so you don't end up having an issue. And I promise you, if you end up having an issue, you'll wish that you just spent that extra money and bought a new pair of shoes. Just a word on Gore-Tex with footwear. A lot of things I'm like, you know, you decide what works best for you, but this is one of those things that I would definitely not recommend for through hiking, especially for the Appalachian Trail where it rains a lot. If you're not familiar with Gore-Tex, it's a technology designed to make a material like your shoes waterproof, but supposedly to still allow water vapor to escape. But I promise you that if you have one foot in a Gore-Tex shoe and the other foot in a very well ventilated shoe, the Gore-Tex shoe is going to cause your foot to be more sweaty and damp, and it's going to trap in more moisture than the well ventilated shoe. This could cause blisters or possibly even something like trench foot from wearing them day after day. But having a waterproof shoe sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Especially if it rains. But if it rains and you're on a long distance hike and you're out in it all day long, you will see that most of your body will end up wet anyway, even if you have rain gear on, because if it's not from the rain, it's going to be from the sweat. And, you know, kicking up water while you're walking on your ankles, even if you have rain pants on, it can wick down into your socks and into your shoes. And I'm just telling you, if it rains, even if you have waterproof shoes, your feet will be wet. Now, if you were to have like rain pants with waterproof gaiters over the top of it, and then your Gore-Tex shoes, then yes, possibly they could stay dry, but then again, you'd probably be wet with sweat. Gore-Tex shoes take longer to dry out than non-Gore-Tex shoes. And then you've got the issue of water crossings. Now, I know some people think that they will stop and take their shoes off for every little puddle or water crossing and then put their shoes and socks back on the other side to keep their feet dry. But at some point when you're doing 20-something miles per day, you just can't care about that anymore, and you're probably gonna plow through. So again, if you've got the Gore-Tex, they're not gonna dry out as quickly as if you have the more ventilated non-Gore-Tex shoes. So you can do what you want, but I would highly, highly recommend choosing not Gore-Tex for specifically through hikes and the Appalachian Trail. The only time that I would say for the AT that I would potentially find Gore-Tex shoes desirable is if I was going to be hiking in the snow and I knew it wasn't gonna rain. Other than that, wouldn't do it. Finally, one other option that I should mention with backpacking footwear is hiking sandals. These are certainly not very common on a through hike like the Appalachian Trail, but every year you'll see at least one or two handful of people that do attempt to through hike the AT in sandals. And in 2015, when I was out there, I met a guy named South Pole who did complete his through hike wearing sandals the whole time. But when we met, he was nursing his toe that he had broken kicking a log or a rock or something like that. And he said that when he did it, well, it hurt really badly, but he looked down at his toe and it was like facing another direction. So with that said, sandals are certainly an option if that's what you want to try out. Your feet will stay very ventilated. They will dry quickly if they get wet. So there are some pros to having backpacking sandals, but your feet will definitely not be as protected and injuries could occur to slow down your hike or potentially even stop it. So just keep that in mind. Insoles. Insoles are kind of difficult, just like other footwear, to recommend because everybody's feet are so different. I've tried several different brands and types of insoles. Some people will never need insoles and they'll be fine with the factory insole that comes in their boot or trail runner. But if you're finding that your foot seems to need a little extra support or a little something different, than insoles are something that you can try. On the AT, I first tried the Sole brand of insoles, and I liked these because you put them in the oven, let them heat up, then put them inside your footwear and step down on them, and they mold to your feet in particular, which I thought was kind of cool. My feet ended up having some swelling later on in the trail, so I thought, well, maybe it's time to replace my insoles. And I heard a lot of people bragging on Super Feet. So I got a pair of Super Feet. They make different types of Super Feet. But the ones that I tried, honestly, I didn't really notice anything super different. So at that point, I tried Dr. Scholl's for plantar fasciitis insoles, which were cheaper than the Sole brand insoles or the Super Feet. I think both of those ran $40 to $50 or so, and the Dr. Scholl's for plantar fasciitis, I believe, is close to $20. And I made sure to stretch and do some other things, but I do think that the Dr. Scholl's for plantar fasciitis insoles helped me a lot. I'm to the point now where I can actually wear factory insoles, and they seem to do fine with my feet, but you'll have to figure out what your feet are telling you, and if you're not listening, then trust me, they will tell you louder. If you do end up having foot issues, of course, your best bet for insoles is going to a podiatrist and getting custom-made orthotics, but that is pricier, I guess, depending on whether your insurance pays for it or not, than of course from getting some insoles from a regular department store. Just a little tip that I want to add that I found out about on the Pacific Crest Trail during my thru hike out there is the wonderful invention of lock laces. They're basically just elastic laces that you thread through in place of your shoelaces, and then there's an adjustable plastic piece that slides on the end. You can just tighten the little plastic piece if you want your laces tighter, or loosen it if you want them more loose, and I think that they are wonderful because I'm sure that I've wasted hours of my life tying and even double knotting the laces on my shoes. As long as I replace them each time I replace my trail runners, I haven't had any issues. Now I want to cover camp shoes. Camp shoes are really a luxury item, but for the AT, I would say most people have camp shoes, or they at least start off with camp shoes, and if they decide they don't like them or need them, then they can mail them home. After a long day of hiking, there's not much that feels nicer than peeling off your stinky shoes and socks and putting on some comfortable camp shoes. In camp shoes, I'm looking for something that's lightweight and allows my feet to breathe. I went with lightweight Teva foam sandals because that's just what I had at home. A lot of people wear Crocs, and it's actually socially acceptable to do so on trail because they're also comfortable, lightweight, allow your feet to breathe. In addition to wearing them at camp after a long day of hiking, it's nice to have something to wear in town. But again, this is not a necessity, and if you decide to not have camp shoes, then that's perfectly acceptable also. After the Appalachian Trail, on other trails that I've hiked, I eventually ditched my camp shoes, and if I was to go do the AT tomorrow, I would not take them. But I'm not particularly tender-footed, so I can walk around barefoot at camp and it doesn't kill my feet. Now let's talk about some socks. There are a lot of different brands and styles of socks out there and different materials used, but I would say 99% of hikers use merino wool socks. Merino wool is all soft and cozy, and it's not like your pawpaw's army blanket that is painful and scratchy. It regulates temperature well, which helps prevent your feet from getting all sweaty and gross. It's also a natural antimicrobial, so they won't be quite as stinky as they would in, say, synthetic socks. And most wool socks these days use synthetics a little bit anyway, just to help them keep their shape better, dry more quickly, and to be more durable. After trying many brands of socks, I would say Farm to Feet is my favorite merino wool sock for backpacking, but a close second is Darn Tough. I think Farm to Feet are just a little bit more comfortable, but Darn Tough has better color options, so anyway, they're right there neck and neck. But what I really appreciate about both of these companies is that they offer a lifetime guarantee on these socks. So they pretty much dare you to wear a hole in them. And if you do, they will happily replace them with a new pair of socks. So yes, they are a little on the pricey side. These pairs of socks can run anywhere from $15 to $20, but when you buy them, you have that pair of socks for life, or again, a replacement. Also, for people who are blister prone, and you may not figure that out until you get out there on the trail, but if you start having blisters, specifically because two of your toes are rubbing together while you hike, then you might want to think about toe socks. The only brand of toe socks that I have personally tried are Injinjis. They still end up with holes in them a lot faster than my Darn Toughs. I've had Darn Toughs and Farm to Feet make a whole hike before. But if you're plagued with blisters and you need to reduce that friction between your toes, then it's definitely worth it to have the Injinji socks. You can also get toe sock liners that are thinner and will reduce that friction, but you could put those under a normal wool sock. You can get socks that are all different lengths, from no-shows to all the way up to your knee if you want to. There are also different cushion options, so you might switch this up depending on the season, or for example, I knew a guy on the AT that was seriously allergic to poison ivy and poison oak, so he didn't want to take any chances, and he wore knee-high socks the entire trek. I prefer to have a little bit of variety in the socks that I'm carrying. Normally I have at least 2 pair to hike in. I've been known to sometimes carry even 3 pair to hike in, and then 1 pair to sleep in. So for hiking, I might have a 3/4 length and a crew sock with light cushion in colder temperatures. And then at night, to keep my feet warm, I'll have a crew sock with a lot of cushion. For warmer weather, I like to have no-show socks with no cushion. And I might still have a little bit of variety and have up to a 3/4 length sock. Even in the summertime, I like to at least have a 3/4 length sock, just in case I have issues with the no-shows. Sometimes I've had a no-show that seems like my shoe wants to eat it for a particular reason, and it'll start slinking down into my shoe, or maybe even it'll go below the top of the shoe and my ankle will get rubbed, but this will just happen on a random day or something, so I'll switch out, and then maybe a couple days later it's okay again. Also, I've had particular sections that seem to be drier or dustier where I'll get some grit just on the inside lip of the no-show sock that can cause some abrasion, and this has especially happened in warmer temperatures when I've had snow, which won't be an issue on the AT. If you're seeing snow, then it's definitely cold out and you probably want a longer sock anyway. But just something to keep in mind if you've not used no-show socks a lot. They can sometimes be problematic, or at least they have been for me. So I like to have a backup, but I just really do love the no-show socks. Just the way they look, the way they feel, they're cool, etc. On to gaiters. It's normal to get some debris in your shoe. Every now and then you might get a pebble or some sand or something like that, and at breaks you might dump your shoes out. But if you find yourself having to stop frequently because you've got a lot of debris and crud in your shoes, or if you're having issues like I was talking about before with your socks, getting a lot of trash in the little lip of the sock and it's causing abrasion issues on your foot, then you can try out gaiters. Most of the gaiters I saw on the trail were lightweight and low rise on the ankle. They just hugged the lower ankle and overlapped the top covering of the shoe. There are a lot of different varieties of gaiters out there. You can get some that are heavy duty and waterproof. I feel like that's kind of overkill for the AT, but if that's something that you want to check out, then they do exist. But myself personally, I just found that gaiters were kind of a hassle, just something else that I had to deal with, and I don't really have to dump out my shoes often enough that I felt like gaiters would be useful enough for me. Two of the more popular brands of gaiters I've seen are Dirty Girl gaiters. You can get crazy with the Cheese Whiz and pick all sorts of colors. And two, Outdoor Research has some more tame gaiters, but they seem to work equally as well. Let's go over clothing next. What do you even wear on something like a through hike of the Appalachian Trail? What hikers generally do is they'll have an outfit to hike in during the day and then one to sleep in at night. It's really not feasible to have a change of clothing for every single day, so just go on and accept that you're gonna stink and be disgusting, but it's okay because everybody else will be too. Your clothing will likely change some from the colder months when it gets into the warmer months and then back into the colder months again. Let's start off with cold weather clothing. First, avoid cotton, especially in the colder months because it doesn't dry as quickly as wool or synthetics. So if you're sweating during the day, that cotton will absorb that and hold on to it, and it can lead to hypothermia if the temperatures then drop or you're not moving as much. So you definitely want to either have synthetics or wool, especially in the colder months. Also, staying warm is more about layering than having really bulky stuff. So you might think, okay, I'm gonna be walking in the woods freezing to death, so I need to take my biggest, bulkiest jacket, but that's not really the case. You want to have multiple layers. That way, if you do start to warm up when you're moving, you can remove a layer and kind of help regulate your temperature. I wanna run through what I wore on the AT and examples of what I would do for layering in different situations. You don't have to have this same exact thing, or this might not work perfectly for you, but at least it gives you a starting point. When I began my thru hike of the AT, I had a short sleeve shirt and some knee-length leggings that I would hike in during the day. They were made out of synthetic materials that would dry quickly and also would keep me cool if we did have some warmer temperatures, but yet it wasn't a tank top and shorts that was too cold for even the warmer temperatures. When I would start off in the morning, if it was chilly outside, which most of the time it was, then I would throw on a puffy coat on top of my hiking outfit. And if it was really cold in the mornings, then if it wasn't raining, I would start off hiking in my pajama clothes, which are just warmer than the clothes I would hike in during the day. And if all of that with my puffy coat too wasn't enough for me to stay warm starting off, then I would layer on top of all of that my rain jacket and rain pants. Even if it's not raining, you can put on your rain jacket and rain pants. Nobody will judge you. It is not a fashion show out on the trail, and even if they did judge you, who cares if you're warmer. Rain outfits are really good too at kind of cutting the wind, so if it's a very cold and windy day, then my rain jacket and rain pants definitely helped with that. Now, if I woke up and it was cold and rainy, I would keep my puffy coat packed away in my pack and would not put it on. I definitely would not start hiking in my pajamas because those things I kept dry and safe inside my pack so that I knew when I got to camp I would have something warm and dry to put on. So I would just start off in that short sleeve shirt and those knee-length leggings and my rain jacket and rain pants. And yes, to start with, it would really suck, but once I got moving, the rain jacket and rain pants really heat you up pretty quick. I've talked to some other hikers and they said they did the same thing. They didn't have an extra base layer to hike in, but the safer option would definitely be to have either a synthetic or wool long sleeve lightweight shirt that you could put on, and also some leggings or other pants would probably be heavier, but even some just lightweight leggings that would help insulate you a little bit better, and save those so that way you wouldn't be tempted to wear your pajama clothes as something for extra warmth during the day. For the AT, it just seemed to warm up enough during the day that I wasn't super cold as long as I kept moving, but again, the Sufferfest isn't necessary, and you can always pack an extra base layer to hike in, and then if you don't use it or as it starts warming up, you can mail it home. Now, if you're one of those hikers that's gonna start really early, like February, and you might be hiking in some wintry mixes where it's snowing, sleeting, raining, can't make up its mind, then it might not hurt to have an additional layer of warmth, something like I'm wearing right now, a very thin and lightweight fleece. Fleece is nice because if it gets wet, it's still gonna help insulate you, whereas if you had an extra puffy coat, for example, if it's a down puffy coat, which I'll get into puffy coats more later, then it's not gonna keep you warm if it gets wet, and even if you have it under your rain jacket, it's probably gonna get wet. Another suggestion for cold weather months especially is a hat. I just didn't think about how I might get sunburned, but because the trees will be barren and the leaves haven't grown back yet, you will be exposed a lot of the time. I know people think of the AT as the green tunnel and they're protected from the sun mostly, but that's just not the case when you first start out. For a sleeping outfit, either a synthetic or wool long sleeve shirt will do fine, and for your bottoms, either synthetic or wool leggings will work and help keep you warm at night. I also typically sleep in a puffy coat because I'm very cold-natured. Some people don't need that at night. They'll use it as a pillow. But either way, I would definitely recommend having a puffy coat just in case and for nothing else wearing at camp. Now, I understand that some people are warm sleepers and they will be toasty and just fine in their underwear in their sleeping bag at night. It's just going to depend on you as an individual, but knowing that I have something warm and dry to put on when I get to camp is comforting. If you are a very cold-natured person, having a beanie and some gloves might not be a bad idea, whether that's for sleeping or for use while hiking. Any old beanie will do. For gloves, I've really grown fond of the possum down gloves. You can get them on Z-Pac's website or even on Amazon. Just watch washing those and drying them, because when you dry them, they will shrink up to little baby gloves. It's just best if you can lay them flat to air dry. And if all of that wasn't warm enough for me while I was sleeping at night, then I have been known to pull out my rain gear in the middle of the night, put that over the clothes that I'm wearing, and then get back in my sleeping bag. I mean, you'll really do whatever it takes out on trail and figure stuff out. A side note on puffy coats, I kind of almost implied that you must have a puffy coat or else you won't be a successful thru hiker of the AT, and that's just not true. I've seen people use things like fleece pullovers before instead of a puffy coat, but again, you don't want something that's really bulky and heavy, and keep in mind that layering does really help. If you do want a puffy coat, but you don't want to spend $400 on one, that is still possible. Like quilts and sleeping bags, with puffies you can have either synthetic insulation or down insulation. Down is going to be typically more expensive, also possibly more lightweight. It really just depends. I would argue that some of them could definitely be warmer than synthetic puffy coats, but a synthetic puffy coat will still work just fine. I used a synthetic puffy coat on the AT. I found one on sale at REI. It was on clearance, so it worked well for my budget. It was relatively lightweight, and I didn't feel like I missed out on the hiking experience because it wasn't a down puffy coat. I have since moved to down puffy coats, and I definitely love them. Recently, finding out that I'm allergic to down, I've switched back to a synthetic puffy coat, and I got my most recent one from Enlightened Equipment, and it is $185. It's the women's Tord, so that is much cheaper than, say, Ghost Whisperer jacket. My synthetic puffy weighs 7.75 ounces, so that's actually pretty much right in line with the down puffies I've had. And another thing to keep in mind with puffy coats, just like sleeping bags, a synthetic puffy will more likely be able to be washed along the way. I mean, of course, check your tag for care instructions. Make sure that the manufacturer says it's okay to wash with regular detergent, etc. But a down puffy coat, you're not going to be able to do that. The detergents can strip the down of their natural oil, so you'd have to have a specific detergent made for down garments. The main thing that I would say is if you do go with a puffy coat, whether it's synthetic or down, I really like the ones that are hooded. I understand that without a hood, they'll be more lightweight, and maybe that's more important to you. But even if I've got a beanie with me, having the hood just helps keep my neck warm, and I can cinch it down so just my face is hanging out when I sleep at night. But again, I'm a cold-natured person. It's all about personal preference. Now let's move into the warm weather months. For hiking during that time, I had a synthetic tank top, some synthetic shorts, and I would still keep my puffy coat in case there were those mornings that were a little brisk. Also my rain jacket and rain pants. I think at some point it was so hot out that I sent my rain pants home to save a little weight, because wearing those while it was raining was just a scorch fest, and I was getting soaked from sweating anyway. Once the leaves came in, I really wasn't worried about being burnt by the sun as much wearing my tank top and shorts. But the older I've gotten, the more I care about my skin, and I wish I had then. So I would probably now, at least for my upper body, have one of the button-up shirts that I typically wear now, where you can roll up the sleeves, it's well ventilated, and I mean, worst case, you could just take the button-up off and hike in a sports bra and shorts. But basically something that is comfortable for you and dries quickly is what you want to go with. For sleeping in warm weather, I had a cotton tank and cotton shorts. Now, I know I broke my own rule, but this was the point where I was sleeping in a fleece sleeping bag liner because it was so hot outside. So I really did not feel at high risk for hypothermia, and it felt nice to just have some comfortable cotton to sleep in. And as I mentioned, I did have my puffy just in case I was to get cold at night, but most of the time I just ended up using it as a pillow. The undergarments I wore were the same whether it was cold or warm weather. I just took one sports bra. To start with, I had 2 sports bras, but I wanted to save a few ounces and some space in my pack, so I eventually sent one of them home. For underwear, anything synthetic and comfortable will work. Some people, guys specifically, find out if they get chafing issues that maybe things work better for them if they don't have underwear on, and some girls too, especially that hike in leggings. So it's something that you'll have to figure out, but my favorite brand of underwear, and I think at least a good place to start, is Ex Officios. They are on the pricier end of things, but they hold up. You will have them for a whole thru hike unless you're just somehow more rough on underwear than other people. I like them because they're lightweight, they dry quickly, and they are marketed as odor resistant. Now, I've never tested them next to a different pair of synthetic underwear. I'll just take their word for it, but I do like the idea of that. What about when you're in town and you're doing laundry? If all of your clothing is being washed in the washer machine, then what are you supposed to wear? Some places that you can stay, like hostels, might have loaner clothing, so you can wear their stuff during the duration of your stay or while you're just doing laundry, whatever you prefer. But if I stayed somewhere that didn't have loaner clothing, then in the colder months I would wear my rain jacket and rain pants and just sit around awkwardly wearing that stuff until my stuff was done washing. In the warmer months, this was definitely not necessary, but I had a cotton sundress type thing that had built-in booby pads, so I didn't need to worry about a bra, or maybe you wouldn't worry about a bra anyway, personal preference. But it was nice having what I called a town dress, because then I got to wear something different than my hiking clothes while I was in town, doing my shopping, running errands, going to do something fun, whatever. But eventually, later on in my hiking career, I got rid of town dress. I decided that I would just do laundry in my rain clothes to save weight, so that's always an option. So just an overall recap on clothing: you don't have to have the best name brands in the entire world. Your clothes just need to be functional and work well for what you need them for. Just make sure that you are comfortable and what you have keeps you warm or cool if needed, and also dries quickly, and you should be good to go. I kind of glazed over rain gear, so I want to go into that with some more detail now. Rain gear is pretty much the same as all of your other backpacking gear. You can find something for $20 all the way up to hundreds of dollars. I guess if I have my dream rain gear, then some of the things that I'll look for is: 1, that it's already seam sealed. 2, pit zips are a nice feature, especially if you are somebody who gets pretty warm while you're hiking and you tend to sweat. Then having a way to regulate your temperature while you're wearing the rain jacket is a nice option. I appreciate a hood that cinches down pretty tight. That way I block my face from the rain as possible, especially if it's really windy out. Having the wrist area be elastic, or at least have a strap that you can cinch down, helps with keeping rain out of the sleeves of your rain jacket, especially if you're using trekking poles when you're doing this motion. Eventually water will get in there and run down your arm, so having that elastic or some way to block it out at least helps. Keeping my rain gear as lightweight as possible is important, but of course it also has to match the budget. For my AT hike, I just went the cheapest route that I could find that was also pretty lightweight, and I opted for the Frog Togs ultralight rain suit. For the jacket and the pants, the full set, it was only $20, and you can get them at Walmart, most outfitters, and also online at Amazon. It definitely did not really have any bells and whistles, no pit zips or anything like that. It wasn't the most durable rain suit that I've ever owned, but with the AT, it's such a well-beaten path that you're not off bushwhacking often, so you don't have to worry about it getting torn up as maybe some other trails. But I would definitely use caution when going through anything that's brushy because it can quickly tear. The whole suit, of course, depending on the size, will weigh somewhere around 13 ounces. I ended up replacing my Frog Tog rain suit one time about midway. It was actually more than halfway along. I had done so many repairs with duct tape already and decided, okay, maybe it's time for another suit. But still, my rain gear for the AT, the whole trip, cost me $40 total. For other hikes, I've upgraded to gear like anti-gravity gear's rain jacket and rain pants. I also like Enlightened Equipment's rain jacket. These are going to be more expensive than the Frog Togs, but if you want to upgrade from something like that, then those will give you some starting points to look at. There's a brand of gloves called Showa Timorous. They are a waterproof working type glove, and they allow you to still have dexterity, but you can slide these over the possum down gloves that I mentioned earlier, because the possum down gloves are thin but also insulating, and then you slide these over it so you don't have these bulky mittens that you can't use, so you're still able to grip things and use your hands with this system. Another piece of rain gear that I would suggest you at least think about carrying, and that I would have if I were to do the AT again, is an umbrella. It's nice to have an umbrella for taking breaks when it's raining. I mean, sure, you'll have your rain jacket and rain pants, but to just sit there and get rained on can be mentally taxing. Having an umbrella and just like your own little escape helps if you want to stop and eat some snacks. Also, it helps me stay warmer when it's raining because I don't have constant cold rain hitting me and my body's. So having that umbrella to help keep your top half stay drier, it just helps you stay warmer too. An umbrella can also double as instant shade on hikes where you're more exposed and not under a green tunnel, but for the AT that isn't necessarily an issue. For an umbrella on the AT, I would look for something cheap, lightweight, and collapsible. The reason I say not to invest a lot of money into it is, one, if you can get it that lightweight, then why spend a bunch of money? But two, going under trees, or even sometimes if you get a draft of wind and it inverts your umbrella, it can eventually get kind of ragged-like, so having to replace a $15 umbrella wouldn't hurt as bad as having to replace like a $50 special backpacking umbrella. Trekking poles were something that I had never used until starting my hike on the AT, but I followed some blogs and the people who seemed like they knew what they were doing used trekking poles, so I figured, well, I guess I ought to try them then. The first day on the AT, I had to ask somebody, hey, how do I use these? Like, how exactly are they supposed to work? And they said, okay, trekking poles when you first get started can be a little awkward, but maybe try using one out kind of as a walking stick or a cane, and when that starts to feel normal, then incorporate the other one. And sure enough, by the end of the day, I was using them and didn't look so awkward like a foal just learning to walk. But I'm really glad that I did use trekking poles, and while not every thru hiker will have trekking poles, the majority of them will. And some of the benefits of trekking poles are, first, they save your knees, especially on downhills. Instead of just stomping down with the weight of your body and your pack, you can kind of brace yourself and have a less impact on your knees and your feet. Trekking poles also help to establish rhythm. When I'm on an uphill and I'm just grinding, trying to get to the top, if I'm listening to some good music especially, but even if I'm not, just kind of getting in that rhythm and then keeping with it helps. Trekking poles can be particularly useful when fording creeks and rivers. There were some that I crossed on the AT that I'm really glad that I had trekking poles. They just helped stabilize me, but also made me feel better mentally about, if my foot plant isn't solid, then at least I've got my trekking poles that might help save me. I also appreciate trekking poles as a snake prodding stick. If I'm going to use the bathroom and I'm kind of bushwhacking off the side of the trail, then having the trekking pole to lead with at least helps me try to warn critters before I step on them and it's too late. Some trekking poles are also used in the setup of people's shelters, like I mentioned before. And finally, hopefully you won't ever have to use them for this purpose, but trekking poles can be a self-defense weapon if you need it. Trekking poles will have a few different varieties. One example is you can get fixed trekking poles or collapsible trekking poles. I would definitely opt for the collapsible trekking poles. It just makes life easier. Being able to adjust the length of the pole to fit your body specifically is important. You want to have trekking poles to where when you're holding the grips, your elbow is at about a 90-degree angle. If you're going to fly to the trail with them or home with them, having something that you can break down and put in your checked bag would be nice. Trekking poles are usually made out of 3 different materials. You might see aluminum, which will be usually on the cheaper end of things and pretty durable. Titanium, which will be more lightweight, more durable, and more expensive than the aluminum. And then carbon fiber, which will probably be the most lightweight and expensive option. But unfortunately, they can be more prone to breaking if there's too much force put on them. For example, if you were to fall down and your trekking pole was wedged in a root or between a rock and a tree somehow, I don't know, weird things happen on trail, and you hold onto that trekking pole and it bends, it could snap. Or I've seen in snow where somebody slipped and fell, and when they caught themselves with their trekking pole, it's snapped. But I would say most trekking pole companies would probably work with you in that situation. It's always good to check out customer service of the gear that you're purchasing. But since my thru-hike of the AT, I've been using carbon fiber and I really like it and have never had any issues. The grips of trekking poles can also be made out of different materials. You might see rubber, some sort of foam, and cork. Cork is probably the least cushiony option of the 3, but I like it because it absorbs sweat and so your hands aren't sticky and slimy. Rubber is probably more cushiony than cork. It's easier to clean, but don't count on it absorbing any kind of sweat. Foam will be your softest choice. It won't absorb as much moisture as the cork will, but it's not going to be quite as slippery as straight rubber. Typically, I prefer cork grips over all of the rest. I did end up with a pair of Lucky trekking poles that have rubber grips, but they have like a suede type finish on them, so my hands didn't feel so slimy. But in general, unless they're suede covered rubber grips, then I'm probably going to go with cork over anything else. You might see different locking mechanisms on trekking poles also. Some of them have lever locks and then some kind of twist to expand and then twist to lock. I prefer the lever locks. I've seen people have issues with the twisty lock trekking poles where they weren't functioning properly and then they had to find tools to do surgery. I've never had any real issues with my lever lock trekking poles. If the locks need to be tightened because your poles end up slipping for some reason, then it's usually pretty straightforward and you can see a pin on the outside that you use like a flathead screwdriver to tighten it up and you should be good to go. But the last thing that you want is to be on a steep downhill slope and putting a lot of weight on your trekking poles and they give. And finally, tips on trekking poles are replaceable. That might be very common knowledge, but to me, when I was starting the AT, it wasn't. So I started to get pretty stressed out towards the end of my hike when I saw I didn't have much left in the way of tips, and I was like, oh my gosh, so now do I have to replace my whole trekking pole? And I found out no, that the tips will generally just pull straight off and can be replaced. And so in Maine, I found an outfitter that had replacement tips, and he was even nice enough to replace them for me. As far as weight goes with trekking poles, I wouldn't be really stressed about making your trekking poles as lightweight as possible. It is nice to have less weight that you're picking up every time you move your arms, but I mean, let's be real, your arms aren't getting as much of a workout as your legs are while you're hiking. But if you're somebody who's going to use your trekking poles all the time, especially, then you don't really need to worry about the weight because it's not going to be added onto your pack. But if you're somebody who might use them occasionally and you're going to use them with your shelter, but a lot of times they'll be on your pack, then you might be concerned with the weight of the trekking poles a little bit more. And for particular brands, you can get anything from budget trekking poles on Amazon to $200 trekking poles. I don't think one or the other is going to make or break your hike, so just hone in on the features that you think you would prefer, check the reviews, and worst case scenario, if your trekking poles fail on you, then you can always pick up a walking stick in the woods. Something else I would recommend adding to your gear list is a small repair kit. Thankfully, there weren't a lot of instances where I had to repair gear on trail, but by adding just a few lightweight things to your pack, it can at least help limp you along till you get to town if something tears up. The first item I would definitely take with you is duct tape. For easy storage, I cut about a 6-foot section off of a roll and just roll it on itself. Some people like to wrap it around their trekking pole for quick access later, and you don't have to worry about the rain ruining the duct tape or anything like that. It seems to hold up for folks just fine. But duct tape can salvage many things, such as a hole poked in a water bladder. If you're somebody who uses a pack cover, then a torn pack cover can be mended with some duct tape. I've even heard of people repairing trail runners or boots. If their sole is separating from the shoe, they just wrap it with duct tape. Next, your shelter, specifically tents and tarps, should come with a repair kit, maybe a small piece of material or a patch kit in case there ends up being a hole or a leak in your tent. That way you can repair it in the field. This is something that would be easy to forget and leave at home, so I'm just reminding you, for the negligible amount of weight that item is, it can really save you when you're in trouble. You can also get something like a tear aid kit, but keep in mind that things like duct tape or other materials that are used to patch the tent might make it really difficult for the company to repair it if you were going to send it in for it to be mended. So again, if you can bring what the manufacturer recommends with you on trail, that's the route I would go. In your repair kit, I would include a sleeping pad patch kit if you've got an inflatable sleeping pad. Most of the manufacturers send one of those along with the sleeping pad, but if not, then you can probably find one online, or they may offer one for sale from the company if it wasn't complimentary. But this is definitely something that I would not do without if you've got an inflatable sleeping pad. And finally, I would bring along a needle and some floss. Floss can be dual purpose, obviously for oral hygiene, but also floss is a little bit stronger than thread, so if you've got to repair something like a strap on your pack. And I've even stitched up things like frog togs and my breeches when I bent over and ripped a hole in my crack. But really, if you wanted to bring thread along too, it's not like it weighs that much, but having the ability to stitch something up can definitely help you when you're in a bind. The best place I've found to store my needle so it doesn't end up poking a hole through a bag and escaping or stab me every time I put my hand down in my repair kit, I just tuck it away in the fold of my wad of duct tape. Now let's talk about something that I feel like is a hiker's favorite thing to talk about, and that is food. So what do you eat on a 6-month-long backpacking trip? Well, pretty much anything that can sit on a shelf and not rot. I mean, there is some leeway to that. You can actually take things out on trail, especially in cooler temperatures that you might think would have to be refrigerated, like cheese and pepperoni. My friend Perk even took out some milk and made pancakes. I don't know how that ended up working out, but don't get sick. I'm just saying that there are some things in cooler temperatures that will actually hold up for a few days. First, before you decide what you're gonna pack to eat, you've got to decide, do you want to cook or do you not want to fool with cooking? One of the benefits to cooking is you're gonna have more of a variety of things that you can eat, because you can also eat all of the non-cooked stuff that the non-cookers would pack out. But for me, I liked having the morale booster of knowing there was a warm meal when I got to camp. For some people, knowing that they have to deal with the process of cooking and then cleaning a pot is just overwhelming and they don't want to fool with it. So you're just really gonna have to reach inside yourself and figure that one out. On the AT, I alternated a lot between cooking and not cooking for breakfast and lunch, but for dinner, I pretty much always cooked, except for I think one rare time where I decided to stop and camp and I was out of water, or at least I didn't have enough to cook, so I ate snacks. But anyway, let's run through an example of if I had cooked for each meal, what that would have looked like for me. Now, there is a whole variety out there, but this will at least give you a starting point. For breakfast, I always like to start off with coffee. There are a lot of different ways that you can prepare coffee on trail, but what I found the easiest to get up and get going was just little single serve packets of instant coffee added to an instant breakfast. If I had some dehydrated powdered milk and a little honey bear that I could find, then I might mix in some milk and honey. For food, something quick like oatmeal, grits, or cream of wheat, and if I had some dehydrated fruit or nuts that I could throw in, then I'd add that too. For lunch, if I'm gonna cook, I want something that rehydrates quickly, so maybe ramen noodles or couscous with some dehydrated vegetables added in, and even maybe some fresh spinach. That's one of the other things that typically you would refrigerate that will do well on trail, especially if it's in cooler temperatures. And I try to have a protein source at lunch, so you could throw in some pepperoni or Spam and just cut it up and put it in. Maybe cover everything with some cheese on top, a cheese stick, or sprinkle Parmesan cheese. And then for dinner, I would save those pastas that take a little bit longer to cook and rehydrate, like Knorr pasta sides or rice sides, or maybe even macaroni and cheese. And again, throw in some dehydrated vegetables or spinach if I had it on hand. And then for a protein source for dinner, I really love to have dehydrated ground beef. You can purchase this from Mountain House, like a whole can of it, and package it separately and have some sent to you if you wanted to deal with the troubles of picking up a package. But I actually dehydrated a lot myself. There's a pretty simple recipe that I have for it that I got from backpackingchef.com, and I actually have a video on that whole process too. I'll link to that in the video description. It's not necessary for hiking the AT, so I won't go into it on this video, but that is something that I really enjoyed being able to add to my pastas, or even something like instant mashed potatoes where I could throw in a cheese stick too, and then it was like a very lacking shepherd's pie. And probably the easiest type meal to clean up, especially at dinner time when you're just ready to go to bed, are Mountain House meals or any of the other mini brands out there, where it's a packet that you pour boiling water into, seal it up, let it do its thing, and then you eat it and throw it away. So there's no cleaning of a pot or anything like that. Those can be pretty pricey though, so over time it adds up, but it's nice to treat yourself every once in a while. Even if I were to cook breakfast, lunch, and dinner in a day, I would still have snacks, usually mid-morning between breakfast and lunch, and then again between lunch and dinner. And if I was really hungry, then sometimes I have snacks even after dinner. But I just didn't want you to think that the cook stuff was all I took out on trail. It's always good to have some snacks, and I always like to add a little bit extra in there just in case, because if I'm in a situation where I run out of fuel unexpectedly, or I lose my stove or a lighter, then I know I've got something to eat. Now let's go over an example menu of what I would pack if I decided to not cook. For breakfast, I would still do the instant coffee with a Carnation breakfast, and I probably use about half of the packet of the Carnation instant breakfast to one single serving of the instant coffee. But anyway, instead of heating it up, I would throw it in a plastic bottle used for drink mixes and shake it up and drink it cold. But I need that caffeine in the morning. Then for breakfast itself, I could have some sort of granola bar, kind bar. Other ideas might include cereal with powdered milk and water. It actually turns out okay, especially if the water is cold. You can kind of trick yourself into believing it's cold milk from the fridge, but you would still need some sort of bowl or larger cup and spoon to do this. But I think it's a good idea to have that stuff anyway, especially if you have a bowl or cup that you could put on the fire and warm up water if you wanted to, like an emergency, you needed warm water, hypothermia, you need to drink something warm, or just for whatever reason, maybe you decide you want hot coffee one morning because somebody's got a fire going. Bacon jerky is really good in the morning and could be a great addition to cooked meals, but also for meals not cooked. And oatmeal is surprisingly good if you get the instant oatmeal packets. If you just add cold water, you don't even have to heat it up, and it reestablishes just fine. And honestly, I might like the cold better than when it's heated up. For lunch, you could do something like a tortilla with some peanut butter and honey. I about made myself sick of that for the first several weeks of the AT. But wraps are great for putting all sorts of different stuff in. You could do tuna and mayo, etc. Other ideas might include English muffins. I've done pepperoni and spinach on an English muffin, or summer sausage, Spam packets, as I mentioned before, and they even have chicken in foil packets. For dinner, I would do pretty much more of the same of whatever I did for lunch. I would try not to do the same exact thing though, just because you will quickly tire out of the same thing over and over. Even if you think, oh my gosh, this is my favorite thing in the world, I could never get sick of this. The trail will test that. And another option for people who don't want to fuss with cooking, but they like the idea of having something that's rehydrated, you could look into cold soaking. Cold soaking, from what I understand, I've never done it myself, but you take a sealable container and throw in whatever you want to rehydrate, like noodles, and you add the water that you need. I assume it would take a little playing around to figure out exactly how much you need for each thing, but then you just let it sit there and give it time and it will rehydrate. But this will still take a little planning for certain things. I assume that take longer to rehydrate. So for dinner, you might want to go on and get this ready to go a couple hours before, again, however long it takes. And for breakfast, you might do it at night for whatever you're eating in the morning. But something to look into if you're wanting to mix it up a little bit. I think one of the reasons that some people decide not to cook, in addition to just not feeling like it, is they want to save weight on having a fuel stove and any other thing that you might have in your kitchen setup. But on the opposite side of things, some people argue that no-cook food is heavier than the food that people cook because it's been dehydrated. And yes, that may be true, but if you're cooking, you do have that added weight of your kitchen setup. So I feel like all in all, it kind of evens out, and you should really just decide, is this something I want to do? Will it bring me joy and happiness to have a hot meal and hot food on the trail? Or is it going to feel burdensome? And the great thing is you can always change your mind and have a stove, etc., sent to you, or purchase one from an outfitter on the trail, or you can package up your cooking equipment and send it back home. How much food you actually need will probably vary per individual, but also for yourself, that will vary from the start to the finish of the trail. When I first get out on trail, I always think, oh my gosh, everyone talks about hiker hunger. I'm gonna be so hungry, I should pack a lot of food. But I feel like one of the mistakes that people make when they start the Appalachian Trail is carrying too much food. If you ask past thru hikers, they'll say, yeah, I definitely started with way too much. But we pack our fears, and the thought of being out in the woods and not having food to eat is pretty scary. But the rule of thumb is about 2 pounds per person per day. So if you weigh your food bag and you know about how many days your first stretch will be, and you multiply that by 2, and that's what your food bag weighs or close to it, then you're in the right range anyway. You're probably not going to starve to death. But as you do keep moving along down the trail, your body gets used to that high mileage or increasing mileage that you're going to be doing, probably more exercise than you've ever done in your life, and it will adjust accordingly, and you'll feel like you could eat everything that a restaurant has to offer. But that'll come on relatively slowly. You'll start to notice that in yourself, and you can adjust as you're shopping along the trail. Once you get into the swing of it, you won't have to worry about, oh my gosh, I have to find a scale so I can measure to see if I have enough food. You'll know that you have enough just by how you've been eating. But I always recommend taking the amount of food you think you need for each day plus a half a day more. And I'll usually throw in an extra thing for a dinner and a little bit more in the way of snacks. That way, if I get hung up in some bad weather, or if I decide to take a zero because one spot that I camp at is particularly beautiful, then I have that option and flexibility. Or if I come across somebody else who has really messed up with their food planning and they need some snacks or a meal for dinner, then I'll feel good knowing I can help them out. So what do you put all of your food in? Do you just throw it in your pack? I mean, you can, but it's nicer when all of it is together in a food bag or a dry bag. The reason you want your bag to be at least waterproof to the rain is it's gonna double as your bear bag, which you'll hang up at night so bears don't come into your tent or shelter to steal your food. And if you've got a box of mac and cheese or some loose packets of oatmeal, you might not want those getting soggy. So while I have seen people use things like Walmart bags for their bear bag, I would recommend getting something a little bit more durable. Now, it doesn't have to be a dry bag like you would take kayaking that's submergible. Those tend to be really heavy. But I used a No Limits 15-liter dry bag for my thru hike of the AT. I think it was $10. It didn't weigh very much, and it held up pretty well. I had to do a little surgery on it with some tape and stitch it up with some floss at one point. But all in all, it worked out fine. If I had to do it again, I would probably have opted for a 20-liter bag just to give me more wiggle room. There were some days where if I had, say, a 6-day carry, I might be putting all of my snacks stuffed in my hip belt pockets or the mesh pocket of my pack because there was no more room in my food bag. But my go-to now for a food bag slash bear bag is the Z-Packs bear bagging kit. I like it because it comes with the food bag, a little rucksack to make bear bagging a little bit easier, and 50 feet of Z-line. Now don't worry, I will get into bear bagging later in detail, but I like that all of the components of this kit come together. You can get a separate dry bag like I mentioned before and separate cord. I understand that not everybody wants to spend $50 on a bear bagging kit, so if you want to get your components separately, I would just say make sure you get at least 50 feet of cord. You don't really need more than that, and I actually robbed a few pieces of cord for different things off of my 50-foot while I was on the AT, and it was still enough. But a lot of people tend to lean towards getting paracord. That's like the cord of the outdoors, but it's really actually kind of heavy. So I would shop around and see if you can't find something more lightweight, because the only weight that's going to be on this cord is your food, so it's just not necessary really to go with paracord. Z-Packs does sell their cordage separately if you want to check out what they have, and also your local outfitter should have some different options. Something that you might not think about, but it's really convenient if you have some sort of trash bag, because you might have a tuna packet that's got tuna juice in it still, and you don't want to just throw that loosely inside your food bag and have everything with tuna juice all over it. I carry a gallon Ziploc bag for my trash bag. I usually try to find a freezer bag just because they seem to be a little bit more durable, and it might last me a couple of stretches washing it out in town and then taking it back out on trail. The main thing that I will suggest to you about food is to not over plan it before you go. I don't know what I want to eat for dinner 3 days from now, let alone do I know what I want to eat 4 months and 3 days from now. Some people will think that they need to mail themselves boxes, resupply boxes to every town stop, and they'll sit down and come up with a spreadsheet. Okay, I'm gonna stop at this town, this town, this town, this town. So I gotta get the addresses for all the post offices and package up these meals. But like I said, what you want to eat will vary. How much you can eat will vary. So it just doesn't really make sense to package up all of these meals and send them off to yourself. So you're paying for the food and then the postage to send it when you could have just shopped for it in the town that you're gonna take a break in. The only reason I can see that it makes sense to do something like mail yourself resupply packages to every town is if you're on a very restrictive diet. And I can sympathize with this a little bit more than probably I could before. Right now I'm doing the autoimmune protocol, so you kind of figure out what's going on with my immune system. So if I were to go do a long through hike right now, then I would be forced to dehydrate my own foods. The typical backpacker's diet is a very unhealthy diet, and a lot of people will tell you, well, if you're out there doing big miles, then it doesn't really matter because your body's burning through all that anyway. I have mixed emotions about that. I mean, sure, you're burning through the poison, but like, it's still poison. It is difficult to maintain a healthy diet while backpacking, but I suggest that in any way possible that you can find a way to do that, even if it's on days while you're in town. Eat as healthy as you can. That's what I've done in the past, but I don't want to suggest that this is a good diet. But most of these towns that you'll go through, especially on the Appalachian Trail, have become very familiar with the hiker community. They want a chance to sell things to hikers and create businesses around that. So even if it's a glorified gas station in a town stop or a convenience store, they typically do stock things that hikers ask for the most. Now, there may be a few places where it's a good idea to send a box because the food is specifically really expensive there to resupply, or there aren't a lot of options and it's basically snacks that you'll be resupplying from. I'll put a link to an article in the video description that talks about some of these stops that you might consider sending a box to. And also, as I mentioned before, if you want to do something to help your food be a little bit healthier or have more variety, like the dehydrated ground beef or dehydrated vegetables, then those things make sense to me because that's stuff that you're likely not going to get in a town stop. If you are going to be sending yourself boxes along the way, even if it's just specific locations, or you're going to need certain gear at different stops, I'll talk about sending boxes to yourself on trail or having somebody else send them later on in the video. And now, cookware. If you're going to cook any of your meals on stove, you've got to have a little mini kitchen setup. And there are a lot of different stove options, so let's start with those. First, I want to cover liquid fuel/alcohol stoves. The pros of these are, first, they can be really inexpensive and lightweight. Two, you know exactly how much fuel you have because it's liquid in a bottle, so there's no guessing game. Three, denatured alcohol is inexpensive and is available at a lot of different places. You can even use the yellow heat that you would see used in a car. So if there's a parts store in town, then you know you can purchase fuel somewhere. Some of the not so great things about alcohol stoves are, first, you can't adjust the flame. So there's no getting fancy with cooking necessarily. I guess you'd have to have a lot of skill, maybe with the height of your pot off the flame or something, but there's no turning down a flame and simmering something. It's just full-on flame. Two, you might not know the exact amount of fuel that you need. I'm sure you'll get better with it as you go. So when you're done cooking, you might still have to let the rest of that fuel burn off. And three, if you spill an alcohol stove, it can be kind of scary because everything that spills goes up in a flame. So if you're interested in alcohol stoves, you can purchase different ones online. If you're on a tight budget, you can use a tuna can and make one of your own. You just need a tuna can and a hole punch. You punch holes around the top rim of the can to allow air to get in, and that's it. And I saw that anti-gravity gear has some cool ones made out of aluminum cans for only $15. Fuel canister stoves are just like they sound. A canister of fuel and the stove screws onto the top. Fuel canister stoves are the most common stove you'll see hikers using on the Appalachian Trail. Because of this, one of the pros of using a fuel canister stove is you'll find fuel cans readily available in town stops for about $5 to $7 a piece. With fuel canister stoves, you'll have a valve that allows you to adjust the heat. So if you want to get fancy with your cooking and saute something or simmer something, then you will have the capability to control the flame. There's no mess to deal with, as your stove will just screw right on top of the fuel canister and it pushes down a valve on the inside of the fuel can, so there's no pouring liquids or anything like that. On the flip side, with a fuel canister, you can't see exactly how much fuel you have left in it, so you kind of have to get used to the weight of how they feel when they're about to run out. Also, by shaking, you can kind of hear and start gauging how much a fuel can has left in it. The metal canister itself is kind of heavy, so even if you've got an empty fuel can, you still have a significant amount of weight that you're carrying. Whereas with the alcohol stoves, if you've got a lightweight plastic bottle, then you're not carrying as much constant weight. With fuel canister stoves, you've got the fuel can and the stove stacked on top, so it can be a little bit top heavy when you then have a pot with water and food in it. There were a couple of times that I flipped over my pot and ended up with my dinner on the ground, so it's always good to have extra snacks just in case, but this is one of the downsides to a fuel can stove versus an alcohol stove. For my AT trip, I chose an MSR pocket rocket stove, and the ones that they have now are even more lightweight and more compact than the one that I used. But after the AT, I went to another stove. I won't say that I necessarily upgraded. It's a smaller stove and it's more lightweight. It only weighs just under an ounce, but it doesn't have as much wingspan, so you've got less stability in your stove setup and possibly, if you're not paying attention, more dumped out meals. I also think that this stove is less efficient, but it is really affordable and it only costs about $15 on Amazon. But just for a general idea, one of those small fuel canisters, if I was only making coffee in the morning and cooking dinner at night, it'd probably last me close to a week. So if you start your first stretch, if you're starting at Springer Mountain and going to Neal Gap, and you start with a single fuel canister, one of the smaller ones, by the time you get to Neal Gap, you should still have fuel, even if you cook 3 meals a day. But by then you'll be able to gauge a little bit better how much you were cooking and how much you actually used. I want to mention one more type of backpacking stove that is rarely used during thru hikes, but it's definitely an option, and that is a wood stove. One of the pros of using a stove that needs wood to burn is you don't have to buy any fuel, and you're never really out of fuel because you're hiking in the woods where you'll always be finding little twigs and sticks. Also, some of the wood stoves that I've seen can actually charge your electronics too. I think it takes a lot of burning time to significantly charge anything. I'm sure that technology is getting better over time, but it would be kind of cool to have if you were in a pinch and needed to charge your headlamp or your phone. But some things to think about that could kind of go wrong. First, if it's been raining for days and days and everything is damp and wood is soaked through, then it might be trickier to get your fire going in your stove. I'm not saying it's impossible, because you could definitely pick up some twigs. I've heard people say if you carry them in your pocket for a while, they'll kind of dry out and warm up with your body heat. But there's just something else to think about and kind of fool with. It's not as straightforward and simple. In general, cooking with a wood stove is going to take more time and effort and skill. Also, wood stoves typically are heavier options and often more expensive than the other options. But I was poking around and checking out wood stoves recently, and I saw a Little Bug Junior that only weighs 5.1 ounces, which still seems like it's on the heavier side when you consider that my BRS stove is only 1 ounce, but also you won't have the weight of a fuel canister, so it kind of evens out. And the thing that I liked about the Little Bug Junior is that you can use it as a wood stove or also an alcohol stove. So I like that it has that little dual purpose thing. So I guess you wouldn't have to carry as much alcohol, but if you were going into a rainy stretch, then knowing you could still use it without having to fight with wet wood, that would be nice. It does cost $70, so it is on the pricey side of things when you compare it to the $15 BRS stove. But if you're just set on having a wood stove, then this seems like it might be a good one to try out. So now you've picked your stove and you've got to find a pot to cook in. First of all, the size of your pot will be dependent on what you're going to do with it. If you're only going to boil water and then dump it into something like a Mountain House meal to let it rehydrate, then you don't need as big of a pot as if you're going to dump in a pesticides and have the water and the pesticides and space to stir. So I aimed for a 1 liter pot because I wanted to have versatility. I wanted to be able to pour mac and cheese in my pot and boil it if I wanted to. 1 liter worked absolutely fine for me for mac and cheese, pasta sides, rice sides. Some of them you got to be a little careful when you're stirring, but anything less than a liter would have been tough. As far as materials go, you'll see stainless steel, titanium, etc. Stainless steel is fine, but it's on the heavier side of things, so I would avoid that if you can. Titanium is going to be much more expensive, but durable. It'll last you a long time. I ended up opting for aluminum. I went with a Stanco aluminum grease pot, and I know that it's not recommended that you cook in aluminum, so I'm not telling you to do that, but that's just what I did. It only cost me about $8 at a Kmart at the time that I got it, and it's just as lightweight or maybe even more lightweight than some of the titanium options I saw out there. Stanco grease pots go for about $15 now on Amazon, but sometimes you can find them at flea malls. I would say that titanium would be the safest option and also a good solid pot to have that's going to be lightweight. But if your heart is set on a titanium pot, you don't have to pay full price. You can probably find some used online. Facebook has a lot of resources for used backpacking gear groups, etc. I just want to say a quick word on pot cozies. These are definitely, I guess, a luxury item, you would say, because it's not a necessity, but I really enjoyed having a pot cozy, so I just want to share with y'all in case you think you would like it too. I made my own pot cozy out of Reflectix, but the idea of the pot cozy is it allows you to save fuel, and also it's really nice when you're holding a hot pot inside of some Reflectix material because you don't have to worry about burning your hands. The way that the cozy can help save fuel is you boil your water, dump whatever food in, pasta sides, rice sides, bring it to a boil, and then once it's going pretty good, you might even let it go for a minute or so, you take it off of the heat and put it in the cozy, put the lid on, put the cozy lid on, and then let it sit there for about 10 minutes. And the Reflectix holds in that heat, so the food continues to rehydrate. So you're not having to sit there with the flame constantly going and fuel burning. So it saves at least a few minutes of fuel burning time each time you cook. Now let's talk about your utensil. First you gotta decide, are you a spooner or a sporker? When I started the AT, I decided that I was a sporker. I don't know why. I guess I thought just in case I need those little tines, I want to have them, but after that I didn't need the tines, so I actually ended up replacing my spork with a spoon because I found the long-handled spoons made by Toaks. I like the long-handled spoon because if you've got one of those backpacker meals like Mountain House, then having the long spoon prevents you from having to dig your hand down all inside that food pouch. But even if you are a sporker, Toaks long-handled sporks also exist. Now, a titanium spork or spoon is going to cost about $8 to $15. You can definitely find a spoon or a spork that's plastic that will be much cheaper, but I saw a lot of people break their plastic spoons and sporks along the way, so it just kind of makes sense if you're going to be backpacking for a long period of time to get something that you know is going to be durable and hold up. For free, you can always just grab a spoon from the house and bring it along too. But if you are out on trail and you get in a pinch because you've lost or just destroyed a plastic utensil, you can always use a tent stake to stir your food and to kind of help shovel it in. A cup is also one of those optional items that I opted to have. I wanted to be able to eat my hot oatmeal in my pot and drink my hot coffee in my cup at the same time if I wanted to, without having to mix them together. If you don't have that same desire, then you could make your coffee in your pot and drink it, and then make your food and eat that. What I like about the cup that I selected for the AT, and that's the Sea to Summit collapsible mug, is it's got little measurement increments on the inside of it. So when I'm cooking and a rice sides or pasta sides calls for 1 1/3 cup, then I can easily measure that. Also, I like that the cup collapses and doesn't take up a lot of space. It only weighs 1.6 ounces, and they're pretty reasonable in price. They cost about $12 on Amazon. Another thing you can do for measuring water, though, if you don't want to carry a cup and you do want to know how much water you're putting in your food pot, when you're at home before you go, you can fill up your pot to different levels, a 1/4 cup. And then you can take like a popsicle stick or a plastic equivalent and put down in the pot, draw a line where that measurement is of the 1/4 cup, and write a 1/4 cup, and then go up from there. But that way, when you're out on trail, all you got to do is stick your little stick down in the pot, fill up water to the line that you want. Don't forget, in your kitchen, you're going to need a ladder. I trust those Bic ladders that you can't see through. I know it can be nerve-wracking not knowing how much fluid you have, but if you're only going to be using a ladder to cook and start fires, one Bic ladder lasted me all the way from Georgia to Maine. Now, I do like to carry a smaller Bic ladder, and I put that in my repair/first aid kit. That way, if I misplace my main ladder or it gets wet, then I do have a backup. I also like to keep a bandana with my cooking setup. That way I can use it as a hot pad when I'm putting my pot on the heat, and especially when I'm taking it off. But also, after I wash my pot, I like to be able to dry it out one good time with that bandana. I want to answer a question real quick before moving on about washing your food pot. I've had people tell me I should make a video on washing your food pot, but I just feel like it would be a really short video, because what I do is very simple. I do not take soap out on trail with me. Some people like to, so they can do a quick little bathing of themselves, and they like to wash their food pot. They just feel better about it using soap. But regardless of if you're using soap or not, make sure that you are 100 feet away from the water source when you're washing your food pot. You don't need to be in the water source scrub-a-dub-dubbing. So anyway, away from the water source, I just squirt some water in my food pot and take my finger and scrub all around in that food pot and rinse it out, and I repeat as necessary until it's clean. And if I'm having a hard time with some stuff that's really clinging on and doesn't want to let go, I'll just take a dead leaf and use it as a little scrubber. And once I'm done, like I said, I like to take a bandana and wipe it out one good time to make sure it's dry, and that's literally it. Now let's talk about water and the treatment of it. The availability of water on the Appalachian Trail is plentiful. If I had to throw out a number, I would guess that you pass at least one water source every 5 miles or so. This was at least true for me up until Pennsylvania, and I think somewhere in Pennsylvania I had a 10-mile water carry. It wasn't a necessity to carry it for 10 miles, but there was a water source in that 10 miles that was just under the safe level of heavy metals to drink. So I was like, you know, just in case we had a little influx this day, I'm gonna just carry my water and go past that water source. In New York, there were some dry-ish areas. I'm sure that will vary every year. Some years will be much wetter or drier than others. But for the most part, you will not have to stress about water on the Appalachian Trail. And if there's a reason that you need to worry about it, people will be talking about it on trail. You'll see it in the shelter logbooks. And also, if you've got an app like FarOut, previously known as GutHook, then you can check the water sources ahead, and people will be commenting on those frequently. So how much water should a hiker carry? This is one of those questions that really stressed me out, because I didn't want to be without, but obviously I didn't want to carry too much because water is heavy. 1 liter of water weighs 2.2 pounds or 1 kilogram. I had the capacity to carry 2 to 4 liters of water at any given time, mainly because I like to gather up a lot when I'm at camp so I don't have to keep returning to the water source. But if I hit a dry spell, then I knew I would have the ability to carry more. But honestly, I never carried more than 2 liters, and that 2 liters was probably the first day I started the trail because I didn't know any better, and then in that 10-mile carry that I talked about later on in Pennsylvania. But for the majority of the trail, I never carried more than about a liter with me at a time. Each person is different, and from what I've observed on trail, it seems the fellas tend to drink more water than the ladies. On the AT, I would say I drank probably 1 liter per every 4 miles or so. At the beginning, it might have been more than that, but after a while it kind of evened out, and I got better at drinking water when I was taking breaks at a water source, kind of cameling up and making sure to hydrate while I was taking a break. So while I was hiking, I probably drank a little bit less. You will definitely figure out what works for you, but at no point will you have to carry all of the water that you need to drink in a day. I've had people ask me, is treating water on the AT really necessary? And I guess my best answer is, well, how much do you want to risk having diarrhea? Because even though a water source might look reasonable, it's flowing, and I don't see any animals actively crapping in it, most of the little things in the water that will cause you to be sick you can't see with your naked eye. Now, with all of that said, there are definitely people who thru-hike the AT every year and don't filter water at any point, and they may never have any troubles. And then on the flip side, there are people who might drink from a water source without treating it one time and end up with Giardia because it was contaminated with fecal matter from an animal infected with Giardia. I only drank untreated water on the Appalachian Trail one time, and it's just because I had to. I wanted to try it, and it was coming from a spring directly out of the ground right near a rock. Now, that doesn't mean that it was 100% safe and that there were no chances of contaminants, but I did some risk assessment and it seemed like a pretty low risk. But later on the trail in Virginia, I ended up with food poisoning, and it was coming out of me while I was trying to hike. So even though that wasn't related to drinking bad water, I decided that I'd never wanted to risk having diarrhea on trail again. Plus, treating water can be so simple, some simpler than others. The main things that you'll see hikers doing while thru-hiking the AT are filtering, chemical treatment, UV lights, and boiling. Filtration is definitely the most common way to treat water along the Appalachian Trail. There are several different types of filters. You might see a pump, a gravity system, or a system that you actually squeeze and force the water through the filter. All of these work by filtering the dirty water through a fine porous material, and it removes the bacteria and protozoa. Also, water filters don't remove viruses, but that's really not something that you have to worry about on the Appalachian Trail. That would be a bigger concern if you were going overseas somewhere. I started with a Sawyer squeeze. They only weigh about 3 ounces. I got a little annoyed with the dirty water bladder that it came with because it eventually busted, and then the Sawyer squeezes tell you not to over tighten, but unfortunately I didn't listen and I did over tighten, so the seal was falling out of my Sawyer, and instead of replacing the dirty bag, because you can do that, and the seal, I just opted for a different system. I had seen other people using a gravity filtration system, so I got the Platypus Gravity Works, and it was way more expensive and heavy. What I didn't realize at the time is you can actually set up a Sawyer squeeze to function as a gravity filter. But I used the gravity filter for a while. I liked it because it was nice. I didn't have to do all that squeezing that I did with the Sawyer squeeze, and gravity did the work for me. And for a larger group of people, having a gravity filter, I think, is worth the wait. Just being able to collect a large amount in a large bladder of water and have it do the work, especially if you've got children that you'll have to squeeze the water for if you were to have a Sawyer squeeze. As far as pumps go, unless that's the system you already have and you don't want to spend money on something new, then I would just avoid those. They just seem to be unnecessarily heavy, and I've never been tempted to try a pump. I eventually went back to the Sawyer squeeze after the AT, but if I was to start the AT tomorrow, then I would take a Sawyer squeeze again. But instead of using the bladders that the Sawyer squeezes come with, I have kind of modified the way I do things. I like to use a water bottle to collect dirty water, and I screw my Sawyer squeeze on top and just drink through the Sawyer squeeze. So no more sitting there monotonous squeezing into a clean bottle when I can just drink through it and do my filtration while I'm drinking. In addition to removing the bacteria and protozoa, I like that filters remove the grit and dirt from the water, so you're not getting all that extra stuff when you're drinking. There's no chemical aftertaste, and the filters will last a long time as long as you make sure to put them in your sleeping bag with you if it's going to be cold at night, because they will freeze and it can bust and ruin the filter. The downside of water filters are they do take some maintenance. You have to back flush them every so often so they don't get clogged up. The Sawyer squeeze comes with a syringe to back flush, but with my water bottle system, the way that I do things, I always have a sports cap with me, so I can get clean water while I'm in town, screw on my sports cap, and then attach it to where the water comes out of the filter and squeeze, and it'll flush all that dirt out. As I mentioned, it can take some time to filter if you've got a squeeze system, but I just bypass that by drinking through the filter. And filters can be bulkier if you go with a gravity feed or a pump option, but again, that's why I'm a fan of the Sawyer squeeze, because it's about that big and it's very lightweight at only about 3 ounces. The second most common water treatment on the Appalachian Trail is chemical treatment, and this can be drops like Aqua Mira or even bleach, like your regular unscented household bleach. The nice thing about chemical treatment is it's compact. You've got just a little bottle. If you use Aqua Mira, you might have 2 little bottles, and then whatever you decide to keep your bleach in if you were to go the bleach route. Different chemicals require different amounts to treat your water, but if you purchase an Aqua Mira or some other brand, then it will tell you the instructions. With bleach, it said that you need about 2 drops per liter of water. That's the rule of thumb. Of course, if the water is significantly cold or if it's significantly more dirty than normal, then you might up that a little bit. Also, chemical treatment kills bacteria, protozoa, and viruses. The downside to chemical treatment is it doesn't remove the grit. So if you get to a water source that's really shallow and you're kind of stirring it up while you're collecting, you're still going to have all of that grit. You could run some of it through a bandana, but that's just an extra step, whereas it's nice with a filter, it just takes it out. Also, a lot of chemical treatments leave a funky aftertaste. I know I tried using bleach for a little while on a different hike, and just smelling the bleach when I went to drink messed me up mentally. I couldn't handle it. But for some of y'all, that might not be a deal breaker, and this might be your preferred route. And with chemical treatments, you often have to wait at least 30 minutes for them to work their magic and go in there and kill all the bad guys before you can drink it. So if you're really thirsty and you're out of water and you get to a water source, then you still have to wait. Whereas other treatment methods, you can drink the water pretty much immediately. UV light is also sometimes used to treat water. I think I saw 1 or maybe 2 people using a UV light wand. Some of the pros of using UV light to treat your water is, 1, it kills bacteria, protozoa, and viruses, and they're relatively easy to use and they seem to work well, although apparently they don't work quite as well with cloudy water. But on the AT, most of your water is pretty clear and nicely flowing. The cons of using something like a UV light wand are they don't take the grit out of water. They are on the heavier side of things, and depending on what you get, the more expensive side. And also they only filter 1 bottle at a time, so it would probably be more time consuming than, say, filtration. They require batteries, and I don't know if they make rechargeable ones, but it's just something that you're going to have to power. So if you for some reason don't have that power, then you can't treat your water. And finally, boiling. Boiling is said to be the most effective way to be sure that you're killing anything in your water that can harm you. The rule of thumb is to boil dirty water for at least 5 minutes. That's a rolling boil for 5 minutes. This is always good to have as a backup method in case any of your other stuff fails. You can at least boil it. But as far as using this as your primary source of treating water, it can be very time consuming, and also it uses a lot of fuel if you're using a canister fuel or alcohol stove, etc. I guess with the wood stove you wouldn't be so worried about fuel, but you've got to boil the water all of that time, then allow it to cool before you put it into whatever container you're drinking from. I actually didn't see anybody that used this as their primary means to treat water on trail, but my friend Perk did use a life straw during the day while he was hiking for water treatment, which is another form of filtration. And at night when he cooked dinner, he would just boil his water for at least 5 minutes before continuing the cooking process. Regardless of how you decide to treat your water, you're gonna have to have a way to tote it. When I was through hiking the AT, I had a platypus hydration pouch with a hydration tube and bite valve, and I would filter my water, put the clean water in that platypus bladder, and then I would put the bladder inside my pack, run the hose through the hydration port on my pack, and most packs do have a hydration port, and then I clipped the tube and bite valve to my shoulder strap, so whenever I wanted water, I would just reach down and sip on the hose. I like the hydration bladders because they are very convenient. You don't have to reach far to get to your water, it's just right there. But one of the downsides, in my opinion, of having a hydration bladder is you can't gauge exactly how much water you have at any given time. Now, I got pretty good at knowing how much I had drank, and when you've practiced for thousands of miles, you will kind of hone in on that skill. But after the AT, to save weight, I moved to a system where I just use smart water bottles with my Sawyer squeeze twisted onto the top. So I collect dirty water and just drink right through the filter. So it's one process. I don't have to squeeze or treat my water in any way and then pour it into a clean bladder. I do everything in a one-step process. Not only can I tell how much water I have now at any given time because I keep my water bottles in the cup holders on either side of my pack, so I can just lift it up and look at it. But also, I don't have to stop and take my pack off, deal with water treatment, fill up my bladder, close everything up, put my pack back on. Instead, I can literally scoop down at a stream that crosses the trail, collect water, and keep hiking. So it saves time and weight. Another thing about the hydration bladder that was kind of annoying is sometimes I would pack up my hydration bladder after filling it up and put on my pack, and then I'd realize there was a kink in my hose when I went to drink through the bite valve. So then I'd have to take my pack off and fix the hose so it wasn't kinked up so I could get some water. Now, if you just really like the bladder hydration system, I've seen people do an inline filtration with a Sawyer Squeeze Mini, where they cut their hydration tube and put the end of the tube that attaches to the bladder on the dirty side of the filter, and on the side where the clean water comes out, obviously the hose with the bite valve would connect to that side. So then while you're drinking through the tube, it's filtering the water for you. I worry about that a little bit just because if that tube was to kind of get wiggled off of there, it could be a disaster in your pack. But I don't know, I guess they squeeze on there pretty tightly, and I don't recall people complaining about that happening. You might get sick of drinking only water out on the trail, and plus it's good sometimes to add some electrolytes, especially when you're sweating all of them out. So you might want to think about carrying along some drink mixes. But I just wanted to point out that if you are going to do drink mixes, you want to have a separate clean water bottle for those drink mixes. You don't want to mix it with your dirty water and try to drink it through your filter. Or I also would not recommend mixing up the drink mixture in your hydration bladder if you're going to do the tube with the bite valve, because sticky things, sugars and whatnot can be kind of hard to clean out of those bladders. So I would just treat your water and pour it into a bottle that is for clean water purposes only, and do your drink mixtures in that. You don't want to use a bottle that's had dirty or untreated water in it, because even just a little bit of some of those bad guys in the water can make you sick, and it's just not worth it. Regardless of which method you use to treat your water, and especially if you decide not to treat your water, it's always good to be kind of choosy when selecting a water source. Looking for a water source that's running and looks relatively clear is always better than something that's stagnant. Also, if you see a dead animal floating nearby, it might be a good idea to move on to the next one, or an animal using the bathroom in the water, etc. Now, if that is your only option and you're in an emergency situation, then of course you can always boil just to make sure that you've killed everything in the water and it's safe enough to drink. But likely none of that will be an issue for you. Water quality was always pretty good for me while I was out on the AT. Now let's talk about some electronics. First thing, a headlamp. This is something you're going to want to have on trail so that you can actually see in your tent at night, and also if you want to get up and use the bathroom, or if you might be interested in doing some night hiking. Some of the main features I look for in a headlamp are an adjustable beam. I really like having a low, a medium, and a high beam just for different scenarios. Also an adjustable tilt on the light itself. So if I'm not hiking, I'm not having to stare down right in front of me, I can actually tilt the beam down so I can see in front of me without having to strain my neck. Also, a red beam is essential, especially on the Appalachian Trail, because you will be camped around other people. And if you're gonna sleep in a shelter and you're gonna either arrive after it's gotten dark or possibly leave before the sun comes up, not blinding everybody who's trying to sleep is a very considerate thing to do. The red beam is just less intense and more friendly to the eyes. Also, it seems to help with bugs. So if you get out of your tent, if you get out of your tent at night and bugs are attracted to your white light, or when you're not hiking, if you flip on that red beam, it seems to be less exciting to them. I also prefer having a headlamp that's rechargeable. When I was through hiking the AT, I had a headlamp that I had to put batteries into, so I had to worry about finding extra batteries in town, making sure that I didn't forget to do that, and then dealing with the weight of the extra batteries. So I prefer to have a rechargeable headlamp that I can recharge on trail with my battery pack, which I'll get into in a minute, or if I don't need to recharge it on trail, then when I get to town, I can recharge it. The only time a rechargeable headlamp can be a pain is if you've forgotten to charge it and you want to night hike, because a lot of them don't work while they're plugged in. So I guess that is one downside. And then of course, I look for something that is lightweight. There is no need to have these really heavy, bulky headlamps. One thing that you will see when selecting a headlamp is they have different amounts of light output or lumens. On the AT, my headlamp was a Coast brand headlamp and it had an output of 210 lumens. It definitely did the trick as far as using it around camp and in my tent, but for night hiking, I knew that I wanted to have something brighter going forward. So now I use the Nightcore NU25 headlamp, and it has a brightness of 360 lumens. But if you're not gonna night hike and you're only getting a headlamp for in the tent, around camp, then pretty much any decent headlamp you find will work just fine for you. So let's talk about those battery banks. How much power you're gonna need is dependent upon your electronic usage. For me on the AT, I only had my cell phone, and it was, I think, an iPhone 4S. And I had a 5200 milliamp hour charger that charged my phone probably around 2 times. Nowadays, it wouldn't go as far with a newer cell phone, but that's all I needed to charge. But the average person with average electronics use will probably get by just fine with a 10,000 milliamp hour charger, and I at least think that would be a good starting off point. The most popular brand of backup battery bank I've seen on trail is the Anchor charger. That's my go-to brand of backup battery bank because I've never had any problems out of them before, and I've even dropped them a few times, used them for several hikes, and they're still trucking on. Backup battery chargers do take a while to charge, as in not charge your other devices, but the batteries themselves take a while. So if you're going to be a person who pops into a town and resupplies and gets back out and doesn't stay the night, you want to prioritize charging your battery bank as soon as you get to town. And you might, while you're shopping, find a stealthy location, hide it behind a vending machine and plug it in or something like that. But it'll help if you have the quick charge capability battery bank and also a quick charge plug for the wall and cord for your battery. But even still, if you're only shopping and then getting out of town, you might not get a full charge on it. So maybe going to eat lunch and plugging it in there too will help, and maybe you won't even need a full charge. Some people consider solar panel chargers instead of a backup battery bank or even in addition to, but in my opinion, you don't really get much for how much they cost and weigh. You're certainly welcome to try it if that's what you'd like to do, but if you think about it, most of the time you're going to be under the green tunnel of trees that is the AT, so you'll be blocking most of the rays of sun. Now, you might take a break and find a clearing where you can have some sun and set up your solar panel, but I don't think you're really going to get much out of those short spurts of time. And then you might even, at that point when you find a perfect clearing, be dealing with rain or clouds. I prefer the weight of a battery bank. I know the weight that I'm carrying, but I know also the output I'm going to get from it. Cell phones. I have heard some people say, I'm not going to carry a cell phone on trail because I don't want anyone to get in touch with me and I don't want to talk to anybody either. But I don't know if anyone actually does that. It's a good idea to have a cell phone logistically and also in case of emergency. Logistics wise, if you want to call and reserve a bunk at a hostel or call for a shuttle, if you don't have a cell phone, it's kind of hard to do that. And also in case of emergency, you may have cell service and can call emergency services. And finally, I also use my cell phone for navigation. I like to be able to see right where I'm at in the world and also in reference to the trail. So my cell phone is very much a multi-purpose thing also for pictures, videos, etc. Unfortunately, cell phone batteries don't last forever, but there are some ways that you can reduce the amount of battery that you're using. First, starting off with airplane mode. Even if you've got a single bar of service, it's still putting in a lot of effort to try to get that one single bar of service. So putting your phone into airplane mode stops it from searching for that reception, and especially if you're not getting any service, then it's really a good idea to put it in airplane mode. If you're not actively waiting on a particular phone call to come in, whether you have service or not, putting your phone on airplane mode for the majority of the time stops your phone from constantly searching for service. Also, low power mode is an option on most phones, and that just stops some of the background processes from happening that aren't necessary to the phone functioning. And if you're not going to be using your cell phone for several hours, maybe you've got a separate camera or you don't care about taking pictures, then you can just power your phone off. When I would go to sleep at night, most of the time I would turn my phone off because I'm not using it while I'm sleeping. And for the AT, I actually had a watch that I would set an alarm on if I wanted to get up at a certain time instead of using the alarm on my phone. If the weather is cold, then make sure to sleep with your phone at night. Keep it up close to your body because it seems like when the batteries get cold, they start dying. So at night, I'd sleep with my phone. Even during the day, if it was a really cold day, instead of having it in my hip belt pocket, I'd put it in my jacket pocket. But also being mindful when attempting to use it for communication. So if you're at the bottom of a valley and you're sitting next to a river and all around you there are these really tall mountains or rock walls, chances are you're not going to get service right there. So I mean, you can flip it on real quick and check, but I wouldn't just sit there and let your phone keep searching for service. Now, if you're on the summit of a mountain or even on the climb up, then obviously that makes more sense. You might actually have service there. So how often is there actually cell service on the AT? I'm sure it has gotten better since 2015, but when I was through hiking, if I was up on a mountaintop or in an area that felt like I might have service, you just kind of learn these things when you're out there. But I would say about 70% of the time I thought I might, I actually would. I definitely got service at least I don't know, once every other day, maybe even once a day for a lot of stretches. But I would say typically you can expect to find service at least once every other day, some stretches every day. Now, full disclosure here, I have Verizon Wireless as my service provider. I would say that above and beyond, Verizon Wireless has had the best service on average of any cell provider, at least comparing it to people who had other providers. As far as protecting your electronics from rain, I like to keep most of my electronics in a big gallon Ziploc bag. I usually go for the freezer style because it's a little bit more durable, but I eventually switch them up every few towns or so. But that works fine. It's cheap, not super fancy, but it does the trick. Of course, they also make small dry bags that you could use for your electronics, and I do use this for my bigger camera, but I'm just saying you don't have to have a fancy dry bag. You can use Ziploc bags. And don't forget some other little electronics you need to carry along, like various cords for your devices and also wall plugs. It helps if you have a wall plug with multiple USB ports. So if you're in a hostel where there are a lot of people trying to use the outlets, then you're not taking up multiple plugs with all of your devices. You can use one plug and have multiple USB ports, so you can still charge multiple things, but while taking up less room and being considerate of others. And finally, if you want to listen to any podcasts or music, then don't forget some earbuds. Just a word on hiking with headphones. There are so many people out there that are like, why in the world would you listen to music or a podcast when you're on the trail? I like to listen to birds and nature, and that is great and fine and dandy if that gets you by for 6 months. But most people who go out on a long distance hike at some point decide they need to hear the sounds of something else other than their own thoughts and nature. And you might be feeling lonely, want to listen to some music or a podcast, or you need something to get you pumped up to go up the next climb. And that's okay. There's no moral high ground to listening to nature or listening to music. But anyway, if you're gonna have earbuds in, then I would just keep one in. That way you can listen to your surroundings. My personal experience with having 2 earbuds in, I was hiking along and I about bumped into a baby bear next to the trail just because I couldn't hear it rustling around, and it was coming my way stumbling and I was going its way really fast. And also, it's really nice if somebody is trying to pass you on trail and other hikers behind you and they can't alert you without being worried about scaring the crap out of you, that they would like to get around. So again, one earbud is much better for safety reasons. Resupplying mail drops and bounce boxes. As I mentioned before, if you're going to be eating the typical hiker junky food diet, then shopping wherever you're at on trail makes more sense than packaging all of these food boxes to send to yourself along the AT. Because instead of paying for postage and the food, you can just pay for the food while you're out there. But for your first town stop, whether you're going northbound or southbound, I would recommend sending yourself a resupply package there. For going northbound, your first stop will be Neal Gap, and there is an outfitter there called Mountain Crossings that, to my knowledge, is the only resupply point within walking distance, or at least it was in 2015. And going southbound, with Monson, Maine being your first stop, checking the FarOut app today, it looks like there's at least a general store there, but neither one of these stops have a huge variety of stuff from what I remember, and also they can be a little bit more pricey than some of the other town stops you'll have along the way, just because there isn't a whole lot of competition there. But if you don't receive a mail drop at these places, or even if you do, chances are the hiker boxes in both of these town stops will have a decent amount of stuff in it, especially at Neal Gap if you're going northbound, because a lot of times hikers will overpack their food boxes, and after walking that whole first stretch, when the hiker gets there and gets their food box, they're going to be like, man, I don't want to carry all of this weight. I was already too heavy in this last section, so I'm going to dump some of this food or extra gear in the hiker box. So be on a lookout for the hiker boxes. If y'all aren't familiar with those, they are boxes where hikers can drop any additional food or gear that they're not going to use in hopes that another hiker will. I've got a list of 7 stops that I think a hiker would appreciate receiving a resupply box at. Now, this isn't saying that if you don't have a food drop there, you'll go hungry, because there is something, but again, selection and prices might be a reason for receiving a food drop at these places. And the 7 are, as I mentioned, Neal Gap in Georgia, the NOC, which is the Nantahala Outdoor Center in North Carolina, Fontana Dam, North Carolina, Bland, Virginia, Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, Caratunk, Maine, and as I mentioned, Monson, Maine. I'm not saying these are the only 7 places that you might want to receive a food drop, but those are ones that I noted while I was out there. But you don't necessarily even have to, before you leave home, pack up 7 food boxes and mail to these places. It's actually something that you can do while you're on trail. Now, obviously, for your first stop being Neal Gap, or if you're coming southbound Monson, you need to go ahead and do that before you leave home. But the other ones, or any others that you hear about while you're out on trail, you can actually do while you're in a town that has a decent resupply. If you're somewhere that has a Walmart with all of the things that you might want, you can package yourself up a food box and mail it to a town that you've heard about has a poor selection. Just saying, you can take some of the weight off of yourself of things that you have to do before you leave and, you know, procrastinate a little bit and worry about it later. You have a couple of options for mailing yourself a package. You can either send it to a post office, or you can send it to a business like a hostel. Sometimes gas stations or other places will accept hiker packages from hikers. And these places that will receive boxes will be listed in the FarOut app and also in the guidebooks. When sending yourself mail down the trail, or if somebody else is sending you mail, make sure that they put your actual legal name and not your trail name. While in the trail community it's very common to go by a nickname or a trail name, the post office needs to see proof of who you are, so your ID is probably not going to say Mountain Goat. You also want to include your ETA of when you might be there. It doesn't have to be the exact date, but just a general range. A lot of places like the post offices and even hostels will kind of organize packages as to when hikers think they might come through. And decorating your box somehow with some bright duct tape or drawing things on the side of it, writing your last name big on each side of the box, will also help identify your box so they can get it quickly. If you're going to be sending your resupply package to a post office, then you want to use this format on the box. And if you're mailing a package to a hostel or another business, then you want to use this format. Keep in mind that wherever you send your package to, you'll have to work around their business hours to pick up your package. Post offices can have more limited hours, especially in smaller towns. I've found towns that post offices are only open a few days. So in that instance, you might want to look at a nearby hostel that could receive your package for you. And sometimes, even if you're not staying at a hostel, they'll still receive your package for a small fee. But I would definitely compare the hours of the two and see what you think will work best for you, because it's horrible showing up at a post office 5 minutes late on a Friday and they're closed until Monday. So now you have the option of sitting in town all weekend or just bypassing your box. Some post offices in these instances will work with you, and if you call them, they'll bounce it ahead for you. But unfortunately, you could run into an issue where they won't do that for you. And in that instance, you might have some luck going to another post office down the trail, showing your ID and asking them to call the other post office because they can prove that it's your name on the ID. And if the other one can look at the package and see that it has your ID, then they can work something out. Bounce boxes can be useful for people for a variety of different reasons, but especially if you're coming from overseas and you can't have gear sent from home because it'll be really expensive to mail internationally, and you don't know exactly at what point you might need that certain gear, like your warmer rated sleeping bag, then a bounce box might be useful. And even if you do have a good support system, some people like to bounce ahead things like clothes for town or certain treats that would be too heavy to carry otherwise, certain luxury items. So in these instances, you can put the items that you'll need later down the trail in a box, and as long as you put it in a priority box, then if you get to the town stop, say you mail it 200 or 300 miles ahead, then when you get there, if you decide that you don't want to open the box because you're not going to use this stuff yet, you can have it mailed ahead again for free. But if you do open the box and use the stuff, then you'll have to pay for it to mail it again. You can talk to the post office about what would be the most cost-effective way. If your package is heavy enough, you might want to use a flat rate box, but otherwise there are options like a regional priority box. Sending a bounce box can be expensive if you're never actually bouncing it, so that's why it makes more sense if it's something that you're not picking up in every single town. And just a side note for getting things delivered to a post office, if you're gonna order something on Amazon, then you need to call the specific post office that you're planning to have it sent to general delivery and ask them if they will accept packages from UPS or FedEx. If they don't, then your best bet is to wait until you can have it delivered to a business, and then I would still call the place and make sure that FedEx or UPS will deliver there. I feel like most people who start the AT are a little hesitant about going number 2 in the woods. But everybody poops. People poop in normal life, and you're gonna have to do it in the trail. Unfortunately, there's not a button to turn that function off, but there are ways to do it to make sure that you're keeping things pleasant for other people. First, you pretty much have 2 options along the AT. One is to find a privy and the other one is to dig a hole. Privies are often located in the areas of shelters. Most shelters have a privy near them. And when you get in the privy, you may notice that there is a bag of shavings, or it'll tell you to get some duff and add it to whatever you deposit in the hole of the privy. And this is just to help things break down. They need some organic matter to mix in with all the poo so the microbes can do their little microbial thing and break the stuff down. The only thing allowed in the privies other than your waste out of your body and the duff will be toilet paper. You are allowed to deposit your toilet paper, but make sure you don't throw trash in there because some poor volunteer will have to fish it out. If there's no privy in sight and you got to run, then you need to dig a cat hole. A cat hole is a 6-inch hole that you'll dig down, and it needs to be 200 feet at least from water sources, the trail, and camping areas. To dig a hole, you can take a trowel out on trail. They have several different options. One that people seem to like a lot is the Deuce of Spades. I felt like it was a little flimsy for how expensive it is, but it is very lightweight, so there's that. But you can also use your trekking pole, a rock, a stick, but you do want to get that good 6-inch hole so that a curious animal doesn't come dig up your stuff. Along the Appalachian Trail, you are permitted to bury your toilet paper. They like the toilet paper to be pushed down towards the bottom of the hole. You can even take a stick to do that with and kind of stir things up, because the more you can break up your poop and mix it in, then the more quickly it will decompose. And then you just cover it up, and if you want to leave that stick stuck down in there, then that can signify to others that there is buried treasure there. But they suggest not putting a rock on top of it because that can actually slow down the decomposition process. And then obviously after you go, especially number 2, you should do something to wash your hands as good as possible, whether you carry some soap with you or hand sanitizer. I keep my hand sanitizer and toilet paper all in a Ziploc bag in the mesh of my pack so that it's easily accessible when nature calls. For peeing, it's recommended that you are 100 feet from a water source and 100 feet from your campsite so that you don't attract animals. Guys have it pretty easy, but ladies, you have a couple of choices that you can go with here. One, you can use toilet paper to wipe, but make sure you keep your trash bag close at hand. That way you can put it in your trash bag, or you're gonna have to dig a 6-inch cat hole to bury your toilet paper, which seems like a lot of trouble to me. Some ladies prefer to use a pee rag. They have products marketed for this, or you can just tie a bandana to the outside of your pack if you want to. That way it can dry out and get the rays of the sun to try to keep it as clean as possible. I don't know. I didn't really like the pee rag idea because then you're leaning your pack on things in the shelter, and you know, the pee rag's touching the shelter, and the shelter that's got mice poo is touching your pee rag, and so I just didn't really like that idea, but it works well for some people. You can use leaves to dry off. I don't recommend this option just because it seems not very clean to be putting something that's on the ground in the dirt in those areas. Also, if you grab the wrong leaf, that could be troublesome. And finally, you can shake it off. Yes, like T-Swift, just give your booty a little wiggle and then pull your britches up. This is the method I use because I normally try to roughly bathe down once a day, which I will talk about later, so I'm not too worried about it. And ladies, if you don't want to have to deal with taking off your pack and pulling your britches down to go pee, which you will get stronger, so eventually you'll be able to squat and pee with your pack on if you so desire to have the ability to do that. But there is another option that can make things a little bit easier. There are a lot of urinary devices for females out there, like the Shiwi or the P-Style and many others. But this device allows you to undo your britches, put the device in the proper area, and then pee standing up, so you can do it just like a fella. I've never used one of these before. I probably should, just so I can be more knowledgeable about them, but it seems like just kind of more to deal with, having to worry about rinsing out this device or keep it somewhere easily accessible so I'm not having to take off my pack, because that would be one of the reasons I'd want to use one anyway. And then I don't know, as far as you, if there's any residue there, but it is an option, and if that sounds like something that would be beneficial for you, they exist. When you get out on the trail, you should still keep up with your oral hygiene. I know many hikers let that slip and it's kind of gross, but I made a point to brush my teeth twice a day, in the morning and at night before I went to bed. When it got really cold out, and I liked to keep how many times I had to get out of my tent to a minimum, then I started brushing my teeth in the morning and at lunch. But you will still get cavities out on trail, despite popular belief, if you don't take care of your oral hygiene. I liked to carry a little travel size toothpaste, and a lot of the stores, the resupply points, will have things like that. It just seems like a lot of weight to carry a big old tube of toothpaste. I mean, every time you use it, the weight is reduced, so it's not that big of a deal. But I keep my toothbrush and toothpaste in a Ziploc bag, and when I'm in town, I wash that bag out and try to let it air dry as much as possible. And even in my food bag at night, I'll leave that Ziploc bag open to let things dry out. I do switch out my toothbrush several times during a thru hike. I just like to freshen it up. But I am one of those weirdos who either cuts or breaks off the handle of my toothbrush to save some grams. Bathing. What I was talking about earlier is I like to, in the evenings at least, kind of do a little bath. Now, you can get into a water source and kind of rinse off if you want to. Be mindful of those who might be collecting water. Make sure that you are downstream of them so they're not having to scoop up your foot water when they're collecting water for their dinner. But you can get in the water and swim. There's nothing that says you can't do that. So if you want to do a little scrub-a-dub-dub, then that's a good time. Don't carry soaps into the water source. If you want to bathe with soap, then you need to make sure you're away from camp and away from water sources. Carry water with you, and you can suds up and do your little bathing there. But what I prefer to do is to use baby wipes, and I'll just get a pack, if I can, a travel pack of baby wipes, or maybe even a big pack at a store and split some with other hikers. Keep them in a Ziploc bag. And then I do a head to toe general bathing so that I'm starting over fresh in the morning. Well, as fresh as possible. I don't bother carrying deodorant or any kind of scented things like perfume or makeup. I personally don't want to fool with any of that while I'm out there, because I'm still gonna look rough and I'm still gonna stink. So I just embrace it, and most other people do too. I have seen some people start with deodorant, but most, if not all of those, ditched it because it just wasn't worth the wait for how they ended up smelling anyway. Plus, a lot of good scents like that can attract bugs, which is definitely something that I'm not trying to attract more of while I'm out on trail. But by all means, it is a personal preference. And for example, my mother, when she comes backpacking with me, she's gonna have a little ball of deodorant, and that's absolutely fine if that's what helps her get through. Hikers do different things with their hair while they're out on trail. Some people think that if you have long hair, you need to cut it all off before you go out to the trail, and that is one option if you don't want to deal with your long hair anymore, but certainly don't feel like you have to do that. I've always kept my hair long while out on trail, and I pretty much handle it the same way out there as I do when I'm home, and that's to put baby powder in it if it starts getting oily. I brush it every morning before I get going and then braid it, and at night I'll take my braid out and brush it out and sleep with it down. Some people prefer to cover their hair up with something like a buff if it's oily because they don't want to put baby powder and dry shampoo in it or don't want to tote those things. Basically do whatever is comfortable and convenient for you. Logbooks. Now if you're wondering why I'm talking about logbooks in the hygiene section, that's because you should be warned that logbooks are nasty. People will be picking their teeth after eating dinner and flipping through the shelter logbooks, or maybe they'll go to the privy and they don't have great hygiene after they use the privy to put on hand sanitizer, so they'll flip through the books and put all their fecal matter everywhere. So I'm not saying don't touch the logbooks and look through them because it's a lot of fun, but you might want to rinse your hands off and use some hand sanitizer after you do. Another thing to be mindful of when it comes to hygiene is eating after other hikers. Now, some people have no problem sharing food and drinks with other people, and obviously that's a personal preference. I'm not trying to be a germaphobe here, but I do know that there have been bouts of norovirus on trail, and if you're sharing food with people, that can put you at risk. But not even just eating and drinking after people, but if another hiker has norovirus and they don't know it yet, and maybe they're not great about cleaning their hands after they go to the bathroom, and you offer them some popcorn or chips out of your bag, and they stick their fecal matter hand into your bag and leave some of it for you, well, now you're going to be eating some doo-doo snacks and possibly getting norovirus. And that's why you'll often see hikers, instead of shaking hands when they meet, they just do like a fist bump with just touching some knuckles. So while it might seem like I'm being a little too cautious, I can promise you that being sick and having diarrhea in the middle of the woods is no fun. Even if you're not worried about bathing in your tent or keeping your body fresh while you're hiking in between towns, I would highly recommend at least being hygienic about your feet, because that can prevent you having issues with your feet. Your feet are what is going to carry you from Georgia to Maine or Maine to Georgia, so you need to take care of them. I would recommend at night washing your feet with water that you have in your water bottle or going down to the water source. And if you can, even let your feet soak in the water for a little while, again being mindful of those who are collecting water and where they're at. But just to get the dirt off of them and the salt build up from where they've been sweating all day, also to cool them down and help with the inflammation. That alone can help with having blisters and also other problems associated with different injuries. Also, massage your feet. You know, tell them thank you for carrying you down the trail. And when you can, elevate them. I tried to make a point of when I was taking a quick break on trail that if I wasn't actively doing something where I needed to be sitting up, then I would lean back and prop my feet up on my pack. And every chance you get, let those puppies air out. Even if you think you're only stopping for 5 minutes, it doesn't take long to slide socks and shoes back on. All right, now let's talk about some feminine hygiene. Periods suck in normal life, so I promise you they suck just as bad, if not more, on trail. But it is something that you can get through. Women find a way to thru-hike for 6 months, so that's likely 6 periods. Although some have said that with increased activity, they don't have as heavy or sometimes even periods at all. I don't know. And I've also heard of women manipulating their period with birth control so they don't have a period while they're out there. I've never done that either. I would check with your doctor and make sure that that's cool to do for 6 months before you do it. But I have just dealt with my period in multiple ways, the conventional way, and I've also tried some other things. So as far as the conventional method, whether you use pads, tampons, panty liners, or all of the above, you may want to take all of the above. Even if you wear tampons, you may find that you prefer pads because you're moving so much that the tampons just aren't super comfortable. Or maybe if you use pads, you're not gonna like having a diaper-like product on you for days at a time. So you may find that whatever you're used to, you actually switch up on trail. So it wouldn't hurt for your first period to be prepared in all realms. I always pack more than I think that I'll need for the stretch, and make sure that you're paying attention so it doesn't surprise you in the middle of a stretch and you didn't plan for it. But I carry all of my feminine products in a Ziploc bag, in either with my bathroom bag that has my toilet paper and my hand sanitizer, or at least in the same outer mesh pocket. That way I have it easily accessible when I go to the bathroom. I can tend to that as well. I would say in that stretch, if you don't normally carry baby wipes, it certainly is nice to have them, or if you've got a bandana meant for that purpose for cleaning up just in case you end up with a mess, that's always nice to have. You're not permitted to bury your pads, tampons, panty liners because they are not toilet paper, and that's the only thing that's allowed to be buried. So make sure you're ready to pack those out with you. Same thing with privies. If you throw those in the privy, a volunteer is gonna have to dig it out, and that's just really not fair to them. Also, I use a separate trash bag for my feminine products. That way I'm not having to go dig into my food bag to get out the food trash bag every time I want to go use the bathroom and change whatever feminine product I'm using. Also, that way, if I'm sitting around in a circle of people and I've got my food trash bag there, I don't have all these bloody things, you know, hanging out for everyone to see while they're eating their food. If you don't want to deal with the conventional feminine products, then you can look into using menstrual cups. Some ladies tend to prefer these on trail because they don't have to have the extra weight of pads, tampons, panty liners. They don't have to deal with the trash. You know, it's something that they can put in there and pull out, dump out, and clean it out and do it again. And then you just carry that with you until you start your period again. So if you've always got it, you don't have to be worried about being surprised in a stretch where you're not prepared. I tried a menstrual cup. Unfortunately, I didn't practice with it long enough before I got out on the trail. So I'm sitting in a privy trying to get the menstrual cup out to dump it and then put it back in, and I've got all these people in the line waiting to use the privy. So definitely don't be in that situation. If you're going to use a menstrual cup, I would practice long ahead of time. Unfortunately, also the menstrual cup that I first tried just didn't really work well with my body. I tried another one later on, but I've just decided I don't love menstrual cups. Some qualms I had about using them on trail. One, your hands just aren't very clean, and you can use hand sanitizer and try to do the best you can, but you are kind of gross on trail. So having to use my hand to put it in there and take it out, I wasn't in love with that idea. Also, you've got to clean the menstrual cup when you're done with it for that particular cycle. It's recommended that you boil them in water, at least the ones that I use. That's what they suggested you do. So you'll have to use your food pot to boil your water. I didn't really have any issue with that personally for myself, but I felt bad if I was going to boil water for somebody else, knowing that, you know, I had used my food pot in that way. So also, I was stressed about using them in a privy, because what if you drop it in the privy and then you have nothing? I guess that might be a warning. Don't use them in the privy, use them in the woods instead. But anyway, it's all personal preference, and if you're somebody in normal life that prefers menstrual cups, then that's probably what you'll want on trail. And if you're a conventional person, then chances are you'll figure that out on trail too. I carried nail clippers with me on the AT. I hate if I break a fingernail or a toenail and it's uneven, just a personal pet peeve, and I'll just sit there and pick at it. So I like to have nail clippers to be able to keep my nails short. It feels cleaner to have my fingernails and toenails shorter while I'm backpacking, but also having the little file part to be able to clean out your nails when you want to is nice if you care about that sort of thing. Just a word of caution though, it is advised to not cut your toenails too short. so that you end up with problems with ingrown toenails. But you also don't want to keep them too long to where they're causing you any discomfort or hitting the front of your shoes and potentially causing damage to your nail beds. Shaving on trail is definitely a personal decision, whether you're a girl or you're a guy. I know some women have expressed that they don't want to have to shave on trail and they're going to have hairy legs and that's the way it is, and that's absolutely fine. But I've also seen some of these women kind of shame the ones that decide that they want to shave on trail. So I don't know. I personally shaved my armpits and my legs while I was on trail. That's what I prefer for myself and the way my body feels, but you should do what works for you and your body. I carried a disposable razor and I would usually just get a pack of a few of them and hold on to them because they're pretty lightweight until I went through all of them, and then I'd get another pack. Or if I got a large pack, because that's all that was available at the store for disposable razors, then I'd throw some in the hiker box. When it was in the warmer months and I was wearing a tank top, then sometimes I would shave in my tent. It doesn't bother me to dry shave. I know some people can't do that, so if you carry some lotion or something like that, then that might work for you. Or you can just wait and do it when you get to town. But my legs, I just waited and only shaved my legs when I was in town. In the colder months, I tend to appreciate having chapstick and lotion. I'll get something that's just moisturizing and not anything necessarily frilly and scented. But these are personal things. Some people can do without this stuff and some people will prefer it. But just listen to your body, and when you get to town, you're gonna know if you need to pick up something. But don't be afraid to feel like, you know, you're a little bit more high maintenance or whatever. That's okay. Get what works for you in your hygiene regimen, and if you're comfortable with being absolutely disgusting, as long as it's not causing you any physical problems, then you're good to go. But if you want to primp up a little bit more, then that's okay too. Now I want to cover some common injuries / afflictions that thru hikers might experience, and a basic minimalist first aid kit for some of those situations. Just a disclaimer, I am not a doctor and this is not medical advice, but I will say that when you first start the trail, you're gonna be really sore. I had never been so sore in my entire life, but after a while I started to tune into my body and I knew what was normal sore and also what just didn't seem right. So I would say trust your gut, and if you think that you're injured, then it would be worth it to seek help from a medical professional. Let's start off with blisters, because that's one of the first things I remember people complaining about. Now you may know that you're blister prone already, or you might find out the hard way on trail, but the best thing that you can do for blisters is prevention. I feel like a lot of blisters can be prevented with good hygiene and foot care. So taking your shoes and socks off in the middle of the day when you take a break is a great idea. Let those bad boys air out and dry out, and I also like to put my socks and shoes in the sun. Some people even say that switching out their dirty socks or socks that they were wearing in the morning to another pair for the afternoon does them a world of good, just not having that same salt buildup throughout the whole day. To go the extra mile, you could even rinse out those socks that you wore the first half of the day and let them dry hanging on your pack the remainder of the day while you're wearing that second pair of socks, and just keep doing that rotation. It also doesn't hurt to rinse your feet off with some water while you're taking a break, but just make sure you let them dry out really well before putting socks back on and continuing to hike. There are some products like Body Glide that you can rub on your feet to help reduce the friction on them, and then also certain socks that claim to help with blister reduction, like in Gingy. If you're somebody who gets blisters between their toes, then having that material rub on itself rather than the skin of your toes rubbing together can also prevent blisters. Now, if you get past the point of prevention, the next best thing is early detection. If something doesn't feel quite right on your foot, or a certain spot feels warm, you have a hot spot thing going on, stop right there on the trail and check into that. Don't say, well, it's only 2 more miles to the shelter and I'll deal with it then, because you might go from just a red irritated spot to a full-blown gross blister by the time you get to camp. When you stop to take a look, if it is in fact a hot spot turning into a blister, then do something to take the friction off of that. Maybe some moleskin to put over the area, even duct tape if you have to use that, but you definitely want to change something up so it doesn't continue to rub in that same spot. And finally, if we've gotten way past all of that, then you've got to look at treatment of the blister. It's good to have some antibiotic ointment on hand. You can get like the little single servings of Neosporin or something like that. You can even take some Q-tips and cut them in half and shove them down in a mini Ziploc bag with some Neosporin for easy application. But if you don't have anything like that, try to clean the area up as much as you can with water, if you've got any soap or baby wipes, or even hand sanitizer. Now, people will argue till the cows come home as to whether you should pop a blister or not. I think it's up to the individual. It's your foot and it's your blister, and if you want to pop it, then go for it. I will say that I have seen instances where, yes, people have popped a blister and it got infected and they weren't in a great situation, but I've also seen instances where there was a small blister that didn't seem too problematic. They didn't pop it and it continued to spread into a huge fluid-filled blister, taking up like a good portion of their foot. So really, I think you have to monitor it and do what's best for you, but before you pop it, make sure you clean it really well, and also whatever you're popping it with, a needle, pin. I have run them through the flame of my ladder before and also put some hand sanitizer on them. You could boil them in your food pot too, but make sure that it's clean. That way you're preventing infection as much as you can. Some people even swear by threading a needle and thread through the blister. So you would take it kind of parallel with your foot and leaving that thread in there for the night, and they say that the thread helps wick that fluid out of there. Don't know if it really works like that or not, but something to think about. Next up is Achilles tendonitis. This is one of the first injuries I was plagued with on trail. I had probably overworked my Achilles anyway, never backpacking before, not doing any training before I went out to trail, and loading all this weight on my back and trying to climb mountains. But in addition to that, as I mentioned before, my boot was drumming on my Achilles tendon and caused it a lot of irritation. Switching to trail runners definitely helped me with this problem, but I did at some points continue to overwork that Achilles and it would flare up. But thankfully, most of the time I was able to keep it at bay, and I was able to do so enough to finish my hike. So if you find yourself in this situation, there are some things you can do to try to help. First, if at all possible, rest. And this is why it's good to start the trail a little bit earlier than you think that you will need to, so that you've got time if issues come up like this. If you can take a 0 or 3 in trail, whatever your body needs to rest, elevate that leg and let it heal up, then that's the best thing you can do. Although I know how it is to feel that itch to push on, sometimes if you push too much and you don't listen to your body and rest, then it can end up ruining your hike. Ibuprofen or some other anti-inflammatory. On the trail, it's not really possible to ice your tendon. Once you get to town, that would be a great idea. But while you're on trail, if you can find a cold spring or creek to put your foot in, then that should help more than doing nothing. Also, stretching can help. You don't want to overdo it, especially if it's freshly injured, but as a routine to go forward and help prevent injury, stretching is great. Plantar fasciitis. That sounds like a scientific name for some flower or something, but it's actually the band that runs along the bottom of your foot. And if you pull your toes back and feel something tighten up right there, that's your plantar fascia. When it gets pissed off, it becomes plantar fasciitis because you've got inflammation of the plantar fascia. I was plagued with this about the time I hit Pennsylvania on the AT, but thankfully with several different remedies that I tried, I was able to clear it up most of the way and finish the trail. First, I got a new pair of trail runners and replaced the insoles with Dr. Scholl's for plantar fasciitis, which felt wonderful on my plantar fascia. Rolling your foot with a ball can also help work out some of the pain from plantar fasciitis. I bought a set of the game jacks in town, and toss the jacks but kept the ball. And I would stand up and then roll that ball between my foot and the ground just to work it out. When I was in the first stages of dealing with the plantar fasciitis, I would stop every 2 to 3 miles or so, prop my feet up, take a break, and I'd have one propped up while I was massaging the other, and then I'd switch out. And I would take maybe 10 to 20 minutes to do that, put my shoes and socks back on, and keep hiking, and that helped a lot. What felt really good was when I would pull my toes back and then rub my foot from the heel up towards my toes on that plantar fascia. Stretching seemed to help my situation a lot, and not only did I stretch the plantar fascia, but also my Achilles tendon and my calf muscle, because all of that stuff is connected. When I was on trail, I would soak my feet in a cold spring, and when I was in town, if I could get my hands on a water bottle and a freezer, then I would freeze that water bottle and rub the frozen water bottle under my foot. So it was like a massage and an ice treatment all in one. They also make knot splints for people who suffer from plantar fasciitis. They help keep your foot at a 90-degree angle so it continues to stretch that plantar fascia while you're sleeping instead of it flopping down. I never used them on trail. I actually met a guy who did sleep with them because he had struggled with plantar fasciitis his whole life pretty much. But I've heard great things about them, and if mine hadn't healed up and I had known about these, then I definitely would have tried it. And above anything else is rest, giving your body a chance to heal up. Because you'll be walking a lot on a thru hike, then getting something like a sprained ankle is definitely not unheard of. Or if you fall, a sprained wrist. The best thing that you can do in this situation is stabilize it as much as possible, whether that's with bandanas and sticks or tent stakes, just whatever you've got. And then get to town as quickly and safely as possible and get it looked at by somebody. But I would assume that finding a cold spring to soak it in would be helpful to ease some pain and hopefully inflammation before you can get to town. Now let's talk about ticks and tick bites. Obviously the risk of getting Lyme disease shouldn't be taken lightly, but I really expected to see more ticks on the AT than I did. I only saw 2 my entire thru hike, and neither of them were attached. I just found them crawling, one on my pack and one on me. But I know that can vary from year to year, and it seems like most years people are like, well, this is the worst year for ticks yet. But there are definitely some things that you can do to mitigate your risk. One, you can treat your gear and your clothing with permethrin. You can do this at home yourself. There are also some companies that will allow you to send them your stuff that you want treated, and they will do it for you. And then there are even some lines of outdoor clothing that are already treated with permethrin to help prevent ticks. You can also carry bug spray and spray on your ankles and shoes. Be careful with DEET because it will melt certain things like your gear, and also I've seen the ankles of socks lose their elasticity because DEET was sprayed on it, so be careful with that. But the best thing you can do for prevention against ticks is wear long pants and long socks, and probably I would assume that gaiters over the tops of your shoe would help too. I didn't want to subject myself to wearing poison every day, so I did not treat my stuff, and I also didn't use bug spray. I think I used bug spray one day on the entire AT. I also didn't want to be hot in the summer wearing long pants and long socks, so I just made it a point to check myself for ticks twice a day, before I would go to bed at night when I was changing my clothes to put on my night clothes, and then again in the morning when I was changing into my hiking clothes. And you might think, well, if you were in your tent the whole night, why would you need to check again for ticks? But they can get on your gear or on your clothes and end up in your tent and find you at night while you're sleeping. So it's always good to check at least once a day, because if you can find a tick that's attached before it's been attached for 24 hours, that greatly reduces your risk of getting Lyme disease. If you do find a tick on your body, the best thing to do is clean the area with water and soap. If you don't have soap, then just clean the area as best you can. You could use baby wipes, hand sanitizer, etc. Then get a pair of tweezers. Get as close as you can to your skin, the base of where the tick has dug in, and pull the tick out, but make sure you get the head too. And then you clean the area again. Keep a look on the spot for any bullseye marks forming. I know that you don't have to have that to end up with Lyme disease, but even if you don't get the bullseye pattern and you feel fatigue, muscle aches, or fever, then as soon as you can get to town, I would stop by the doctor's office and let them take a look at you just in case. Now let's talk about Giardia, and this one is definitely not a fun one. Forest animals don't care if they poop in the water or near the water, and unfortunately sometimes humans don't either. Food, soil, and water that has been subjected to the fecal matter of an animal that was infected with Giardia can transmit that Giardia to you. Although it can be passed through all of those sources, I would say most of the hikers who end up with Giardia probably contract it from not treating their water. If you end up being a victim of Giardia, you might experience things like nausea and vomiting, gas, diarrhea, and dehydration. The best thing that you can do is get to town as quickly as possible and go see a doctor. But if you end up getting hit by this while you're on trail, you should definitely try to stay hydrated the best that you can with clean water. When I had food poisoning on trail, it wasn't the same as Giardia, but a lot of the symptoms were the same, and it seemed to help me to have some sort of bland foods to eat. So maybe you can trade another hiker if you've got a Mountain House lasagna meal and that's just not really sounding so good. If you can trade off for maybe plain dehydrated mashed potatoes, that might do a little bit better for you. Also, taking Pepto or Imodium could help temporarily with some of your symptoms like nausea and diarrhea. So with all of that in mind, I want to talk about a minimal first aid kit. Hopefully you'll never need it, but these are some items that I would have in handy just in case. First, a whistle. Now, if you check your sternum strap on your pack, you may notice that there's one built in there, but if not, I would get one to bring along. You can get a little plastic one that doesn't weigh hardly anything, but if you get an injury that's more serious than any of the ones I've mentioned, being able to blow that whistle and hopefully alert another hiker for some help would be a good thing. A needle, as I mentioned, these are great for dealing with blisters if you're going to pop them. Also, you should already have it in your repair kit. Thread, if you think that you would want to try the blister wicking thing, you can bring a few feet of thread along for medical issues and also repairing clothing on trail. Tweezers will be helpful for ticks or splinters, and also if you get the stray eyebrow that's migrated down to your chin. I always like to have a small mirror, one for when I'm doing my hair and whatnot, but also to help check for ticks. Antibiotic ointment, as I mentioned before, can be useful with blisters and all sorts of other things on trail. An anti-diarrheal, whether that's Imodium, Pepto, Walmart brand, but just something to stop the waterworks. Moleskin/duct tape. I would definitely always have duct tape, but if you feel like you might be blister prone, or if you just want to carry some to start with just in case, it's not a bad idea. Benadryl is something I would have on hand that I didn't mention before, but you just never know when you might end up with an allergic reaction out in the middle of nowhere. So for the weight of some Benadryl tablets, it's worth it. And ibuprofen. I would watch your ibuprofen intake. Some hikers take it so much and daily that they start calling it vitamin I. Ibuprofen is one of those things that you don't want to be dependent on and taking frequently, but having some if you need it is good. Physical prep. A lot of people ask, do I need to train for a thru hike of the AT? And the answer, like it is with so many other things, is it depends. I can't possibly know the current health conditions and physical shape of every person watching this video. So it's really something that you have to decide for yourself. Now, I will say that it doesn't really matter how healthy you are or in great physical shape you are. Nothing prepares you for the AT except for going on a thru hike, putting weight on your back, and actually hiking a trail and up mountains every single day. But that doesn't mean that trying to get in the best shape you can before you start won't be beneficial, because I definitely think it would be. When I started the AT, I definitely was not in perfect physical shape and I didn't prepare for it at all. I met a lady out there that was 72 years old that was hiking with her daughter, and she was a regular backpacker but had never done anything like the AT. I also met a 10-year-old girl who was like running with a lot of energy, and I met a young lady who, when she started the trail, she weighed 230 pounds, and when I met her in Pennsylvania, she had already lost 50 pounds down to 180, and her goal was to lose 100 pounds throughout her trek. So what I'm saying is, don't let your age or your physical shape make you think that you've got to be in a muscle man competition before you can go out and successfully thru hike the AT. But if you do want to prepare for the trail before you go out there, I would try getting conditioned to carrying weight. So maybe start off day hiking or even walking around the block in your neighborhood, just wearing your pack. And if that's too much, start off with just walking, but then slowly build up the weight in your pack until you can carry your full load, and then maybe up your mileage. And obviously, the more time you spend doing this and building up, the easier the transition will be for you when you start your thru hike. And it's always a good idea to go out on a weekend trip anyway to test out all of your gear and kind of do a shakedown hike. I've been told that kettlebell exercises and jumping rope can also help prepare you physically for the trail. I've also heard that Knees Over Toes Guy on YouTube is a good resource for strengthening joints like your knees and your ankles, and also for helping you become more flexible, which all sounds great for getting prepared for a thru hike. But possibly more important than training before you go is listening to your body when you get out on the trail. And if you aren't planning to do any physical preparation before you get out there, or really even if you are, it's not a bad idea to start the trail a little bit earlier than you think you need to, so that way you're in a mental place where you've allowed yourself extra time to slowly build up the miles. A lot of people get out there and they want to bust out the gate and go 20 miles per day because they've done the math and they've got to get to Katahdin. But if you start off doing way more than your body can handle, you're going to end up injured and possibly ending your thru hike really early. I've seen a lot of people go home because of injuries I feel like could have been prevented from just listening to their body. Now, you may see people out there that are able to do double the miles you are starting out, and that might make you feel a little bit antsy, but that's where the saying hike your own hike really comes into play, because you have to do what works for you and your body. And I promise you, if you start slow and you just let the trail do that training process, before you know it, those miles are gonna go up and you'll find yourself on Mount Katahdin or Springer Mountain. But the bottom line is, nothing will prepare you for the AT like hiking the AT itself. Now I wanna talk about safety on the Appalachian Trail. How safe is it actually to go out there, spend 5 to 6.5, 7, however long it takes you, months to hike the AT? Well, most of the risks associated with being out on trail are your typical risks that you would take doing any sort of outdoor activity, where you can injure yourself or have an encounter with wildlife. And yes, you will also have encounters with other humans, so there is the risk of crime. Luckily, the Appalachian Trail in terms of crime is a pretty safe place, because you've got millions of people who go out to the AT every year, whether that's to day hike, section hike, thru hike, etc. One of the crime rates that I wanted to look at personally before I thru hiked the AT was how many murders have happened on the AT. And since the trail's completion in 1937, there have been less than 15 murders. Now, I'm not saying that those murders were not important, that those lives lost were not very unfortunate, but name one area in the US where approximately 3 million people visit each year that in the last 80 years has had less than 15 murders. You probably can't name one, or at least without giving it a lot of thought, because when you have that many people going to a specific area, typically the crime rate is going to be higher. So while I don't expect that telling your family only X amount of murders have happened in the last 80 years, they should find some sort of comfort in knowing that most of the time the AT is not a high crime area. But let's talk about some of the things that can be risky out on the trail and ways to help mitigate that risk. I want to start with hitchhiking because this was something that I was really concerned about, and I actually didn't tell my mom I was gonna have to hitchhike until after I was already out on trail. But hitchhiking, I guess unfortunately, is necessary when you're through hiking on the AT. And while in some areas you can call for a shuttle, that's not gonna always be possible, and even if it is, it's a really big expense, which it may be worth it to you to shuttle every time you can. It's definitely important to recognize hitchhiking as a potential danger, because it is. But I have to say, on the AT, I met incredible people while I was hitchhiking. I loved having conversations with them, but I never felt in danger or threatened while I was hitchhiking. And most of the people along the AT corridor and the towns where the AT goes near, those people are very supportive of hikers. They bring revenue into their towns. And not just that, but in general, they're happy to see people doing this amazing thing. So a lot of the folks around the AT are going to be very willing to go out of their way to help you out. For me, that was a little bit weird at first. I was like, why are these people being so nice? So definitely be cautious, but don't stress yourself out too much about hitchhiking. But some of the things that you can do to make hitchhiking less risky is first, try the buddy system. Even if you're a solo hiker, oftentimes you're going to get to the trailhead within an hour of other hikers to try to go to town. So even if you have to sit around and wait for a little while until somebody else comes along to hitchhike with you, then that is an option. When I hitchhike, I'm always mindful to take my wallet, my cell phone, my pepper spray if I've got some, and a pocket knife, or nowadays I carry a neck knife, and have those things easily accessible to me. I've never actually heard of this happening to somebody, but it certainly could. If you have somebody pull up that's willing to give you a ride and they open up their trunk so you can put your stuff in, well, now you close your trunk. So any form of self-protection is in there, your wallet, your gear. So if I shut that trunk and they drive off with all of my gear, then I at least have my phone and my wallet and I can figure things out from there. But if I have my self-protection in my pack and I shut the trunk and then something bad happens inside the vehicle, well, then it doesn't really do me any good to have any form of self-protection. If you're gonna carry something like pepper spray or a knife, then I would definitely make sure that you're proficient at using that item. Even if you've got to go out and test out your pepper spray, make sure you know how to draw your knife safely or open it quickly as possible, because in self-defense instances, time is definitely of the essence. And actually, when I'm riding in a vehicle, I normally have my pepper spray safety off and my finger on it, waiting just in case I need to use it. I hope that I never have to, but it's just something that I try to prepare for just in case. Another suggestion is when you approach the vehicle to hitchhike, you can snap a quick picture of the tag and text it to somebody. A lot of times you will have service at the trailhead, or at least get it somewhere on the way into town, so you can have a point of contact back home that knows, okay, this is the vehicle that I'm in and this is the tag number. Always listen to your gut. If you put your thumb out and somebody pulls over and for some reason you get a weird vibe or the heebie-jeebies, don't question that. Tell them that you left a gear item back on trail and gosh, you're stupid and now you have to go get it. Or that you've got a friend back there on trail and you're gonna go back and wait on them, but whatever excuse you're gonna come up with, try to brainstorm some of that before you're in that situation. I would try to stick to daylight hours when hitchhiking. I did hitchhike a couple of times at night because I got to the road crossing and town was there and I wanted it so badly that I was willing to put my thumb out. But anytime I hitchhiked at night, I did have a partner with me. But yeah, sticking to the daylight hours just seems like it's a little bit safer of an idea. Also, pay attention to the law for the state that you're in, and sometimes I guess there could be more restrictive rules for hitchhiking in counties, etc. If you're near a prison for some reason, there is no hitchhiking allowed. I don't recall experiencing that on the AT, but I do remember on my thru hike, New York and New Jersey, you weren't supposed to hitchhike. But if you're using a guidebook or the FarOut app, that up-to-date information should be listed there. And also, when you're putting your thumb out to be picked up, keep in mind the location that you're standing and if there's a wide enough shoulder for the people to turn out and pick you up. If it's in a curve, then they're probably not going to want to stop right there in the curve. So just be mindful of what's right there as far as where you're visible at and also where they'll be able to pull over if they are willing to give you a ride. One of the questions I've been asked the most about my thru hike of the AT was, did you carry a gun? Most hikers do not carry a gun with them on trail, and the small percentage that do oftentimes send it home not long after they start the trail because they no longer feel threatened enough to carry one, and also the weight and some other reasons that I'll go into in a minute. Now, I'm not saying that nobody has ever taken a pistol with them throughout their entire thru hike, but before you decide what works best for you, I want to cover some of the reasons that I personally did not carry one with me, although I am somebody who normally carries one in my purse daily. The first reason I didn't carry a gun is guns and ammo are heavy, and I've already got all of this gear in my pack that I am going to be using on a daily basis, so it just wasn't worth it to me to carry the extra weight of a gun and bullets. But for you, it may be, and that is a personal preference. Then the legality of carrying a pistol from Georgia to Maine, or Maine to Georgia, or flip-floppy. Having a concealed carry license in your own home state and then having that be reciprocated by every state that the AT goes through is pretty much impossible. Some states you can get an out-of-state license for, but many of them you cannot. Some states you can open carry, others you cannot. And there are significant portions of the trails that go through national parks, and it's illegal to discharge a firearm in a national park. And while I know if you were in a horrible situation where you needed to do that, it might be worth it to you to break the law. But with all of those things considered, I just decided that it was too much trouble to try to work it all out. And yes, I understand that even though it's illegal, that doesn't mean you're going to get in trouble unless you're caught breaking the law. But personally, I didn't want to take that risk. Also, comfort and accessibility of carrying a firearm. In the summertime, I was hiking in a tank top and shorts. I've got my hip belt buckling around my waist, my sternum strap around my chest, and just imagining trying to also carry a pistol where I could easily access it, but yet it was concealed seemed not a very feasible thing for me. And if it's not easily accessible, then why are you carrying it? Because if said threat is in front of you and you have to go, hold on a second, I gotta take my pack off and grab out my pistol so that I can protect myself against you, well, it doesn't really work well like that. Now, you could argue that even during the day, if you don't have it on you, you know, okay, you're taking that risk, but at least at night in your tent, you could have it with you to protect yourself while you're sleeping. And by all means, if it's worth it to you to carry a firearm just for the night, then that's your decision. Again, I would say 99.8% of thru hikers never carry a firearm, and most of them feel like they never needed it. But you have to run through all of those points for yourself and decide what makes you most comfortable. If you are going to carry a firearm with you out on trail, then definitely make sure that you are skilled with that firearm and you know how to properly handle it safely. Next up, fording rivers. For 13 of the 14 states on the AT, you get spoiled with footbridges and you don't even have to really think about going through the rivers until you get to Maine. And in Maine, there are several crossings that made me a little nervous, but I had never really forded rivers before. So there are some things that you can do to make sure that you're making the best decisions possible to be safe while fording a river. First, temperature. If it's really cold outside when you get to Maine, then waiting until midday, if possible, to ford a river is going to be a more comfortable experience for you, because if it's really cold outside and you hit that water crossing late in the evening and then you're really not going to hike a lot more after that, and say, you know, you even slip and fall and don't get washed away, but now you're soaked from head to toe and you're setting up camp pretty quick. You won't really have time to warm up well. So if you can time the crossings for the highest temperature of the day or midday, then that would be your safest bet. Weather, that's something else to think about when fording a river, because if you know, for example, a lot of rain is coming the next day, then it might make sense to try to push more miles and get across that river crossing the night before. Also, if it's been raining a lot already and the rivers or crossings seem a little bit swollen, then you can always camp right before the crossing and hopefully the levels will drop by the morning. Don't be ashamed to walk up and down the river some looking for the best and safest place to cross. It's better to aim for wider areas than more narrow areas, because those narrow sections are typically deeper and faster. So while it might look like, oh, this is a shorter distance, those wider, flatter areas are typically a better option. And now for the unbuckle versus don't unbuckle yourself argument. A lot of people say that it's best to unbuckle yourself from your pack before you cross a river. That way, if you were to end up getting knocked down or slip on a rock, then the pack will easily come off of you and you can swim much more easily without a 30-pound pack on your back. But there is also something to be said for getting used to the way that that weight rides on your back, and as soon as you unclip your sternum strap and your hip belt strap, then that weight just kind of pushes down on your shoulders, and I feel like I am more unbalanced when I unclip myself from my pack. So I think this is also one of those things that's a personal preference and really depends on the individual. But if you do slip and fall and you haven't unclipped your pack, if you're conscious, then the best thing you can do is unclip from your pack. And I understand that losing your gear might be problematic, but as long as you're alive and you don't drown, then you can worry about that situation after you get out of the river. Make sure when you're crossing a river that you feel secure in your footing before you make the next step. You don't want to be like, oh, I don't know about where I'm standing here, and then lift all of this weight up on that unsecure foot. Having trekking poles helps with this. You know, you've got basically two more legs that you're planting down and helping to stabilize yourself. Your best footing is probably going to come from wearing your trail runners or boots to ford the river. Some people prefer to take theirs off and do it barefoot. I've done this before just because I didn't want wet feet on the other side, but if it looks like actually a sketchy crossing, then I'm going to keep my trail runners on. I don't mind having wet feet later. Also, if it's really rocky and the rocks seem jagged, then you're going to protect your feet better having trail runners or boots. Some people will even carry water shoes as their camp shoes so that they can use them for water crossings, but to me, that just seems like overkill and it's a little heavy. But if you are going to go barefooted, you could at least think about wearing a pair of dirty socks if you've got a pair in your pack to help prevent your feet from getting cut up on rocks. Some people like to take their clothes off before fording a river, especially if it's cold out and the water's any kind of deep. I guess they don't want their breeches to be wet, or if they were to slip and fall, their whole outfit to be wet. Some people do it in their birthday suit, some people in their undergarments. This is definitely not something that you have to do, but that you might prefer. If you get to some really swift moving water, the best form for crossing is to face upstream and kind of cross at an angle to where you're stepping sideways, but you'll kind of be moving downstream as you go. And also kind of lean into that rush of water coming your direction. And the reason that you face upstream is if you are facing downstream or even to the side, then you've got the force of that water pushing either to the backs or on the sides of your knees, and that can cause your legs to buckle and you to fall into the water. Of course, if you can use the buddy system and cross with somebody else, two heads are better than one, and y'all might see a rock hop that would work for you, or you can both scout up and down the river. Worst case scenario, if you happen to fall into the water and now you're being washed away, like I mentioned before, if you have not unbuckled your pack, then do that as quickly as possible. Push your pack off, flip over onto your back, and put your knees up in the air. So hopefully you don't get snagged on any rocks or logs, anything under the water that can snatch you under, potentially causing you to drown. Also, having your feet out up in front of you, you can kind of use them to push off obstacles in the river. And then once you reach calm enough waters, you can swim to the shore and climb out. My favorite river to cross on the AT was the Kennebec in Maine, because you get to cross it on a canoe. There's actually a ferry system set up. They do have a specific time they operate in the season and actual times of the day that you can get there and get a ride across. But I'm going to include the website in the video description of what those current seasonal offerings are as far as the ferry system goes. There are certain hours and days throughout the season that the ferry operates, but you can find those hours online, and I'll actually put a link to it in the video description. But just know that the ferry system is set up for a reason, and fording the Kennebec River is highly advised against, and I feel like once you get there, you'll probably understand why. While through hiking the AT, you could be subjected to poisonous plants like ivy, oak, sumac, etc. That's something you might want to keep in mind before you hit the trail, especially if you know you are highly allergic to those things. The best thing that you can do to prevent a reaction is obviously keep your legs covered, whether that's wearing high socks or pants when you hike. It also helps if you can identify these plants before you head out on the trail. That way, when you're at a water source and you're leaning in to collect some water and you see a plant that you recognize as poisonous, you won't brush your legs all up against it. If you get a rash, make sure not to scratch it. And obviously, by the time you get to town, if you are still having issues with the rash, then you can get further treatment there. Hypothermia is a concern anytime you're in the outdoors. A lot of people think that in 3-season weather, spring, summer, and fall, you really don't have to worry about it, that it's more of a winter backpacking thing, but that's just not true. You can actually experience hypothermia in the middle of the summertime. And for those of y'all who are not familiar with hypothermia, it's when your body cannot maintain a normal temperature and it drops too low. Some of the symptoms of somebody who's just becoming hypothermic might be shivering, pale or gray looking skin, some unsteadiness or stumbling, the ability to not perform functions that are normal. One example of this that I have felt in myself is I was setting my tent up one time on another trail when it was really, really cold, and putting the stakes in the ground and just the process of setting up the tent was way more cumbersome than it had ever felt before. My hands weren't functioning properly. So if you see or experience any of that, then you definitely need to take action as quickly as possible. You or the person who is experiencing the symptoms of hypothermia should be warmed up as quickly as possible in whatever means possible. If you've got an emergency blanket or a quilt, sleeping bag, if you've got to gather several from different people, or even skin-to-skin contact from another human to warm up the individual that is hypothermic. If at all possible, you want to get some warm liquids into this person, even if it's just warm water and some calories, because your body needs the calories to process and warm itself up. Some of the later stages of hypothermia might be stiff muscles, a light pulse, the trunk of the person's body might feel cold to the touch, and then of course loss of consciousness. But hopefully before any of that happens, you've been able to warm the person up and get them evacuated to safety. On the flip side of hypothermia, you have hyperthermia, where your body is too hot. On the AT, there won't be many situations where it's really warm outside and you're in a long exposed area with the sun beating down on you. You do have the green tunnel most of the time, but it's not all about the temperature and whether you're being baked by the sun, but also the humidity. So a high humidity can interfere with your body's ability to sweat, and then to have that sweat evaporate, which cools you down. So if you're feeling a little bit too warm in the heat of the day, don't push that. If you have to stop and take an hour or two or however long of a break you need to cool off and allow your body to rest, then do that. Because while you have miles to go, you can't do it if you get overheated and die. Putting your feet in a cool creek or taking a swim if you've got a body of water big enough to do that, or maybe a bandana with some of your drinking water on it, put on your neck, can help cool you down. Whatever it takes to make sure that you're not overheating. If you think you or somebody else is suffering from hyperthermia, some of the things that you might notice are rapid breath, rapid pulse, signs of exhaustion, obviously loss of consciousness, also headache, nausea, and dizziness. So if it's already gotten this far, then doing whatever you can to cool the person down, as I mentioned before, would be useful, but also fanning them and helping that sweat evaporate from their body. And of course, as soon as you can, seek medical attention or help from emergency services. The next safety issue I want to cover is wildlife. And having an actual issue that causes injury to you with wildlife is very rare. So if you're like, oh my gosh, the lions and tigers and bears are going to get me, probably not. Let's start off with snakes. You will see potentially 3 venomous snakes along the AT. The rattlesnake, and yes, I understand there may be different types of rattlesnakes, but a snake with some rattles, that's one of the kinds. A water moccasin, or also referred to as a cottonmouth, and a copperhead. I actually only saw 1 venomous snake the entire time I was on the AT, and that was in Pennsylvania, and it was a big old well-fed rattlesnake who was just minding his own business, moseying across the trail, and we gave him a wide berth and moved on around, and we both went our merry little ways. Maybe you'll find comfort like I did before I started my hike, and knowing that 7,000 to 8,000 people in the U.S. every year are bitten by venomous snakes. Now, that's not the comforting part, but the comforting thing is that usually only somewhere around 5 people die. And my guess is a lot of those probably don't seek medical attention, or they were already not doing well health-wise. So as long as you, as soon as you can, seek medical help or EMS services, then you should be fine. Obviously, the best thing that you can do to prevent being bitten by a venomous snake is to be aware of your surroundings. And especially when you go to take a break, you might just mindlessly throw off your pack and flop down next to a rock or a tree to lean against. But I've seen little baby rattlesnakes curled up in like the V of a tree, right where somebody might lean up against while taking a break. Snakes can certainly be curled up near rocks, in grass and leaves where you can't see them. So if I'm going to take a break somewhere that I feel like a snake could be pretty camouflaged, like near some brush or in the leaves, then I'll take my trekking pole and just tap around, poke around, move the leaves around just to stir things up. So if something's there, I'm giving it a warning with my trekking pole instead of with my booty. Also, when you go off to use the bathroom, it's nice to have a trekking pole for the same purpose, just to kind of tap around before you pull your britches down and get a surprise. And finally, if I'm crossing over a blowdown and I can't see on the other side of the log, oftentimes I'll tap that area with my trekking pole too, just so I don't end up stepping on one as I'm climbing over the log. If you weren't very observative and now, for whatever reason, you have been bitten by a venomous snake, the best thing that you can do is to stay calm. That sounds like an impossible thing to do, but the more you freak out, the more your heart rate's gonna go up and the venom will spread more quickly throughout your body. It's said that you should keep the bite area at heart level or below. Again, that way the venom doesn't spread as quickly. If you're gonna clean the area that has been bitten, then you wanna wait 15 to 30 seconds of allowing it to freely bleed before you do that. You don't want to apply a tourniquet or even a cold pack if you're at a campsite and somebody has some ice or something like that, because although you think, okay, that's going to stop it from flowing to other areas by the tourniquet cutting off the circulation, and the cold pack by slowing down the flow of blood. This is actually counterproductive for saving that limb, because then you are concentrating the venom in that one particular area. And certainly you don't want to cut it or suck the venom, leave that stuff for the movies. But if you don't have something like a personal locator beacon or satellite device where you can call for professional help immediately, you can check cell phone reception and see if you can get a call out to 911. But if you can't, for whatever reason, contact emergency services right away, then you should drop as much weight as possible. Obviously, you want to keep essentials like water, but try to make it a priority to calmly but quickly get to a trailhead where you can be evacuated to get some help. Bears. The good thing is you won't have to stress out about grizzly bears on the AT, but you will see black bears. If somebody makes it through a whole hike of the AT and doesn't see a single bear, to me that's impressive. Like, you should go buy a lottery ticket. Where people tend to see bears the most, or at least the year that I thru-hiked, was in parts of Virginia, New Jersey, and New York. So you should use the same precautions regardless of where you are on the AT, and expect that you can see them anywhere. Most bears that you cross paths with are going to flee as soon as they see you or hear you. They don't want any part of you, and they're scared of humans. Now, if you notice a bear that doesn't seem to be afraid of humans, that's a concern for sure. And in that situation, you should try to leave the area as quickly as possible by backing away slowly, not making eye contact, and certainly don't run, because that can trigger the chase instinct in bears, kind of like dragging a piece of yarn next to a cat. If you see a bear that you've noticed but you're not sure that it's seen or noticed you, you can speak loudly and firmly to it. Again, don't make eye contact, and if they're not fleeing, then you should try to get out of the situation as quickly as possible. If a bear advances you, you should try to appear as big as possible. Hold up your trekking poles and make sure to stand your ground. Because again, if you turn around and run, then it might be game on for the bear. So standing your ground, yelling, looking big, throwing rocks, whatever you have to do to try to intimidate that bear and make it leave is your best bet. Worst case scenario, if you are attacked by a black bear, you should fight with everything that you have to try to get that bear off of you. Because when black bears attack, they're generally not doing it like a grizzly bear would, where they're just kind of playing with you and roughing you up. They're doing it because they're hungry and they're in a bad enough spot that they've identified you as worth eating. So it is not advised to play dead with a black bear. Again, fight with all you have and for your life. As far as bear deterrents go, some people like to carry bells with them, because if a bear can hear the bells coming, then the idea is they'll flee from the trail before you ever get there. But there have actually been several studies done, and one of those studies says that the bells helped. Another study says that it made no difference, and the bears kind of tuned the bells out like background noise, like birds chirping or any other noise. And finally, there's a study that says that the bells actually make it worse, because either bears learn to identify that noise with hikers, and if they've started identifying food with hikers, then it can be like dinner bells. Or maybe even a bear could have some curiosity and want to go check out what that noise is. So if you want to, you can read those studies in depth and see where you land on that. But personally, to me, bear bells are extremely annoying, and I think that I couldn't deal with it for 2,000 miles. Bear spray is an option, and if you feel more comfortable hiking in bear country having some bear spray, then by all means go for it. The cans of bear spray are a little on the heavier side, and that may be worth it to you. For me personally, it was not. And for, I would say, about 98% of the thru hikers on the AT, it was also not worth the wait, and they did not carry bear spray. If you are going to carry bear spray, make sure that you have it somewhere where it's very easily accessible, because you can go from just walking down the trail and boom, next thing you know, there's a mama bear with cubs who's mad at you and advancing you. So you want to have it somewhere where you can quick draw, like attached to your hip belt or your chest strap, something like that. I think the best thing for deterring bears as you're walking down trail is to be loud. You can sing, or if there are other hikers around, you can talk to them. Now, I understand that might scare off other wildlife that you'd be interested in seeing, but I'm just saying if you're afraid of bears, then making noise will certainly help deter them from being on the path when you come through. Bears are most active during the early morning hours and also in the evening just before dark, so dawn and dusk. But you can have issues with bears in camp, especially bears that have grown accustomed to liking hiker scraps, things that hikers leave behind. And as the old saying goes, a fed bear is a dead bear, because they can start getting aggressive once they've realized, hey, it's a lot easier to just find a hiker and steal their food than it is to go do what bears normally do. So to avoid issues with bears at camp and to help prevent further issues for people in the future, it is recommended that you observe the Bermuda Triangle. And basically the Bermuda Triangle is just separating the areas where you're sleeping, where you're cooking, and where you store your food throughout the night. I've seen several different illustrations. Some will say you have to have all of these areas 200 feet apart, or 300 feet apart, or 70 steps apart. And then also your shelter should be upwind from the food areas. Now, making sure that these areas are a significant distance apart, sure, that makes sense. But the direction of the wind, I wouldn't stress that too much, because you'll learn quickly enough, if you're not already familiar with outdoors, that the wind direction can change pretty quickly and several times throughout the night. The reality is you do the best that you can, and there are even quite a few shelters in Georgia and possibly even more going north now that have bear cables set up near the shelters, so it's really easy for you to just walk over, clip your food bag on a bear cable, and then hoist it up. And then the next morning you go and you get your bear bag, and you don't have to worry about a bear stealing your food in the middle of the night. Not only do you want to get the sense of food, your cook pot, any trash and wrappers out of your tent while you're sleeping at night, or your hammock, your shelter, but you also want to get any scented items like lotion, baby wipes, any other cosmetics or powders, anything that might make a bear curious enough to try to come in and try it out. Obviously, if you're at a campsite that doesn't have a bear cable system, then you'll have to hang your own bear bag. I was really nervous about this, and I had never done it before. I needed to one night on the AT, but thankfully there were a lot of other hikers around who had either done it a few times or not at all, but we all figured it out together, and it was a lot of fun. Basically, you want to find a branch that is at least 18 or so feet off of the ground, and also that sticks out pretty far past the trunk, because the idea is when you hang your bag, you want it to be in a spot where if the bear shimmies up the trunk, he can't reach out and grab your bag. If he shimmies out on the branch that your bag is hanging from, he can't reach down and grab it, and certainly you don't want one being able to just walk under your bear bag and reach up and get it. So the recommended dimensions are at least 12 feet off the ground, 6 feet below the branch, and I suppose maybe 6 feet or so out from the trunk of the tree. To get your bag up there, you will take your cord and tie a rock to the end of it, or if you have something like a sock, you could throw a rock inside the sock and tie that to the cord. I just have found that sometimes trying to tie the cord around the rock doesn't work super well. And the Z-Packs bear bagging kit, as I mentioned before, comes with a little rock sack. But anyway, you tie the rock, however, to one end of the cord, and on the other end of the cord is your food bag. You take the rock and you throw it up and over the branch. This may take several times before you're successful, but I promise eventually you'll get there. But when you ring the branch, make sure to watch, because that rock is gonna come flying right back at you. And I was so excited when I rang my first branch that I was like jumping up and down and about busted my teeth out, but thankfully I ducked before the rock hit me. And then you will take the rock end of the cord and pull down, which will raise your bag up in the air. Then you'll take the cord and tie it off to the trunk of the tree. There is another common method to hang a bear bag, which is called the PCT method. It's said to be a little bit more bear proof. If you want to learn more about that method, then you can check out in the video description. And I'll put a link to a video where I show different hanging methods for bear bags. And I can't stress enough that when you leave camp and go to the next place, try to clean up all of the remnants of food possible. That way we don't end up with bears who are aggressive, potentially harming humans, and then unfortunately having to be put down. If you don't want to fool with bear bagging, there are some other options. One, you can look into an Ursack. They've got Ursacks for different animal ratings, if you will. So you want to find one that is rodent proof and also bear proof. But an Ursack, you can put a rock on top of it or tie it to a tree. And the idea is the bag itself is not able to be torn into by a bear. Another option is a bear canister, and you put all your food inside the canister, it locks down, and bears can knock it around, but they can't actually get into it. Both of these options are significantly heavier, especially the bear can, than having a bear bag, and most people don't fool with these options, but they are options that exist, and I felt like you should at least know about them. Now, there is a section of trail between Jared Gap and Neal Gap from March 1st to June 1st that requires, if you camp there, that you have a bear canister. And I didn't want to fool with getting a bear canister just for that section and then having to get rid of it after that. So I opted to camp before Jared Gap, and I knew that I was going to Neal Gap that day. So I just hiked through. And Neal Gap will be your first resupply point, so it's just 5 miles right before you're going to be going into resupply. So if you're adamant that you want to camp on Blood Mountain or some particular spot in that area, then just know that it is a requirement you have a bear canister, and you should follow those rules. Now keep in mind that bears are not the only critters that are going to be after your food. Mice will go crazy to get after some hiker food. So if you're not that concerned about the possibility of a bear coming in to get your food at night, I have seen tents that have holes chewed through them because mice will come in to try to find your food while you're asleep. And because mice know that hikers are messy and they want to take advantage of all the crumbs they can, there's usually like a resident family of mice in each hiker shelter along the AT. So if you're deathly afraid of mice, then you probably want to avoid the shelters at night. But if you are going to sleep in the shelters, it's not common that mice try to get in your sleeping bag with you or anything like that. I mean, I guess unless you've got some food in your pocket. But when you hang your pack up in the shelter, or if you have it propped up in the corner, I would definitely make sure that you have all snacks and wrappers out of the pack. I mean, you should have it in your bear bag anyway, all of those scented things. But when I slept in shelters, I would even take the extra precaution of making sure that my hip belt pockets were unzipped and that the pack was open, because if a mouse has an easy way into these places to scope things out, then they won't chew through there. But if you've got some crumbs in your hip belt pocket, then a mouse might chew through your pocket to go get those crumbs. I saw somebody too that forgot they had something like a pack of crackers in their shirt pocket, and they had their shirt hanging up in the shelter, and when they woke up in the morning, there was a hole in the shirt and about half the crackers. Mice can also gnaw on things like trekking pole grips if they've got a lot of salt on them, so just do what you can to protect your gear if you're sleeping in a shelter, and even if you're at a well-trodden campsite. Now I want to talk about something that I feel like can help in instances where you've done all you can to be safe, but something still goes wrong, and that's either a personal locator beacon or a satellite messaging device. When I was getting ready to hike the AT, I really couldn't afford a personal locator beacon or a satellite messaging device, but I also thought that the main reason you would use something like that is if you were to get lost on trail. The AT is very well marked, and usually getting lost isn't a common issue. You might end up on another trail or something like that, but as far as actually being lost, it's just not as concerning as some other things. But in a scenario where you've been bitten by a snake, or you've broken a bone, or some other horrible thing has happened, being able to call for help can literally be life-saving. Personal locator beacons are not devices that you can communicate with people through, except for that one time you're hitting SOS and calling for help. But personal locator beacons supposedly do have a stronger signal, so that is a pro for them. And also for personal locator beacons, you don't have to purchase a subscription for messaging, so all in all, they are the cheaper option. As far as satellite messaging devices go, there are a lot of different options. There are things like the Spot device, where you can't actually text to people, but you can upload pre-programmed messages like good morning, leaving camp, at lunch, taking a break, made it safe to camp, you know, whatever messages you want, and send those out to the designated people you want to receive them. But of course, it does also have the SOS button that you can hit if you're in trouble. And then there are devices like the inReach, where you can actually message back and forth with your loved ones or friends, and you can choose which messaging subscription you prefer. You might not want to message a lot, or you might want to text as if it's your phone, and these devices will also Bluetooth through your phone, and so you can use an app to type and text instead of the device itself. All of the satellite messaging devices that I'm aware of anyway allow people to track you if you choose to turn that option on, so you can see why they might be more desirable for people at home, but still knowing that you've got some way to push a button, whether you go with a personal locator beacon or a messaging device, then I feel like that can give you and your family a lot of peace of mind. I didn't go with either option on the AT. I think I was just kind of playing tough, but after getting more and more experience under my belt, I realized how quickly things can go wrong, and I don't hit a trail anymore without having one of these options. And devices like the inReach Explorer Plus actually double as a second navigational tool. Now let's talk about navigation, specifically guidebooks and a particular app. The only two guidebooks I saw used on the AT were AWOL's AT Guide and the guidebook put out by the ATC. Both guides offer very useful information, including elevation profiles, town maps, post office business hours, hostel lodging information, shelter locations, detailed mileage breakdown, and a whole lot more. But in 2015, I had originally ordered the ATC thru-hiker's companion, and I just wasn't impressed. I didn't think that it was very user-friendly. So I'd heard a lot of good things about AWOL's guidebook. I checked it out, and that's the one that I ended up taking with me. When I thru-hiked, most everybody I knew had AWOL's AT Guide. It's available in different formats, PDF, book form, or loose leaf, and what I did was I ordered it as a book and PDF, and then I gave my mom the book so she could read along, and I had her print out pages of the PDF that she would send me at different points along the trail. That way I didn't have to carry the entire book. But I think that's kind of why the loose leaf service is offered. That way you just take what you want with you and have more sent to you, and you can toss the pages as you use them. In addition to the guidebook, for navigation, there is an app called FarOut, formerly known as Guthook, and it has the AT track in the app, along with a lot of different waypoints of businesses and water sources, shelters, campsites, etc. It will also have elevation profile. But what I like about having the app on my phone is if I have no service and my phone's in airplane mode, then I can still open the app. If I feel like I'm off trail, I can see exactly where the trail is, where I'm located, and I can head back to the trail. Also, you can click waypoints and see the distance that you are from those points, and you don't have to do math. But one of my favorite things about the app is that hikers can leave comments on different waypoints, like the water sources, to tell you, hey, it's still flowing, or on those fording situations that I was talking about, hey, if you walk upstream a 1/10 of a mile, there's a really big tree down that you can easily walk across instead of fording this river. And obviously some of those finer details won't be printed in AWOL's guidebook. So I guess you just get more real-time information with the app. But if I was to do it all again, I would probably have both. I would have the app to where I could see my location at any given time, and also the PDF version of the guidebook on my phone, just in case there was any other information that was in the guidebook not in the app. The trail is marked with 2-inch by 6-inch white rectangles known as blazes, and these can be on trees, rocks, wooden posts, etc., but they help mark the way. You might also sometimes see blue blazes, blue rectangles, that denote either the way to a water source, a side trail to a lookout point, or an alternate route. But the trail is very well maintained, it's obvious, it's a clear path, and these blazes help point the way. As I mentioned while discussing gear, some of your gear selection, like your sleeping bag for example, might be dependent upon what time of year you start, but also what direction you're going to be traveling in. So let's cover those different options and the pros and cons of each of them. Going northbound, or as you'll probably hear a lot, NOBO, is the most common direction to travel on a thru hike of the Appalachian Trail. That means that you would start at Springer Mountain in Georgia and finish on Mount Katahdin in Maine. Most NOBO hikers will start sometime in early March till the end of April and finish their hikes anywhere from the beginning of September till even mid-October. Now, there are certainly people who knock it out much more quickly than that, but for example, I started March 29th and I did not finish until October 19th. Now, generally, the rule of thumb is you want to try to finish your hike by October 15, because after that, Mount Katahdin is open depending on the weather. Some of the pros of going in a northbound direction are, first, you're going to be around a lot of other hikers because this is the direction that people tend to travel. So if you're starting off solo, but you wish that you were going to be around others, then this might be the best option for you. Also, if you're a beginner, certainly I would recommend being as self-sufficient as possible before you get out there, but just knowing that you can learn from other people around you can be a comforting thing. Another benefit of going northbound is the terrain starting off in Georgia is not near as challenging as Katahdin and the other areas in Maine and then the White Mountains in New Hampshire. So you can start off gradually building up your strength and stamina to prepare for the harder mountains at the end. Going northbound, your first trail stop is Neal Gap, and from the approach trail, it's within 40 miles. So if you've made any mistakes with your gear or your food, then you're gonna hit a store pretty quickly to help correct those issues early on. And also, Mountain Crossings, the outfitter at Neal Gap, does a free pack shakedown, so you can sit and go over your gear with somebody who is very experienced, and they can suggest some changes to you to maybe lighten your pack, or say, hey, maybe you don't actually need 3 different stoves and 2 different water filters, etc. Going northbound, you're more likely to get trail magic along your hike. I know a lot of people feel like going southbound, they kind of got left out and forgotten, didn't receive a lot of trail magic. And if you're not familiar with trail magic, you will be by the time you finish the trail, especially if you go NOBO. But it's basically random acts of kindness where people might leave a cooler by the road with snacks and drinks, or set up a whole booth along the trail cooking hamburgers and hot dogs. But anyway, there's just more trail community around the northbound thru hikers than the southbound or other directions. And I would definitely recommend a thru hike in the northbound direction because I feel the trail gets more beautiful as you go along. Springer Mountain is nice, but it's nothing like the epic grand finale of summiting Mount Katahdin. Now let's talk about some of the cons of a NOBO thru hike. First, you'll be around a lot of people. For those of y'all who are looking for a more serene experience, then maybe NOBO is not your cup of tea. Also, going in a northbound direction, because there are so many people, you might have more difficulty with finding vacancies at hostels and hotels in town. And finally, as I mentioned before, you are limited to when you can finish the trail, because although you might have all the time in the world, the seasons are going to change regardless, and eventually winter will come and they will close Mount Katahdin for thru hikers to pass through. One thing that I did learn though is there is winter climbing on Mount Katahdin, so I assume if you made it that far and for some reason they had closed the mountain down, you could always finish in that winter climbing time period. Just a little loophole for you. And now going the opposite direction for a southbound or SOBO hike is the second most popular direction that thru hikers travel on the AT. For a SOBO hike, you would obviously start your journey at Mount Katahdin in Maine and finish at Springer Mountain in Georgia. And SOBO thru hikers typically begin somewhere from June 1st to July 1st because Mount Katahdin is not open to thru hikers until somewhere right around Memorial Day or just after. Some of the pros of a SOBO hike are: one, you don't have that strict time pressure to finish by a certain date as long as you personally don't have anything going on that means you have to get back home. Two, it's a more peaceful experience because you won't have quite as many fellow thru hikers around. And also, I guess there's some comfort in knowing that if for some reason you didn't finish the trail, you're starting off with the cream of the crop, so you'll get to see all you can. Now for the cons. There certainly won't be as many people to help you out along the way. If you were to get in a bind, you won't see as many fellow hikers, but the AT is still a pretty well-traveled trail. Two, as I mentioned, the community really tends to evolve around the NOBO hikers, so you don't get as much community love going SOBO, but there are definitely still people out there willing to help you. And I feel like most of the SOBO alumni come back to do trail magic for those SOBOs because they too felt left out. Unfortunately, if you start with Mount Katahdin and come southbound, you're in the 100-mile wilderness and you have to go through all of that before you get out and get to a trail stop. So that's a lot to bite off at the beginning, but there are some hostels and shuttle services in Maine, so if you've gotten a bind or if you wanted to plan for being extracted out of the 100-mile wilderness, that is a possibility. It's just not as straightforward and clean cut as if you start at Springer Mountain and have Neal Gap within 30 to 40 miles, depending on if you do the approach trail or not. The 100-mile wilderness is definitely more challenging than starting off at Springer Mountain, and in general, you're doing a lot of those more challenging miles to begin with. And while that is good in one way because you're getting the tough stuff done early, although the whole trail is difficult, don't be fooled. But I guess I feel like starting off with more rugged terrain and not building your body up to it, you do have more risk for potential injury. And finally, I've heard the black fly situation up north in Maine for SOBOs is pretty rough. I've never experienced that myself, but I can say the bugs aren't just a walk in the park starting out going northbound either, but I just know that SOBOs specifically complain a lot about those black flies. The third option is a flip-flop, and this is really a combination of going northbound and southbound and just not in a traditional way. A lot of flip-floppers start off their hike at maybe Harper's Ferry, which is said to be the spiritual halfway point of the AT. And people will go northbound from there to Mount Katahdin, and then when they get done with Katahdin, go back to Harper's Ferry and hike southbound to finish up at Springer Mountain. Now you can do this in all sorts of different ways. This is just one example. One reason that somebody might opt to do that particular plan is they want to start as early as possible in the year, but they can't start when a northbounder would typically begin their hike, like beginning of March up to beginning of April. So rather than being stressed out about finishing in time on Katahdin, they just kind of jump ahead so they can have a more relaxed trip. Another example of flip-flops that I've seen people do is you start your hike at Springer Mountain with all the other NOBOs, And if you end up having some sort of injury, or maybe you've got a wedding or graduation back home that you've got to get off trail for, it kind of puts you behind, then at some point along the trail, if you realize, okay, I'm not going to be able to finish this doing a true straightforward northbound hike, then you can flip up to Katahdin from wherever you're at, and then once you finish on Katahdin, turn around and hike back south to the point where you originally flipped at. There are a lot of variations as to what a flip-flop hike can be, and the Appalachian Trail Conservancy, known as the ATC, still recognizes this as a valid thru hike as long as you complete it all in the one thru hiking season. And the ATC actually is encouraging the flip-flop type thru hike because it prevents having so much traffic in one place at one time, which unfortunately continues to degrade the trail and has higher impacts on the natural resources surrounding the trail. So some of the pros for a flip-flop hike obviously are the minimizing environmental impact, and as I mentioned, not having a strict timeline, and in a way you can kind of plan for the best seasonal weather in different areas when you want to be there. And in doing this, you'll have more of a unique experience and have more time alone with nature. I'm sure that you'll still be crossing paths with people on trail, and depending on how you do it, you can really be a NOBO with that bubble of northbounders for a while, but also flip and potentially be with southbounders for a while. As far as the downsides of a flip-flop, in my opinion, if you're not looking to be alone, you probably will have more alone time than you prefer. Also, flip-flopping can be a little bit more expensive than either a northbound or southbound hike because you have the travel expenses associated with each time you flip and go to a different location. And finally, I feel like a flip-flop can be a little anticlimactic depending on where you're flipping at, especially if it's just at a random trailhead and you finish your thru hike there instead of summiting a mountain. For me, I wouldn't love that as much, but it doesn't make the achievement any less great. Basically, you just have to sit down, figure out what your schedule will allow for, what your personal preferences are, and what you're looking to get from the trail experience. But keep in mind those tentative dates of June 1st when Katahdin opens and October 15th when it could close. You just never know what the weather will do. Now I want to talk about hiking as a solo hiker on the AT versus being a part of a group. Fortunately for me, I got to kind of experience the best of both worlds. I started off as a solo hiker who didn't know anybody out on trail, but quickly, like most other solo hikers, especially those going northbound, I kind of got in with a pack of other solo hikers who turned out to be what we call on trail my tramily, my trail family. Some of my best memories from the trail were made in those couple hundred miles that I hiked with this group of 9, and I made some lifelong friendships out of it. But eventually we kind of dispersed and went our own ways, different speeds and goals, and also unfortunately some people left the trail. So if you're feeling a little uneasy about being a solo hiker out on the AT, if you're going in a northbound direction especially, but even your other options, there are a lot of people out on the AT, and it's very rare that you'll be alone for long. But there are definitely benefits to both solo hiking and hiking with a group. But before you sit at home because you don't have a hiking partner, or before you beg somebody to go that really might not make a great hiking partner, listen to some of these points. One of the things that I loved about being a solo thru hiker is I was the boss. I made the schedule. I decided how many miles were going to be hiked that day. If I felt like sleeping in, I could. If I wanted to night hike, then that was always an option. If I decided, you know, do I want to take a 0 today? Yeah, I think so. It's just really nice not having to consult somebody else all the time. And maybe that sounds like a selfish thing, but up to this point, 28 years of my life, I had pretty much considered other people in everything. So having that opportunity to truly be free and do what you want every single day is a really nice thing. When you have an injury or an illness, you don't have to worry about feeling guilty because you're holding somebody else up. And also I've seen couples or friends who are out on the trail together and one was injured to the point where they might not be able to finish in time. So what does the hiking partner do? Do they go ahead and say, well, see you down the trail, or do you get off trail with your partner, or maybe push it to the limit up to a certain time and wait it out to see if they're going to get better? As a solo hiker, you don't have to stress over any of that. You can just worry about yourself and listen to your own body. Lodging availability is a little bit simpler when you're a solo hiker. Even if a place is full, a lot of times if it's just one hiker that needs a bed or some floor space, then somebody's willing to work it out. But as soon as you have two or more, it's like, oh, sorry, we're booked. And alone time. Some people like it, some people not so much. I really value spending time alone, in my mind, in my thoughts, and it's really a healthy thing. So even if you feel like you don't enjoy it, you probably need it in your life more than you know. But just having some time to reflect on what I wanted to do once I got done with this epic journey, or maybe come to terms with some mistakes that I've made in my life, or whatever it was, I was able to have that alone time. If you've got somebody else on trail with you that wants to hike with you all the time, then you really don't get that same letting go mentally. And then finally, to spend every waking minute with somebody for 6 months, you really have to know that person and like them a lot. So if you decide that you really don't want to be a solo hiker, I would be very selective about who you take out on the trail with you. Solo hiking is definitely awesome, but there are certainly some benefits to hiking as a couple or with a group. First, you always have the buddy system, somebody watching your back and looking out for you. And hikers tend to do this anyway with other hikers on trail, but I do remember some moments that I was alone on the AT where, for example, I might be fording a river that I felt a little bit uncomfortable about and would have felt more comfortable if I had had a partner. Also, as a couple or with a group, you might share gear. I've seen a guy carry the body of the tent and his girlfriend, fiance, wife carry the poles of the tent. And with couples and groups, it's also fun to share food. I've been in situations where I wanted s'mores really badly, but I didn't want to carry the extra weight of a whole box of graham crackers and a bag of marshmallows and a whole pack of Hershey bars. But when I mentioned it to my tramily, hey, I'm thinking about packing some fun stuff out, are y'all down? Well, then we ended up getting all sorts of other food too, and strawberries. So it can be really nice having people to share the load with. Now, I will say a warning on sharing gear. This can work well as long as y'all have similar speeds, and if you're not hiking together all the time, then you at least have checkpoints of where you're going to meet up throughout the day. That way somebody doesn't end up way far ahead and now the other person doesn't have their tent for the night because for whatever reason they can't possibly catch up. And also you want to make sure that you can trust the person that you're sharing equipment with, and it's terrible that I have to say that, but I saw a couple who broke up on the AT and they were sharing a tent, and one of them was mad enough that they stormed off and left the other without a tent, and that was just kind of a crappy situation. I mean, you would think that as adults you could work it out enough until you got to the trailhead and then figure it out from there, but they didn't. So you just want to make sure that you can trust that person you're sharing gear with. Another perk of hiking with a group is shared lodging, which might mean cheaper lodging. If you've got 3 or 4 people who want to share a double bed hotel room together and you have 2 to a bed, well, that greatly reduces the cost and might even be cheaper than if you stayed at a hostel. And certainly you have less people in one space than you would in a hostel. And finally, nothing beats the feeling of camaraderie. Having people around you, rallying you when you're at low points is just something that can really help you keep moving forward. I feel like this is a good place to mention having friends come join you and hike with you some on trail. When I first announced I was going to be through hiking the AT, I had several friends who were like, man, I wish I could go with you, but I can't, but maybe I can come out for a weekend and join you, especially when you're in a beautiful area that I've never been to. Well, it ended up that none of those friends came out to join me, but I was honestly glad in the long run because I made my own pack of friends, and as I got more into the groove of my thru hike, I liked being able to make my plans and do what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. So just keep that in mind if you are a solo hiker, even if you're going as a couple or already with a group, that you're gonna get into your routine, you're gonna get more efficient at packing up camp and setting it up at night. You'll start to increase your mileage because you're gonna be training and conditioning for thru hiking every single day. So what I would suggest, if you're definitely gonna have a friend come visit you to hike with you on trail, do it early on. Do it before you are conditioned enough to where you're doing 20 plus miles a day and you're, at your peak fitness level, because having them come out with fresh legs and not having as much experience will definitely hold you back later on. Now, if you don't think you'll mind having to leave the friends that you made on trail when you fall back with your friend from off trail, then by all means go for it, but it's just something to consider before you make concrete plans to meet somebody out there. Also, if you are gonna have somebody join you on trail, I would recommend telling them, when you can come meet me for this certain period, you'll just have to come meet me where I'm at. There's no way that I can plan to meet you at X location on Y date because I'm going by footpath and I don't want to be pressured to make it here on that certain date. Unless of course you do, but that's not something I would have enjoyed on my thru hike. So whether you're gonna go it alone or you have a hiking partner planned to go with you, I think it's gonna be a wonderful experience for you. I would definitely recommend, if you are going with a group or with a partner, that you sit down and have those conversations about, okay, if we decide that we're hiking at different speeds and I want to do more miles in a day, is it okay if we separate? Are there going to be any hard feelings? Or if somebody ends up injured, what's the plan of action? Do we both quit our thru hike? Those are important things to decide before you get out on the trail. That way nobody ends up surprised or with their feelings hurt. And now for etiquette, aka how not to be a jerk. Etiquette is one of those words that you probably don't think of when you're considering being a wild animal out on the trail, or at least trying to rewild yourself to some extent. But each of us isn't the only individual out on the trail trying to enjoy nature, so it's obviously nice when we can be considerate of one another. And while some of this stuff might be common sense, when you're tired or you've had a tough day, it's easy for things to slip our minds. So I'm not trying to be preachy, but I do want to go over etiquette for different scenarios. Shelter etiquette. Obviously, we want to be thoughtful of the people that we are sharing a tight space with. Sometimes you might be the only person in a shelter, other times it can be a full house. So when you first get to the shelter and you start setting up, keep in mind that other people may be coming along. So it's good to not have all of your stuff spread out all over the shelter, taking up a lot of space. Also consider your hygiene when you're in a shelter. Obviously, everybody's gonna stink and that's just part of it. But sitting next to a person in a really tight space that's cutting their toenails and they're clipping off and bouncing everywhere, that's really disgusting. If I get somebody's broken off toenail on me, I'm gonna be upset. Hikers are generally kind of gross, but you don't have to go the extra mile. Next, eating in shelters and cooking is generally frowned upon because you're not supposed to do things that attract wild animals to the space that you're going to be sleeping. If you're a smoker, the most polite thing that you can do is step outside of the shelter before you smoke, and make sure that wherever you're smoking at, the wind is not blowing into the shelter and dragging your smoke over there anyway. The way we use technology in shelters should be considered. For example, if you want to watch a movie or a video on your phone while you're lying in your sleeping bag in the shelter, that's perfectly fine, but you should do so with earbuds on and at a reasonable volume so you're not disrupting other people who are trying to relax or sleep. Also, if you're having a phone conversation, you should step away from the shelter so that not everybody has to be a part of whatever is going on with you and your phone. Snoring. If you are a person who snores and you're aware of that and you know that you're going to keep other hikers up at night if you sleep in the shelter, then it's really not fair of you to do so. So make sure you've got a tent or a hammock. And if it's possible for you to use that shelter system and set up separately instead of sleeping in the three-sided structure shelters, then I think that's the kindest thing that you can do. For those of you who will be sleeping in shelters, I recommend bringing some earplugs just in case, because unfortunately not everybody who snores is considerate that they might keep people up. In the shelters and shelter areas, be mindful of hiker midnight. I tend to be a night owl, so if there was a fire ring with a fire going, then I was over there by that fire enjoying conversation and hanging out with people. And hiker midnight is roughly 9 p.m. That's when a lot of people are in the bed trying to sleep. So anything after that time, try to keep it down and disruptions to a minimum. Now for you early risers, remember if the night owls were quiet for you the night before when you're packing up the next morning, because not everybody is going to be on the same schedule out there. So if you're up before the sun, make sure you're packing up quietly as possible, not stomping around and throwing your gear down and all of that when you're getting ready to go, because that's just also not fair. I know some people think the early bird gets the worm, but for the rest of us, we feel like the second mouse gets the cheese. Now I want to talk about shelter etiquette, specifically in the Smoky Mountain National Park. And not so much etiquette as I just want to say, be sweet to one another, y'all, because Smoky Mountain National Park is where I first saw any kind of friction between section hikers and through hikers, and there's really no reason for it. It's not the section hiker's fault or the through hiker's fault. It's the way the system is set up, and I don't know that I have the perfect answer, but the situation is, as a through hiker, you will fill out a permit saying that you're going to enter the Smoky Mountain National Park. You'll be there for approximately X amount of days, and they might have you approximate where you might camp. But you're free to camp at any of the shelters throughout that stretch of trail. Now, you can sleep in a shelter if there is space, but you must either sleep in the shelter or camp near the shelter. As a section hiker going through Smoky Mountain National Park on the AT, you are required ahead of time, in advance, to reserve what shelter you're going to sleep in and list your exact itinerary. And as a section hiker, you are only permitted to sleep in the shelters on the AT where you make your reservation. You're not allowed to stay in a personal shelter near the three-sided structure. Now, when you're planning this out ahead of time and you're all excited about your vacation, you're not worried about how many through hikers are going to be coming through at that time. This is the time you can get off to go section hike the Smoky Mountain National Park on the AT, and that's exciting. So there can be an issue for through hikers because, for example, if I'm the last one to get to a shelter in the Smoky Mountain National Park and it's cold, it's been raining all day, and I'm all set up, I've got my dry and warm sleeping bag on me, I've got my wet clothes off. Some of these shelters even have a tarp to cover the front to help keep the heat in, and some of them also have fireplaces in the shelters, so they can be really cozy. Next thing I know, here comes a section hiker who is soggy and looking for some shelter space. Well, if I'm the last through hiker in the shelter, this section hiker has reserved a place in the shelter for the night, and they can only sleep in the shelters along the AT. They're not allowed to camp in a tent or a hammock. So I have to get up and pack all of my stuff up and move out to the rain and the cold and set up my personal shelter. So that sucks. It sucks for the through hikers. It sucks for the section hiker that has to say, hey, you know, I have no choice but to get in here for the night, so somebody's gonna have to go. So just be considerate as a through hiker. Don't take it personally that you have to leave the shelter. If you do, it's just the way that things are. And keep in mind that any given time, shelters can be closed for people to sleep in, so make sure you respect those closures. Now for trail magic etiquette. I know it seems like, what could somebody do at trail magic that would be rude? I mean, trail magic is an act of kindness where people are giving things to the through hikers, but unfortunately I have seen it happen, so I just want to touch on this. When you're at trail magic, be mindful of the situation and how much the trail angel that is giving trail magic has. So if they have several tents set up with all the food that you can eat, then sure, go to town and be appreciative and fill your belly. But if you see that this is kind of a quick pop-up stand and this person has one pack of hot dogs and you know that there are other hikers coming behind you, then don't sit there and eat 4 hot dogs. You know, as excited as you are to get a hot dog, the hiker coming right behind you will be too. So make sure in those situations you are considerate of your fellow hiker and only take in a reasonable share. And obviously, as a thru hiker, you should show gratitude towards the person that is offering you trail magic. I've never seen hiker be ungrateful for something that they were given, so this is kind of a no-brainer. But there are little things that I think as thru hikers you might not realize are very special to a trail angel. For example, they may have a little journal that they want you to sign so that they can log all of the thru hikers they were able to meet that year. And to you it might be like, I don't feel like signing that, because you know, you sign the shelter log books, and sometimes there will be registers at trailheads or different things like that. So I know sometimes it can seem monotonous, but to this person who came out there to do this act of kindness for you, it's a really big deal potentially. With trail magic, most of the time the trail angels know that hikers don't want to carry the trash that they used with them when this person obviously has a vehicle or access to town. So they usually will have some sort of garbage area that you can put your stuff. But if you come up to a cooler and there are just cans there, if it doesn't have a bag that says leave your trash or something like that, then if you drink one of those cans, that trash is yours and you should take it with you. And unfortunately, another thing that I've seen is people taking their personal trash bags and dumping them in coolers so that whoever comes and get the cooler now has to deal with this garbage, or other thru hikers now have to sift through garbage to get out a canned drink. So that's really not cool, and you have to know that that's not okay. But don't just assume that trail angels want to deal with your trash. If they're there and present and they offer, that's great. But if not, assume this is your trash that you now have to deal with. Etiquette obviously isn't just a trail thing. It should also fall over into town stops. There are a lot of trail angels along the way that you might not see specifically on the trail, but they will be in towns willing to help you out, giving you a free place to stay, shuttling you around to do your errands. But just like in normal life, there aren't always good people in the world. The same is true of the trail and the people you might find out there. I would say by far the majority are good people, but there are bad ones who will try to take advantage of situations, who will feel entitled to certain services. There was a place called the Palmerton Jail in Pennsylvania, and before I could get there during my thru hike, there was a group of hikers who partied like rock stars and got it shut down. Also during the year I thru hiked, there was a guy in Dalton, Massachusetts that was allowing people to camp in his yard, and you could get water out of his spigots and charge your electronics, and it was all for free. But he had some simple rules like keep your voices down because I have neighbors, don't go onto my neighbor's property. And some hikers who just refused to follow some simple rules got that place shut down for the rest of the year and possibly thereafter because they were being rude. But hopefully none of y'all watching this video will be like that, so things don't continue to get shut down for hikers who are really excited about being there and experiencing those offerings. And there are some additional things with towns in general. First, if you're staying somewhere like a hostel where you know there are going to be a lot of hikers staying there and maybe a small amount of bathrooms, make sure you're reasonable with your shower time. That way other people get warm water and they don't have to wait hours at a time to finally get a shower. Toilet paper. You'll actually see signs around that say, please don't rob our toilet paper from different businesses that hikers might go to or hostels, because a lot of times folks will just ball up what toilet paper they need off of a roll of toilet paper and put it in their pack and hit the trail. But a lot of these places will have toilet paper for sale by the individual roll, or you know, you and your tramily can split up a 4-pack or something like that. And obviously if you're in a bunk room, observing the things that I was mentioning about sleeping in shelters earlier, like if you are a snorer, then maybe ask if all the stores can kind of be bunked together, or if they have private rooms, that might be something that you can look into. But also realizing that some people might want to hit the hay around hack or midnight and not stay up all night. I've heard concern over the years, specifically with the Appalachian Trail, and people thinking that if they go out to thru hike it, they're going to be dragged into a 2,000 plus mile party. Now, if you're into that sort of thing, then it can be a 2,000 plus mile party. But if you're not, then it certainly doesn't have to be. Just like in your hometown right now, there are people who use and abuse things like alcohol, tobacco, and recreational drugs. So the same is true of the Appalachian Trail. Pretty much anything that you could get in town with humans, you can also get out on the trail. But is it easy to avoid if that's not your cup of tea? Absolutely. Most of the time you're not going to have somebody that's sitting in the middle of a shelter with a cigarette or a joint blowing smoke right in your face. And if they are, then just like you would in any other situation in normal life, you can say, hey, do you mind stepping out of the shelter? You know, I really don't want to be a part of your cigarette or your joint. And most people will be like, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I didn't even realize what I was doing. Absolutely, I'll step aside. When I was thru hiking the AT, I met a family of 2 parents and 5 children who ranged from 10 into their early 20s. And the parents said, yeah, our kids saw people doing things from time to time that they wouldn't have at home, but the same is true of pretty much anywhere that you'll go in the world. And there were only a couple of times that they recalled anyone being so blatant or, you know, any kind of rude about it. So use those communication skills, and if something is bothering you, just let somebody know politely, and I'm sure they'll be willing to switch that up for you. Now, if you're planning to quit something like drinking, smoking, drugging while you are on your thru hike of the AT, then I definitely commend you for that. But I just don't want you going out there thinking that those substances that are available at home won't be out on the trail, because chances are they will be. And if you're trying to quit smoking cigarettes and you think, well, I'm going to be in the woods more days than not, so I won't have access to it, you're going to see somebody smoking a cigarette and you will likely be tempted to bum one from them. Also, with town stops happening anywhere from 3 to 7 days, you're going to have access to those things pretty regularly. So all I'm saying is it's not a foolproof plan. Know that before you go and prepare for that. Now let's talk about finances. And finances for a thru hike aren't just on-trail expenses. It really starts with the off-trail expenses before you ever go. Because if you can minimize the costs that you have at home when you're out on the trail, it'll help relieve pressure from you and also help relieve the stress on your wallet. But the world will keep turning back home while you're on the trail, so you do have to plan for those expenses. I've seen people do all sorts of things to try to minimize expenses at home, starting with selling everything. People will sell their car, sell their home, or get rid of their lease. And if they have a few belongings left, they might throw them in their mom's garage or something like that. So they literally have no expenses at home while they're out on the trail. This really wasn't a feasible option for me, but it would be nice. Another option is leasing your place that you're staying and or your car. I've heard of people doing both of those things for the time period that they'll be out on the trail. One of the issues you can run into, though, is if you don't finish the trail and you have to go home sooner, then somebody's in your home and has your vehicle. But you have to go with the mindset that you're going to do it, and I guess if somebody is renting your home and your vehicle, that's pretty good motivation to stay on the trail. Also, you can look into getting a storage unit. So if you do sell your place or get out of your lease, a storage unit certainly would be cheaper than paying for an apartment the whole time you're gone. Another expense that you might have is student loans, and if you are in that boat, you can defer your payment. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's good, sound financial advice, but that actually is something that I did while I was out on trail. I needed a break from the world, and for me, having a little bit of freedom for a while to step aside from that, it was worth it for my mental state. Another thing that might help reduce your cost back home is dropping your car insurance. Now that could be risky because I guess natural disasters could still happen and destroy your car. But if you know it's going to be sitting in one spot for 6 months and nobody's going to be driving it, then you know, it might be an option. For me, I had an older vehicle that I only had liability insurance on anyway. I knew nobody would be driving it, so I dropped the insurance for that 6-month period. Even if you have a home, you might consider disconnecting your utilities. I looked into this, but the cost of the deposits for getting the utilities back on just wasn't worth it to deal with. And some people opt for using a prepaid cell phone while they're on trail instead of having a contract, so that way they control how much they actually spend on the cost of a cell phone. Another off-trail expense that you should consider saving up for before you hit the trail is your cushion when you get back home. Once you complete the Appalachian Trail, you will likely be as exhausted emotionally, spiritually, mentally, physically than you ever have been in your life. And the last thing that you want to have to do is stress yourself out going, oh my gosh, I have to find a job immediately, I've blown through all my money. So if you have some set aside to allow you a little bit of time to decompress after you get done with the trail, then you will thank your past self. Something else that you'll have to think about financially, obviously, is the cost of your gear before you get to the trail. Now, thankfully, this is something that you can acquire over time, unless you're like me and you decide last minute, I think I'm gonna hike the Appalachian Trail this next year. But if this is not a last minute plan, then this is something you can work on over time and build up to everything that you need. But how much should one prepare to spend on gear? Well, this number is going to be very different for a lot of people. As a general rule of thumb, though, for people who want decent gear for a thru hike, I would say you can expect to spend anywhere between $1,000 to $2,000. Now, again, you can make this much cheaper if you have time and patience. Wait for REI garage sales, or look for used gear opportunities on the virtual flea market pages on Facebook, or maybe even wait for Black Friday sales. And also, you can consider making some of your own gear. If you're kind of a crafty person and you feel comfortable with a sewing machine, a lot of times it is cheaper to get the materials yourself and put them together instead of paying for the convenience of somebody else doing it. Now let's talk about on-trail expenses. Exactly how much should it cost to walk from Georgia to Maine? Well, for each hiker, that's going to look different because folks have different preferences, requirements, etc. But the typical estimate given for the Appalachian Trail is $1,000 per month. So if you're out there 4 months, then about $4,000. If you're out there 7 months, then about $7,000. I think that a reasonable budget for being relatively comfortable while out there doing some things in town would run someone about $5,000 to $7,000. But your total cost will depend on your personal preferences. For example, with food, are you going to be eating ramen noodles and trying to get as much free stuff as you can out of the hiker boxes, or do you want Mountain House meals for each meal? Those are a big difference price-wise, and over a period of several months, it definitely adds up. And not only is it food on trail, but also food in town. Do you want to allow yourself to have a splurge meal every now and then when you're in town somewhere where you could have a steak dinner and a baked potato and some asparagus, but most of the time you're going to eat fast food? Well, all of those things have to be considered too. And then lodging. A lot of people think, well, I'm not going to stay in towns that much. Like, I'm doing the trail to be out in the wilderness, but sometimes things happen. Like, it might have been raining for 3 or 4 days and it's still raining, and you really just want to go to a town and sleep in a room for a night and dry out. Or if you end up injured and you have to lay up somewhere for a week, you should definitely have a little bit extra set aside on top of what you think you'll need in case a situation like that occurs. But don't think that you're just never going to stay in a town and that you'll have that willpower, because I'm telling you, the trail will test that. Another expense is showers. Now, if you've paid for a place to stay for the night, obviously a shower should be included with that. But if you are sometimes going to pop into a town and take a shower, resupply, there are sometimes community centers that will allow you to take a shower for free or for a small donation, and then sometimes hostels also offer that service. But if you're gonna take a shower and not stay somewhere, then do expect to pay for that. Also, laundry. Now, I have been known to do some shower laundry, just wash my clothes with soap and water while I'm taking a shower, but it really is nice to be able to just do laundry when you get to a town. And depending on where you go, it might be included with your stay, or a lot of times it is an extra fee. But I would say on average, doing my laundry alone, it costs me about $5. You probably won't have enough clothes to fill up a whole load of laundry, so sometimes you can split this with another hiker. But just be mindful of how stinky the other hiker is that you're gonna split your laundry with, because I have had some things come out of the wash smelling worse than they were going in. One expense you could have that you might not consider is postage. Whether you are mailing some piece of gear home that didn't work out, or you're gonna mail something ahead, or maybe you wanna write some postcards to some friends, then that could be an additional expense. And gear replacement. I think a lot of hikers forget to account for this because they get all their gear before they go and they're sure this is the gear they want and it's gonna work for them. But until you get out there and you're using this stuff day in and day out, you're probably really not gonna know if it works perfectly for you. And also, some gear might just wear out. For example, trail runners or even boots. You're probably gonna have to get at least another pair of boots and several pairs of trail runners. So you wanna allot for that, and don't forget to include that in your estimation of how much you should save up. Transportation to and from the trail should be considered, like to the southern or northern terminus and then back home. But also, if you plan to get any shuttles while you're out on trail, then you wanna allot for that. And as I kind of touched on before, emergencies, and not just you're injured and you need to hole up, so you need some additional lodging money, but also like you broke your cell phone or lost it and now you need to get a new one, or some piece of gear turned up missing or got knocked off of a cliff somehow, or it could be that you're injured and you now have to go see a doctor. But you should definitely plan to have some sort of unexpected thing that takes more money than you thought you would need. Here's a table of my expense breakdown. So the total I spent on trail was $6,316. Now, $845 of that was untracked cash, where I had withdrawn from an ATM, so I can't say exactly where that money went. If I had to guess, that $845 was probably pulled out from an ATM so that I could give another hiker money for my portion of a hotel room or something like that, because honestly, the value of $818 seems a little bit low for lodging, and I did split rooms with a lot of people. But it also very well could have gone to meals in town, because if I took a 0 day, I was definitely gonna get one good meal while I was in town. But I would like to note that I spent almost $1,500 on gear replacement. A lot of this was probably trail runners, but I also switched out shelters while I was on trail, from a shoddy hammock setup to a backpacking tent. But I likely could have reduced this number a little bit more if I had actually been backpacking before I went out on trail, because I would have found out much more quickly that a hammock was not going to work for me, and I would have prepared and gotten a tent ahead of time. Now let's talk about mental preparation and the mental aspect of hiking itself all the way up until you come home. But to start with, when you've decided I'm going to thru hike the Appalachian Trail, I think one of the best things that you can do after you've told yourself is to start telling everybody else. Call your mom, call your friends, your family, your coworkers, unless you don't need your boss to know yet. But start putting it out there, social media, whatever you want to do to let people know. And the reason that I say to do that is because, one, then you've kind of spoken it into existence. You have made the statement, and maybe you'll actually start believing yourself that you are going to thru hike the AT. And two, it holds you accountable, because now all these other people know that this is your goal, and once you've told people you're going to do something, then obviously you have to do it. But I mean, they'll probably check in with you. Hey, how's the planning for that weird woods thing that you said you were going to do? Are you still doing that? So it'll kind of at least put you under some pressure because you said you were going to do it. Also, I really think that it's best to tell friends and family as soon as you can, because it allows them to kind of go from that shock phase to the more supportive phase. And building a good support team before you leave home is really important. It's not a necessity, but having a support team, I think, definitely helps, because when you're down in the dumps and you need to call somebody at home, you know, you want them to be looking at this in a positive way, not, yeah, I told you so, that you shouldn't have gone out there mindset. Now, you should be warned that when you go telling people this, don't be surprised if everybody's not just super excited for you right out of the gate. And sometimes people closest to us will really even get upset or get angry that you're going to go do something like this, because they probably haven't done as much research into it as you have. So you already know some of the risks involved with thru hiking. But all they're gonna think is, my loved one is fixing to go out into the woods and sleep with strangers and possibly get killed by some wildlife. And then now they're talking about hitchhiking. What? So just take it slow and easy with them and give them a chance to come around. But know that if somebody reacts in a negative way, it's probably from a place of concern and love. But the bottom line is, the only opinion that truly matters comes from the person who's looking back at you in the mirror. Completing a thru hike of the AT is much more of a mental feat than a physical one. Now, don't get me wrong, the trail will beat the crap out of you physically, but your mind is going to be the thing that tempts you to go home. Some of the situations where I not necessarily felt tempted to go home, but where I was most miserable and I really questioned, why am I doing this, was when there was rain. And I don't mean just rain for a day, but like the third day of rain, and now it's getting really frigid. The cold rain was like kryptonite. But I kept in mind, it can't rain every day until I finish the trail. So eventually the sun is going to come out again, and the cold will slowly fade, and summertime will be here, and before I know it, I'll be sweating my butt off, and I was. So in those moments, especially that you can't control, like bad weather, just know that it's not going to stay the same forever, and it will change. And if you have to get off trail for a couple of zeros to get out of some of the weather and dry out, then do that. Do what you need to mentally get through, but don't succumb to just being frustrated at things that you can't change, like the weather. Another time that was very mentally challenging for me is when I started getting close to the finish line, like within a few hundred miles, maybe even 500 miles or so. And I just had this anxiety about falling down and breaking my leg, or something happening and me having to get off trail after I had come that far. And then I told myself, like, are you serious? Knock it off. Stop freaking out over that, because you've made it this far. And if you have to crawl to Katahdin now, then that's what you're going to do. But I will say I added a lot of mental stress on myself with different situations. I had to leave and go home for a graduation, and I had an emergency with one of my dogs that I had to go home for and come back, and then a bout of plantar fasciitis, and I took my fair share of zeros having a good time with my tramily. So all of those things made me much later in Maine than I would have liked to have been. So that's why I kind of stress, start a little bit earlier than you think you need to if you can, because that gives you more time and less stress as far as that end deadline of when they'll close Katahdin. And finally, I noticed a lot of mental anguish, if you will, when I spent several days alone. And this wasn't very common at the beginning. It was more towards the end, because the bubble had already passed me and they were done with the trail, and I was still lingering, trying to get there. And I kind of started to feel like Tom Hanks in Castaway, where I was like talking to my trekking pole or or animals out there or whatever. So you're probably going to have your own little quirky thoughts or things that really frustrate you, and you'll throw a toddler fit in the middle of the trail. Those things are kind of normal. In those moments, there were some different things that I would try to tell myself that kind of helped. So maybe they'll help you too. First You're gonna hear it a lot. No rain, no pain, no main. And that's very straightforward. Like, you gotta suffer if you want the prize. Also, a bad day of hiking is always better than a good day at work. I mean, sure, sometimes when I was freezing cold in the rain, I'd be like, oh, but my office would be climate controlled and I'd be warm right now. But then I'd really imagine being back at my office on one of the better days, and I'd be like, no, you know, I think I'd rather stick through the rain for another couple of days because the sun's gonna shine and it's gonna be okay. Keep your head up, and not just in the, you know, keep your head up, keep your spirits up. I mean, that too, but look around and enjoy the view. Now, you'll probably trip on a root or a rock whenever you decide to look up and enjoy the view, because that's normally how it goes, but there is beautiful country around you that you can only see if you walk to it and you're there. So make sure, even if you're having a bad day, that you try to take in something good around you. And when it would rain, I would notice that the forest seemed to be more green and vibrant. And also the little red F's would come out on trail. So it was exciting to get to see those. So try to hone in on the positive aspects to even the negative situations. I would also tell myself, all you have to do is put one foot in front of the other. And there were times where I was so exhausted or sore or just mentally drained, and I would look down at my feet and watch one foot going in front of the other, and I'd say, one foot in front of the other is all you have to do to get to Katahdin, and it works. And then I'd remind myself that Grandma Gatewood hiked the AT more than one time with less comforts than what I had, so what business did I have complaining about my situation? And finally, I promised myself before I ever left to start the trail that I would not quit on a bad day. Anybody can quit on a bad day. Anybody can go, I'm tired of getting rained on, I'm tired of being cold, this sucks. Now, I'm not saying that you shouldn't quit at all. If you get out there and you really feel like through hiking is not your thing, that's okay. That's perfectly acceptable. I don't expect you to suffer through months of something that you're really not enjoying. But make sure that when you make that decision, you're sitting on a mountaintop summit with a beautiful view and you're looking out at the birds flying and the butterflies fluttering, and you're like, this sucks, I want to go home. If you can do that, then it's probably time for you to go home. But what I told myself is if I couldn't do that, then I had to stay on trail. I've had a lot of people say to me, okay, but what if I don't finish? Okay, well, you started. A lot of people would never be in the woods for a weekend, let alone months at a time, and they certainly wouldn't spend time somewhere where they couldn't flush the toilet when they went to the bathroom. So the fact that you even had the desire to thru hike, made plans to do something like that in your life, because it's very hard to set aside a 6-month period and tell everything else in life, you know, wait till I get back. But you were able to prioritize and to do that. So that's already very commendable, and the fact that you had the guts to get out there and take those first steps on the AT. So if you end up with some injury that knocks you off the trail, I mean, yes, you're definitely going to be upset, disappointed, but know that the trail is still going to be there. So if you decide to section hike the AT instead, that's fine. If you decide to come back and tackle a thru hike another year, that's great. You were able to have the mental fortitude to make it happen the first time. So I definitely feel like you can make it happen a second time. And if you decide that you don't want to at all, that's fine too. But make sure you don't sell yourself short and that you realize how far you came is way beyond what most people will ever do in their entire lives. Unfortunately, the mental struggles of the trail don't necessarily stop when you're done. A lot of thru hikers experience something we call post-trail depression once they get home. And you might be wondering, how could somebody who just completed possibly one of the most wonderful things they've ever done in life be depressed? But you have to keep in mind that hikers have one goal in mind for 6 months, and they have literally bled, sweat, and cried to reach that end point, worked for it every day, day in, day out, through miserable weather and bugs and all sorts of other struggles. And one day they finally reach that goal. And yes, it's exciting and fulfilling, but then you go back home. So you can kind of start to feel disconnected from friends and family at home because you've had this epic change within you, and they've pretty much been doing the same thing since you left 6 months ago. So it can be very difficult to transition back to normal life at home. So let me suggest some things to you that might help with that transition. First, if you can, try not to finalize your end of trail plans before you ever leave to start it. I know it might seem like, well, I've got to get my transportation figured out. Like, I can't not know what I'm gonna do when I get there. But I promise you, throughout your hike, you're gonna start to relax and you're gonna be much better at rolling with the punches and going with the flow. And your end of trail self will probably appreciate that you didn't have the date of a plane ticket hanging over your head the whole time. Now, I understand some people will be forced to make those plans, but unless it's necessary for some reason, I would hold off. Even if you decide to rent a car and road trip back with people or whatever you feel like you need to do, take some time to decompress before you throw yourself right back into your old life. Keep in touch with your tramily once you get back home. At first, you might have some exciting things going on, catching up with old friends, but check on your tramily, see how they're doing, because chances are, if you're starting to feel a little down about missing the trail, they will be too. And they're the ones that trudge through everything with you, so they're the ones that can connect with you the most. And reminiscing together, in my experience, really helps. Another thing you can try to ease post-trail depression is stay connected with the trail community. And obviously that won't be out there through hiking, but joining a Facebook group, for example, for next year's class of through hikers and interacting with them, trying to help answer some questions they may have, can help you feel better. Or making videos and putting them out there about your hiking experience. Or maybe even doing some trail maintenance, whether that's on the AT itself or in your local area, because if it wasn't for trail maintainers, none of us would have the trails that we walk on. So giving back, I think, helps people feel good. Also, simplify life. When you get home from the trail, chances are you're gonna feel a little bit overwhelmed by all the stuff you have, unless of course you got rid of it before you went out there. But I came home and I thought, if everything that I need lives inside one backpack, then why in the world do I have so much junk in my house? And I started just cleaning stuff out and getting rid of things, taking stuff to the thrift store, and just trying to simplify the processes in my life too. Because on trail, it's very straightforward. You walk, you sleep, you eat, and every now and then you go and grocery shop. Now, I understand you can't have that exact life every day, but if you can eliminate some of that stuff that doesn't have to be in your life, especially things like energy suckers that aren't doing you any good. And finally, post-trail depression probably hit me the hardest when my year mark came around, and a lot of people were posting about getting out for their through hikes that year, whether it was people who were going to do the AT that hadn't done it before, or my friends who were able to do a through hike the next year and they were starting the Pacific Crest Trail or whatever. And man, I wanted to be starting a trail so badly. So I went out and I did trail magic, and I actually grouped up with some of my old tramily members, and we were able to put smiles on the faces of next year's class of AT hikers at a place where we had gotten some pretty epic trail magic. But just know that the post-trail depression will begin to fade over time. Of course, it's going to be different for different people, but eventually all of the good memories are going to stand out more so than missing the trail. But not all of the mental aspects of through hiking are bad. In fact, it has been shown that if you spend time in the outdoors, it can actually help with anxiety, depression, etc. But not only that, I saw some other things in myself when I got home. First, I was way more confident. I started my own little microgreens business when I got home from through hiking the AT, and it can be a little intimidating going into a chef's kitchen and trying to pitch them a product, but I thought, if I hiked the AT, then of course I can do this. And there were a lot of things that mentality rolled over onto. And I definitely began to appreciate the little things in life a lot more, like having a comfortable bed to sleep in, having a climate-controlled home, not caring if I had to be in the rain when I was walking from my truck to the grocery store because I didn't have to sleep in it that night. Also, I gained a lot of priceless memories, stories that hopefully I'll tell my grandchildren one day. and some lifetime friendships for sure. And finally, when I got back from the trail, as cheesy as it sounds, I had a restored faith in humanity. So many people had been kind to me along the trail, had helped me with rides, places to stay, food, just the camaraderie of the trail community. I had never experienced anything like it before. And until you're out there and you see that, you might actually believe that life and humanity is like it's portrayed on social media, where people hate each other because of what box you check on a ballot for the presidential election. And that just wasn't realistic on trail. People were kind to one another without caring about religion, politics, background, etc. Next, I want to cover something that is important for the preservation of the trail so that people can enjoy it for generations to come, and that is the leave no trace principles. You may have heard of this before. If you haven't, then you should be aware of it before you hit the trail. And a lot of it I've already covered in detail in the other sections and topics, but I do want to go over these so that you're familiar with them. The first principle is plan ahead and prepare. And this covers things like checking your guidebook or your FarOut app to make sure that different regulations aren't changing on different sections of the trail. Also having the proper gear to make appropriate choices while you're out on trail, like knowing to step away 200 feet from a water source before you dig a cat hole to go to the bathroom, and having a proper tool to dig a cat hole, like a tent stake or a trowel. And also having the proper equipment to deal with storms or varying weather conditions. The next principle is dispose of waste properly. The common saying to cover this is pack it in, pack it out. That means if you've got stuff in your pack on the way into the trail, then when you come out on the other side to your next town stop, you should still have that stuff, unless it's like food that you've eaten. But all of your trash, wrappers, you don't burn those in the fire, you don't throw them into the privy, you carry them with you. And if you've got any unwanted gear items, you're not supposed to leave those at shelters, even if you think, oh, maybe another hiker will want this. Well, maybe they won't, and then it ends up being litter in the shelter for a trail maintainer to carry out later. So if you want to discard any gear items, you just wait till you get to town and you can toss it in a hiker box. Waste also covers our bodily waste, knowing to be 200 feet away from water sources when you go number 2, and 100 feet away from water sources and campsites when you go number 1. And all of the stuff that I've covered with washing your body, dishes, etc. The next principle is leave what you find. This means any cultural resources, plants, seeds, etc. Anything that is on the trail when you get there should be left on the trail, at least natural things. Obviously, if you find litter, it would be great if you would pick it up and pack it out with you. Also, make sure that you're not damaging nature unnecessarily. For example, green wood burns poorly anyway, but apparently some people will try to chop down a tree or mutilate parts of a tree to burn that to have a fire at night. But if you just look around, you can find downed wood to have a fire, and that will actually burn well for you. The next principle is minimize campfire impacts. It is recommended that you don't build new fire rings, but where there are already established fire rings, have a fire there instead. And as I mentioned before, you're not supposed to burn any of your trash or leave any garbage in the fire rings. Respect wildlife. And obviously this means keep a respectful distance, don't pester them, but also making sure that we don't leave messes that cause them to be dependent on us for food or to associate us with food so that they get aggressive, and to take all precautions with storing food and any scented items at night. The next principle is be considerate of other visitors, and we went over this with the how not to be a jerk, not smoking in shelters around other people. If you've got a dog, making sure that it's not imposing itself on hikers that don't love dogs like a lot of us do. And they say, let nature's loud sounds prevail. Don't blast your music out loud for everybody to hear. phone conversations should be kept to a minimum or away from other hikers, etc. AppalachianTrail.org has a list of all of the Leave No Trace principles and details under them, so I'm going to link to that in the video description. And they even have a little quiz if you want to take that and see if you can pass it. As far as permits go on the AT, there is no one permit covers the whole trail type of thing, but there are 3 areas where you'll be required to have a permit. The first being the Smoky Mountain National Park, second, Shenandoah National Park, and then third, Baxter State Park. In the Great Smoky Mountains National Park in North Carolina and Tennessee, as a thru hiker, which their requirement to meet thru hiker status is you're beginning your hike 50 miles before their park and you're ending your hike 50 miles after their park. So for those section hikers who want to be able to have the thru hiker permit, as long as you do that, then you will be considered thru hiker. Those permits cost $20 and you can apply for them 30 days before you're set to step into the national park, and the permit is good for 38 days, so kind of allowing you an 8-day stretch in the park. But if you're a northbound hiker and you're kind of freaking out about the time frame and everything, just purchase and apply for your permit right before you leave, and that'll give you plenty of time to get there and use your permit in the range when it's still good. I think I literally applied for mine the day before I left to go start my thru hike. I'll put a link to where you can apply for that permit in the video description. Shenandoah National Park in Virginia requires you to have a permit to go through, and they have a long list of do's and don'ts while you're in their park. But the permit is free and you can actually pick it up in person, either at a visitor center or at a kiosk as you're entering the park. And finally, Baxter State Park in Maine, you are required to have a permit to hike up Mount Katahdin. You can get this permit in person. It's also free, and you can pick it up at Katahdin Stream Campground. Once you get there, you are able to get your permit 7 days in advance, but you don't have to get it that early. Keep in mind, if you are section hiking in any of these areas, there may be different requirements and fees. This is just the information for thru hiking. The first day of your thru hike, if you're NOBO, you should go to Amicalola State Park and check in there with the visitor center, sign up, you'll get your hiker number, you can talk to the rangers and find out if there are any announcements or things that you should be aware of on trail. They've got a gift shop where you can get any last minute things. Also, you can weigh your pack. And of course, you have to take the obligatory picture at the arch, which is the start of the approach trail. If you want to do the approach trail after you get your picture there at the arch, you'll just pass under it and it'll take you to Springer Mountain. It's about a 7 to 8 mile trail. If you're not going to do the approach trail, then they can give you directions to the nearest access point for going up to Springer Mountain. If you're going to be a SOBO, then you'll be starting in Baxter State Park in Maine. They recommend that you stay 2 nights, whether that's at the state park itself, you want to camp there, but you need to make those reservations ahead of time because it'll fill up. Or if you want to stay in Millinocket, you could even do a combination of both. Maybe stay in Millinocket, go summit Katahdin, and then stay in Baxter State Park, or both nights in Millinocket, both nights in Baxter. But they recommend that you plan to only do Katahdin on your first day. If you are going to do Katahdin as a day hike, then they recommend ahead of time getting your parking permit for leaving your vehicle there while you go up and back down. Obviously, if you're going to get dropped off and then stay in the park, you won't have to worry about this. But they say that there is no guarantee that if you're doing it as a day hike that you'll be able to park there unless you reserve your parking ahead of time. Hikers should register at the Katahdin Stream Campground and get your permit for hiking up Baxter. Also, they'll allow you to drop your pack, your full load you can leave with them. They even have day packs that they'll let people use. You could even keep all of your stuff in your pack liner and tie it up and leave it with them, and carry just snacks and water in your own pack if you want to. But there is no requirement that you should carry your full pack weight up there, and actually they suggest that you don't. And if you're starting your thru hike in Harper's Ferry, then you should definitely stop by the ATC headquarters there, get your picture out in front of it, talk to the rangers, see if they have any information about the trail. And they also have a little gift shop if you need to get any last minute things. So now that you're probably completely overwhelmed with all of this information, to through hike the AT, I want to leave you with a little checklist of sorts. These might be things that are just easy to forget with the stress of everything else, or that maybe you should prioritize going on and starting to do before it gets too late. First, I recommend go on, and if you don't already have it, get your footwear. That way, even if you don't have time to go out on any day hikes or weekend trips, you can start using it around town to see if you're picking up on any issues that you might have. And that way, if you've got a pair of boots, maybe you can start breaking them in. And plus, it'll be exciting while you're kind of trudging through the last days before you start your hike to be able to look down at your feet and go, hey, it's all gonna be okay, because pretty soon I'm gonna be starting this through hike. Next, I would suggest prioritizing your big three, which is your shelter, your pack, and your sleeping bag or quilt. And as I've said before, your sleep system kind of ends up making it the big four with your sleeping pad also. Even if you can't get out to test these items, at least maybe put them up in the backyard, try them out back there. I mean, even if you have to go to work the next day, you can sleep in your backyard and wake up and go to work. But just give yourself time to shop around and get some familiarity with whatever gear you do select. I'd also go on and order a guidebook if you're gonna go that route, and or download the FarOut app, and make sure that you download all of the layers that you're gonna want for the FarOut app. You do have to download that stuff for use offline. It's not gonna be already there just because you have the app on your phone, and you do have to purchase the track for the Appalachian Trail. So that's just something that I can see you get into the trail and now you don't have any service and you forgot to download the app. But you can start looking through the guidebook or the app. The people who have started already before you in the particular year that you're gonna go, they'll probably already be commenting in FarOut on the different water sources or resupply points, so that will be exciting to read ahead on. Definitely, as soon as you can, look at picking a date and pre-registering. It can be kind of stressful to pick such an important date as the start of your thru hike, but the ATC does suggest that you avoid April 1st, as that's just a really common start date, or any weekend between March 1st and April 15th, as people like to start on the weekends. I assume if somebody's gonna drive you, then it's easier to get somebody to do so on a weekend when they likely have off of work. But if you want to avoid crowds and also impact on the trail, then those are the times to kind of avoid and try to pick another date. Now, you are not required to register your hike, but it's recommended that you do so that you can try to avoid so much impact to the trail. I'll put a link in the video description where you can register, but it is exciting to do so, and you get a little tag to hang on your pack, and then you can see when other people are starting and stuff like that. As soon as you can, after setting a concrete start date, you want to look at making your transportation plans for getting to the trailhead. There are shuttle services that run from either bus stations or maybe even airports, depending on where you're starting, Atlanta, West Virginia, Maine, or any other point. There are shuttle services all over the trail. Just Google wherever you're starting, Appalachian Trail, blank shuttle services, Appalachian Trail, Mount Katahdin shuttle services. But as it gets closer to prime hiking season, they're gonna get booked up, so that's why you wanna try to reserve as early as you can. Next, start thinking about your food, especially if you're gonna do anything special like dehydrating stuff. That way your first food haul isn't super rushed and something that you did last minute when you were really stressed out. But keep in mind, if you don't like food in normal life, then you're not gonna suddenly love it on trail, so make sure you're packing things that you actually enjoy eating. And don't forget that permit. Again, if you're NOBO, you'll need to apply for your Smoky Mountain National Park permit right before you go. And if you're gonna be going SOBO, then make sure even more ahead of time you figure out parking if somebody is going to be taking you, and where you're going to be staying the night before you summit Katahdin and the night after you summit Katahdin. And you'll pick up the permit to climb Katahdin at the park. And finally, last but not least, take a deep breath, because you're about to go on one of the most awesome adventures of your entire life. All right, y'all. Well, hopefully you're feeling a little bit more confident about planning your trip on the Appalachian Trail. If you have any questions that you feel like I didn't cover in this video, please leave those in the comments, and either I'll get to them or hopefully somebody else from the community that can answer those. And also, if you're a past thru hiker and you have any tips, tricks, suggestions for anybody who will be hiking it in the future, things that you found helpful while you were out there, please feel free to leave that in the comments also, because my experience is a limited one-time thru hike, and so it's hard for me to come from all of the different perspectives, so I'm always happy for other people to share. All right, well, good luck y'all and happy trails.